everyone. This is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is I Work at an Ice Cream Parlor. The freezer room has one crucial rule. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The first thing wrong with the freezer was the light. Not off, not flickering like in a bad movie. Just late. I pulled the metal handle, heard the usual wet pop of the seal breaking, and for one full second, the room beyond stayed dark, while the compressor hummed behind the wall like a truck idling in an alley. Then the bulb snapped on, too bright and too white, catching the frost on the shelves in sharp little teeth. Every tub of ice cream sat where it should have been. Vanilla bean, mint chip, strawberry, salted caramel. All lined up in squat cardboard rounds with their plastic lids rhymed over. Normal inventory. Normal cold. Except the mop bucket, which I had left outside the night before, was sitting just inside the door with its yellow ringer handle raised straight up like someone had been interrupted halfway through cleaning. My name is Connor Wellen. I'm 23, male, and at the time I was working closing shifts at Bluebell's Creamery on Congress Street in Portland, Maine. The kind of old brick storefront that looks cute in tourist photos, but sweats grease from the ceiling tiles in July. I'd moved back in with my dad after dropping out of community college, which sounds worse than it felt most days, and exactly as bad on the others. The job was supposed to be temporary. That was how I described almost everything in my life then. Temporary job, temporary room over Dad's garage, temporary plan to retake classes once I got my head straight. I was good at postponing things until they hardened into something I couldn't move. I stood there holding the freezer door open, my bare forearm prickling from the cold. Behind me, the shop was closing itself down in its usual tired way. The soft serve machine gave a final cough as it finished its heat cycle. The neon open sign buzzed against the front window. Somewhere under the counter, the receipt printer clicked for no reason, like it was thinking about saying something and changed its mind. "Connor," Maya called from the front. "You fall in." Maya Duarte was 21, female, and the newest person on our evening crew, though she had already learned the register better than I had. She was from Providence, taking a semester off from art school, and she carried herself with the jumpy confidence of someone who had been forced to be responsible too young, and resented how good she was at it. She appeared in the doorway behind me with a stack of cleaned metal scoops in one hand, her black apron dusted with powdered sugar from the waffle cone mix. "Please don't tell me we're out of cookie dough again." A woman threatened to write a Yelp review with my full name in it today. "The bucket S in here," I said. She leaned around my shoulder, her breath fogged. "Okay, it was outside. Maybe Drew moved it. Drew left at 6. Then maybe you moved it." I looked at her. She sighed, not because she believed me, but because she didn't have the energy to argue. "Connor, I have seen you put your phone in the toppings fridge and spend 10 minutes blaming the Wi-Fi. That was one time. It was Tuesday." The sensible part of me knew she was probably right. Not about the phone, about the bucket. Closing shifts became a smear after a while. Scoop, rinse, smile, wipe, restock, repeat. The freezer was opened 50 times a night. People grabbed things and set other things down. A yellow mop bucket ending up 2 feet over a threshold wasn't a mystery. It was a workplace. Still, there was a rule about the freezer room. Not a posted rule, not laminated beside the hand washing sign. It was one of those things people tell you while doing something else, with the casual tone that makes you listen harder. On my first night, Drew had said it while showing me where we kept backup waffle cones and dry toppings. One crucial rule, he'd told me: freezer door stays propped when you're inside. Then he had kicked a red rubber wedge across the floor with his sneaker. Drew Harlan was 38, male, our shift manager, and the sort of man who looked permanently underslept even when he claimed he'd had 8 hours. He had a shaved head, a neatly trimmed beard, and a faded navy tattoo on his forearm that he never talked about unless a customer brought it up. He managed bluebells with a careful, contained patience, like every small disaster had already happened to him once, and he was determined not to let it surprise him again. When he gave instructions, he didn't puff them up. He just said them and expected them to stick. I had asked, because it locks. Because it can, he said. That was it. No ghost story, no dead employee, no dramatic pause, just because it can. Later, he showed me the inside emergency release, a green push bar bolted to the freezer wall beside the door. He made me press it while he held the door from the other side. It worked. The latch clicked open. He nodded. Good. Still, use the wedge. I thought of that now because the wedge was not where it should have been. It usually lived beside the freezer door, half hidden behind a dented stainless prep table. A triangular red chunk of rubber, scuffed black at the corners from years of shoes and cartwheels. It was ugly and heavy and impossible to miss if you were looking for it. I looked. It wasn't there. You seen the doorstop? I asked. Maya shifted the scoops to her other hand. By the prep table, it's gone. Then use the mop bucket. The mop bucket that moved itself into the freezer. She gave me a look. You hear yourself, right? I did. That was the annoying part. I sounded like a guy trying to make a story out of poor housekeeping, because the alternative was admitting I had forgotten something simple again. And forgetting simple things had become a private sore spot for me. Mother had died 2 years earlier from a stroke, sudden enough that the word sudden still felt dishonest. And afterward, I started losing little pieces of the day. Keys, appointments, texts I meant to answer, conversations I had half had and half imagined. My dad joked that I got my head from him. I laughed when he said it because the other option was seeing his face close down. Maya stepped past me and set the scoops on the prep table. We still need 3 tubs from back there before we can go. Vanilla, Oreo, and pistachio, right? Pistachios for tomorrow. Drew texted. He wants it pulled now so it softens enough for morning. She held up her phone. The screen was cracked in a spiderweb across the corner, but I could read the message. Pulvan/Oreo/pissed from freezer before lockup. Don't forget wedge. I stared at the last line a second too long. Maya noticed. He says that every time, pretty much. So there. He's the anxious one, not you. That almost made me laugh. From the front of the shop, a chair scraped across tile. We both turned. We're closed, Maya called. A man stood near the front door, one hand raised as if he had been caught in the middle of knocking on the glass. He was bundled in a gray raincoat with the hood down, late 40s maybe, his hair flattened by mist. Outside, Congress Street shone under the streetlights, black and slick from a slow April rain. A city bus hissed at the stop down by the art museum, and two girls in college sweatshirts hurried past sharing a jacket over their heads. The man mouthed something through the glass. Maya pointed to the sign. Closed. He tried the door anyway. It rattled against the deadbolt. Seriously, she muttered. I walked to the front, careful not to slip where someone had spilled melted blue raspberry slush near the mat. Sorry, I said through the glass. We closed at 10. The man leaned closer. His face was pale under the greenish reflection of the neon. Not sick pale, more like he had been standing in the rain long enough to lose all expression. He spoke again, and this time I caught a word. Phone. I shook my head and lifted my own phone, trying to show him he needed to use his. He tapped the glass with 2 fingers, once, twice, not hard, but with a rhythm that made me think of somebody testing a wall for studs. Maya came up beside me. Nope, absolutely not. I'm not opening that door. I wasn't going to. Good. The man looked past us into the shop. His eyes moved over the counter, the stools, the chalkboard menu, then settled somewhere behind us, toward the hall, toward the freezer. He tapped again. Then he turned and walked away, hood still down in the rain. For a moment, neither of us said anything. The shop seemed louder after he left. Refrigerators buzzed. Water dripped from the awning outside in steady ticks. The freezer compressor kicked harder, making the old wall vibrate under the framed newspaper clipping about Bluebell's best small batch ice cream in Portland. Maya locked the second bolt, even though the first was already thrown. People get weird after 10. Yeah, I said. She rubbed her arms. Can we finish? My Uber is already doing that thing where it says 7 minutes for 15 minutes. We went back down the narrow hallway past the employee lockers and the dry storage shelves. The whole back area smelled like sugar, bleach, wet cardboard, and cold metal. That smell never left my clothes. I'd catch it on myself at home and feel like I was still standing under the buzzing fluorescent lights with a scoop in my hand. The freezer door waited at the end of the hall. It was a heavy gray walk-in door, dented around the handle and framed with strips of worn rubber gasket. Someone had once stuck a smiley face sticker near the latch, but the cold had peeled half of it away, leaving only one eye and a curved yellow cheek. The thermometer beside the door read -6 Fahrenheit. Maya picked up the mop bucket and dragged it out. Its wheels squealed faintly. See, she said, doorstop, bad doorstop. It has wheels, fancy doorstop. Wheels are kind of the opposite of stopping. She bent down and locked 2 of them with her thumb. There, engineering. I looked again for the red wedge. Under the prep table, behind the sanitizer bucket, beside the flour sacks. Nothing. My phone buzzed. Drew, you guys still there? I typed, closing now. Can't find wedge. 3 dots appeared immediately, then disappeared, then appeared again. Call me. I showed Maya. Her expression changed in a small way. Not fear, irritation trying to cover uncertainty. Why does everyone have to be dramatic tonight? I hit call. Drew answered on the second ring. There was noise behind him, a TV too loud or maybe traffic. You're at the freezer. Yeah, we need to pull 3 tubs, but the wedge is missing. A pause. Use the backup wedge. What backup wedge? In the drawer under the label printer. I walked over and yanked the drawer open. Tape rolls, Sharpies, a box cutter with a cracked handle, loose rubber bands, but no wedge. It's not here. His breathing changed, just a little. Then don't go in until you have something solid blocking the door. We have the mop bucket. No wheels, They lock. No wheels, Connor. The way he said my name made Maya look up. I tried to keep my voice light. It's 3 tubs. I can grab them in 20 seconds. No, Drew said. Listen to me. You prop that door with something that cannot move, or you leave the tubs and I deal with it in the morning. Maya folded her arms. Ask him why. I didn't need to relay it. Drew heard her. Because the latch is bad, he said. Because the inside release sticks when the frame frosts over. Because OSHA doesn't care that you are only going in for 20 seconds if someone has to cut you out with hypothermia. Pick whichever reason makes you move faster. That should have settled it. Bad latch, sticking release, workplace safety, explainable. But I remembered the bucket inside the freezer, the missing wedge, the man tapping the glass and looking past us. Did you move the mop bucket before you left? I asked. What? The yellow mop bucket. Did you put it in the freezer? Another pause. No, why? Maya stopped moving. The compressor hummed. The bulb inside the freezer made a tiny glass ping as it warmed from its own light. Drew said more quietly, Is the door open right now? I looked at it. I hadn't realized I had left it cracked, not wide, 6 inches maybe. A blade of white light lay across the hallway floor, and cold air crawled around my shoes. Connor. Yeah, I said. It's open. Close it until you have a proper prop. I reached for the handle. From inside the freezer came a soft scrape. Not loud, not dramatic. Cardboard against metal, maybe. A tub settling on a shelf. Frost loosening and sliding down the wall. Something normal if you needed it to be normal. Maya whispered, Did you hear that? I held the phone against my ear. Drew was saying something, but I didn't catch it because the scrape came again. Then a plastic lid rolled out through the gap. It spun once on the tile, wobbled, and fell flat at my feet. Pistachio. The label was handwritten in Drew's blocky marker script, dated that morning. Maya backed up until her hip hit the prep table. Nope. Drew's voice sharpened through the phone. What happened? I looked from the lid to the freezer door, to the pale spill of light inside, to the rows of tubs waiting beyond the threshold. Every reasonable explanation stood there with us, crowded and sweating under the fluorescent lights. Bad stacking. Air pressure. A shelf bumped earlier and only now giving way. A lid that had been loose. A door left cracked. Still, the pistachio tub itself was on the second shelf, 10 feet inside. I could see the round green label through the gap. The lid had come from somewhere deeper than a loose edge near the doorway. Maya grabbed my sleeve. Close it, Drew said. Connor, close the door. And that was the choice, right there. Close the freezer and leave the tubs, which meant explaining to Drew tomorrow why we couldn't finish the simplest part of closing and listening to Maya tell everyone I froze up over a plastic lid. Or find something heavy, prop the door properly, and go in together for 20 seconds to prove the room was only a room. I kept my hand on the handle, feeling the cold bite through the metal. Maya said, We're not going in there. But she didn't let go of my sleeve, and neither of us moved. Maya let go of my sleeve first, which somehow made me feel worse. Not because she was leaving me there. She was. She stepped back, hugged herself against the cold spill from the freezer, and stared at the pistachio lid lying between my shoes like it was a dead bug she didn't want to admit had moved on its own. Close it, she said again, quieter this time. I did. The freezer door shut with that heavy walk and thunk that settled into the walls. The compressor kept running behind it. Hallway warmed by maybe 1 degree, enough for the skin on my face to stop prickling, not enough for either of us to relax. Drew was still on the phone. "Tell me exactly what happened," he said. Maya gave a sharp laugh. "A lid rolled out of the freezer, Drew. That's what happened." Maya put Connor on speaker. I tapped the screen and held the phone between us. Drew's voice came out small and tinny, edged with stress he was trying to sand down. "Nobody goes in until that door is blocked. I'm serious. Use one of the flour sacks if you have to. Stack 2, something heavy. Something that can't roll." "Drew," I said, "how does a lid roll out of a closed freezer?" It wasn't closed. It was cracked 6 inches. Then air pressure, uneven floor, loose lid. Somebody said it wrong earlier. Pick one. Don't invent the devil when gravity is available. He sounded like himself again for half a second, and I almost held onto that. Maya didn't. "Did someone break in?" There was another short pause. "Front door locked?" Drew asked. "2 bolts," she said. "Back door." I looked down the hall toward the rear exit. Beyond dry storage, past the stacked boxes of napkins and the old soft serve parts nobody had thrown away, there was a steel back door that opened into the alley behind the shop. Deliveries came through there in the mornings. Trash went out there at night. It had a deadbolt, a push bar, and a security contact that beeped if you opened it while the alarm panel was set. "We haven't checked it," I said. "Check it now, together, keep me on." That was the first concrete thing to do, and I clung to it because concrete things were easier than standing in a hallway trying not to look at a plastic lid. Check the door. Check the lock. Check the alarm panel. Find the wedge. Pull the tubs. Leave. A list. A list could save you from your own head. Maya grabbed the pistachio lid with 2 fingers and put it on the prep table, face up. There was frost stuck to the inside rim, already melting into beads. She wiped her fingers on her apron like it had left grease. We moved toward the back. The storage area at Bluebell's was too narrow for 2 people to walk side by side. So Maya went ahead, and I followed with my phone out, Drew's voice breathing faintly through the speaker. The fluorescent tube overhead buzzed and clicked every few seconds. Boxes towered to our right. Waffle cones, paper cups, napkins, plastic spoons. Those tiny wooden paddles tourists loved because they made ice cream feel old-fashioned. On the left were metal shelves loaded with syrups and dry toppings, the chocolate sprinkles in clear tubs that always looked like mouse droppings if you glanced too fast. The back door was closed. Maya reached for the knob, then stopped and looked at me. I hated that look. Not accusing, worse, waiting for me to be useful. I stepped around her and checked the deadbolt. Locked. I pressed the push bar gently. The door shifted against the frame but didn't open. Locked. The little alarm contact above it showed a steady green light. "Back door's secure," I said. "Good," Drew said. "Now check the cameras." Maya and I both looked toward the ceiling. Bluebell's had 4 cameras, though Drew admitted only 2 worked consistently. 1 over the register. 1 facing the front door. 1 in the back hall angled toward the freezer. 1 over the alley door that mostly recorded spiders and the tops of delivery drivers' hats. The monitor was in the office, which was really a closet with a desk, a router, a safe, and 30 years of old employee schedules taped inside a cabinet. Maya said, "You can check them from your phone, can't you?" "App's not loading," Drew said. "Convenient." Maya, "What?" "I'm just saying." I understood why she was needling him. It was easier to sound angry than scared. Her voice had gone tight at the edges, and she kept looking back toward the freezer hallway, even when there was nothing to see. Drew said, "Office computer." password is on the sticky note under the keyboard. That feels secure, Maya muttered. We went to the office. The room was barely wide enough for the two of us. I sat in the cracked vinyl chair, and Maya stood behind me, leaning over my shoulder close enough that I could smell the vanilla syrup on her sleeve and the faint apple scent of her shampoo. The computer monitor woke with a blue glow that made everything look underwater. I found the sticky note. The password was Bluebell 2020, which made Maya say, "Jesus Christ," under her breath. The camera program took forever to open. The little loading wheel spun and spun. Drew said, "What do you see?" "Nothing yet." The screen divided into 4 boxes. Front counter, empty. Chairs upside down on tables. Floor wet in patches from the mop. Front door, rain on the glass. Neon sign reflected backward, nobody outside. Back door, black alley, dumpster lid shining. Back hallway, freezer door, prep table, mop bucket, both of us absent because we were in the office. Maya leaned closer. Rewind. I dragged the timeline back 10 minutes. We watched ourselves. Me at the freezer, Maya behind me, both of us reacting to the lid. The angle wasn't great. The camera was mounted high and slightly crooked. It showed the freezer door, but not deep inside. When the lid came out, it appeared from the bright gap and rolled into view exactly as we'd seen it. "Go back before that," Drew said. I dragged back further. The hallway emptied. The freezer door stayed closed. The mop bucket sat outside where I remembered leaving it, beside the prep table. "Stop," Maya said. On screen, at 10:17 p.m., the image jumped. Not a cut, more like a smear. A band of static crawling up from the bottom. Timestamp froze for 2 seconds, then caught up. When the picture cleared, the mop bucket was gone. I didn't say anything. Neither did Maya. Drew did. "How long is the dropout?" I clicked back, dragged frame by frame. "Maybe 2 seconds. Power hiccup," he said. "All 4 cameras," Maya asked. "Probably, system's old." "Then why is the bucket in the freezer after?" Drew didn't answer quickly enough. I clicked forward. There we were arriving at the freezer, me opening it. Light delayed. Bucket inside. Maya making jokes, because that was before the lid, before the man outside, before the screen showed us a 2-second hole exactly where an answer should have been. A sound came from the front of the shop. A hard knock. Not tapping this time. All 3 of us heard it through the phone, because Drew said, "Was that the door?" Maya straightened so fast her shoulder hit the shelf above the desk. A roll of receipt paper dropped and bounced off my knee. Another knock. Then a voice, muffled by the building. "Hello, mail." Outside. Close to the glass. Maya whispered, "It's him." Drew said, "Don't open." "No one is opening," I said, but my mouth had gone dry. We left the office and moved quietly toward the front. That was stupid, maybe, but people do stupid things when they want information. We didn't go all the way into the customer area. We stopped at the bend in the hallway where we could see through the gap between the menu board and the wall. The man in the gray raincoat stood outside the front door again. This time he held something up to the glass. A phone. Its screen was lit bright white. From where I stood, I could only make out a map and a red low battery bar. "He said phone," Maya whispered. "Maybe he needs help. He can walk to the hotel," I whispered back. The Press Hotel was 2 blocks down. There were bars open on Congress. There were people around. He wasn't stranded in the woods. He was outside an ice cream shop after closing, knocking on locked glass and staring toward our freezer. The man pressed the phone to the window and spoke loudly enough for us to hear through the door. "Please, my daughter's missing." Maya's face changed. That was the problem with certain sentences. They opened doors in your head before you could bolt them. Drew said through my phone, "What did he say?" I didn't answer him. The man knocked again. "She came in here 15 minutes ago. Purple jacket. She's 12. Maya looked at me. "Did we have a kid in a purple jacket?" I tried to replay the last hour. Families after dinner. A group of teenagers with skateboards. A couple from Boston arguing over maple walnut. A woman with a stroller. 2 boys who spilled sprinkles. Faces blurred together under the warm counter lights. "Maybe," I said. Maya's eyes sharpened. "Maybe, I don't know." And there it was again, the soft, ugly pressure behind my ribs. My memory, or what I had started thinking of as the hole where memory should be. I could count the drawer perfectly, remember which toppings needed wrapping, recall every sarcastic thing a customer said. But ask me about a girl in a purple jacket, and my mind gave me a dozen children in bright colors, none of them solid enough to trust. The man outside slapped his palm once against the glass. Not violent, desperate. "Her phone shows here. The location shows this building." Maya whispered, "Oh my God." Drew's voice snapped. "Do not open that door. Drew, if a kid is missing, you call 911. You do not open a locked store to a stranger." He was right, completely right. Annoyingly, firmly right. I dialed 911 on Maya's phone because mine was still on the call with Drew. The dispatcher answered after one ring. "Cumberland County Regional Communications. What is the address of your emergency?" I gave the shop address my name and explained as cleanly as I could. Closed business. Man outside claiming his 12-year-old daughter's phone location pinged inside. Possible missing child. No visual confirmation. The dispatcher's voice stayed calm in that trained way that made me feel both safer and embarrassed. "Is the man attempting to enter?" He knocked. "Tried the door earlier. He's outside now. Keep the doors locked. Officers are being sent. Do not confront him. Do you have any reason to believe a child is inside the business?" I looked toward the freezer hallway. Maya was staring at me. "I don't know," I said. That answer did something to the room. The dispatcher asked for a description of the girl. I repeated the question through the glass without opening the door, raising my voice. The man leaned close. Lily Mercer, 12, purple rain jacket, jeans, white sneakers, brown hair. She left the apartment mad at me. Her phone location is right there. Right there." He pointed past us, not at the customer area. At the hallway, Maya's lips parted. "How does he know?" she whispered. The dispatcher heard me repeat the details. She told us officers were en route and to stay on the line if we felt unsafe. I put her on speaker too, so now Drew and the dispatcher were both in the shop with us as little voices from phones, one anxious and personal, one calm and official. The man outside began pacing. Maya turned away from the front and hurried to the counter. "We should check the bathrooms." "Together," Drew said. "I know," she snapped. The bathrooms were empty. So was the tiny staff bathroom near the office. We checked behind the counter, under the booths, the storage closet where spare paper goods were stacked, the dry storage area again. Nothing. No purple jacket. No kid. No phone buzzing under a table. But near the back hallway, half tucked under the prep table by the freezer, Maya found something small and white. A sneaker, child-sized. It lay on its side with the laces loose and the sole wet from tracked in rain. Maya didn't touch it. "Connor," I crouched. The shoe had a little silver star charm threaded through one lace. not a toddler's shoe. Older kid, 12 sounded right. The dispatcher asked what we found. I told her. Do not move it, she said. Officers are close. Drew said, where exactly is it? By the prep table, I said. Outside the freezer. The freezer compressor kicked off. The sudden absence of the hum made every other sound come forward. Rain ticking the front windows. Maya breathing through her mouth. The man outside calling Lily in a raw, breaking voice. The low buzz of the fluorescent tube. Then, from inside the freezer, a phone vibrated once. A brief, insect-like rattle against metal. Maya covered her mouth. The dispatcher's tone changed only slightly. You heard a phone inside the freezer. Yes, I said. Drew said, no. No, Connor, listen to me. You wait for police. They're close, the dispatcher said. Stay where you are. The phone vibrated again. This time it was followed by a tiny chime, muffled by insulation and steel. A notification sound. Maya whispered, what if she's in there? I looked at the door. The thermometer read -6. If a child had gone into the walk-in and the door shut behind her, minutes mattered. But if someone had put her phone in there, or if the man outside was lying, or if this was some setup for robbery, opening that door could make everything worse. That was the time-sensitive problem in its cleanest, cruelest form. A possible child in a freezer, a malfunctioning door, a missing wedge, police not there yet, and me, the guy who couldn't remember whether he'd seen a purple jacket 20 minutes earlier, standing closest to the handle. Maya started moving first, grabbed 2 25-pound sacks of waffle mix from dry storage and dragged them across the floor. What are you doing? I asked. What Drew said, something heavy. No wheels, Drew swore softly. Maya, don't. If she's in there, we can't just stand here. We don't know that she is. We don't know that she is. I helped her because my body chose before my brain finished arguing. We stacked the sacks against the freezer threshold. Not enough. The door was heavy, and the floor sloped slightly toward the drain. I grabbed a crate of glass soda bottles from under the counter, the old-fashioned kind Bluebells sold at ridiculous prices to tourists, and wedged it beside the sacks. Maya shoved the mop bucket behind the crate, wheels locked, a bad idea added to better ones. Drew kept talking. Listen to me, both of you. If you open that door, one person stays outside. One person only reaches from the threshold. Nobody steps in. Do you understand? The dispatcher said, for your safety, wait for officers. Outside, the man screamed his daughter's name and hit the glass with both hands. The front door rattled in its frame. Maya flinched. He's going to break it. A siren sounded somewhere in the city. Far, maybe coming toward us. Maybe not. I put my hand on the freezer handle. Connor, Drew said, not a command this time. Almost a plea. I pulled. The seal broke. Cold spilled over our shoes, thick and immediate. The light inside lagged again. For that 1 second of dark, the phone inside the freezer lit up by itself. A rectangle of pale light glowed from the floor under the second shelf, 10 feet in, right below the pistachio tub. Then the overhead bulb snapped on. The freezer was empty of people. No girl, no purple jacket. No shape curled behind the tubs, just shelves, frost, cardboard rounds, and a white phone lying face up on the metal floor, vibrating against a grate. Maya made a sound that was half relief, half nausea. Go in, Drew said. I crouched at the threshold, stretching my arm. Too far. The phone was beyond reach. Maya grabbed the long metal handle of the mop from the bucket. Use this. I took it, lay on my stomach on the cold tile outside the freezer, and reached in with the mop handle. The cold bit through my shirt where my chest pressed the threshold. My fingers shook. I hooked the phone, dragged it an inch, then another. The screen flashed with repeated calls. Dad, Dad, Dad. The man outside. One more inch. The mop handle slipped. The phone skittered sideways under the shelf. Damn it, I whispered. Leave it, Drew said. Maya said, we need it for the police. The siren grew louder, then faded as if it had turned down another street. Outside, glass cracked. A sharp pop from the front of the shop. Maya spun around. He broke the door. Not shattered, not yet. But the sound came again, a fist or an elbow or something metal striking the lower pane. The dispatcher's voice rose. Move away from the front entrance. Officers are almost there. Almost. That word stretched. Maya looked from the front of the shop to the phone under the freezer shelf. Connor, we have to shut this door. We need the phone. We need to not be trapped between him and this. Another hit from the front. The glass spidered. I shoved the mop handle under the shelf again, teeth clenched, and managed to drag the phone closer. 6 feet. 4. Close enough that Maya could reach if she stepped 1 foot inside. No, Drew said immediately. Maya, don't. She ignored him. Maya, 1 foot, she said. She planted her left foot over the threshold, leaned in, and snatched the phone. At the same moment, the crate of soda bottles shifted. Not much, just enough. The mop bucket rolled backward despite its locked wheels, pushed by the crate, nudged by the weight of the door pressing against the stacked sacks. 1 glass bottle tipped over inside the crate and cracked against another with a bright, delicate sound. The freezer door began to swing inward. I grabbed it with both hands. Maya stumbled back out, phone clutched to her chest. For half a second, I held the door open against its own weight, my shoes sliding on the damp tile, shoulders burning. Then the waffle sacks sagged. The crate twisted. The bucket wheels squealed. The door slammed against my left hand. Pain went white and hot through my knuckles. I yanked free with a yell, and the door thudded almost shut, stopped only by 1 crushed corner of the soda crate. A gap remained. 3 inches. Enough to keep the latch from catching. Not enough for a person. From the front of the shop came the sound of glass giving way. The man shouted, Lily. Maya stood frozen with the girl's phone in her hand, and behind her, the freezer door pressed harder against the broken crate, closing by fractions. Drew's voice crackled from the floor where my phone had fallen. Get out of the building. But the back door was past the freezer. The front was breaking open, and the only thing between us and being trapped in that narrowing hallway was a freezer door with 1 bad latch, 1 crushed crate, and no proper wedge. The first thing I did after the glass broke was try to pick up my phone. That sounds ridiculous now. There were a dozen smarter priorities. Get Maya away from the freezer. Block the hallway. Find another exit. Keep the stranger out. Stop my hand from swelling around the knuckles like a glove filling with water. But Drew was still shouting through the speaker, and the dispatcher was still on Maya's phone, and my own phone had skidded beneath the prep table when the freezer door slammed on me. It lay face up in a puddle of meltwater. Screen cracked at the corner, Drew's name pulsing with each clipped burst of his voice. Connor, Connor, answer me. I bent for it and nearly dropped to 1 knee when pain shot through my left hand. The freezer door had caught my ring and middle fingers across the second knuckles. They weren't broken in any dramatic sideways way, but they were already going purple, and the skin over one knuckle had split. Blood looked too bright on cold tile. Maya grabbed my right arm. "Leave it. We need Drew. We need to move." From the front of the shop, something heavy hit the glass again. The lower pane gave with a crackling cough, little pebbles of safety glass scattering across the entry mat. The man outside yelled, "Lily, Lily, answer me." The layout of Bluebell's was simple when you were serving customers, and suddenly hateful when you needed a way out. Front door and windows on Congress Street. Customer area with 6 little round tables. Counter running along the right wall if you faced in from the street. Behind the counter, the hallway narrowed and bent left toward the office. Dry storage, the staff bathroom, the walk-in freezer, and finally the back door to the alley. The freezer sat halfway between the front and back, like a plugged artery. And right then, its door was not fully open or fully shut. The crushed soda crate held a 3-inch gap. The sacks of waffle mix slumped against the threshold. The mop bucket had rolled crooked. Cold poured out low and thick, making the floor slicker by the second. Maya still had Lily's phone clutched in one hand. Its screen lit again. "Dad." The call buzzed against her palm. "Don't answer," I said. She stared at me. "Why not?" "Because he's 10 feet away." Another crash came from the front. The man had cleared enough of the broken lower pane to shove an arm through. I heard the bolt rattle, heard him grunt when the jagged glass caught his sleeve or skin. Maya's face tightened. Back door. We ran for it, or tried to. That was our first attempt, the obvious one. Get out through the alley and let the police sort the rest from the sidewalk. Maya went first past the freezer, stepping wide around the freezing spill. I followed, cradling my injured left hand against my chest. The hallway pinched there, with the freezer on the right and dry storage shelves on the left. And as I passed the cracked open freezer door, it shifted against the soda crate with a grinding noise. I froze. Maya looked back. "Connor." The door moved another inch, not toward closing, toward opening. The crate, crushed on one side, slid under pressure and then popped loose. The freezer door swung outward just enough to block half the hallway. "No, no, no," Maya said. I shoved it back with my shoulder, hissing when my hand bumped the metal edge. The door resisted, heavy and slow, its hydraulic closer fighting me with dumb patience. We managed to squeeze past, but it took long enough for the man at the front to get the inside bolt open. The bell over the front door jingled. That stupid, cheerful bell. It was the worst sound I'd heard all night. "Lily," the man shouted from inside the shop now. "Lily." Drew's voice, faint from under the prep table behind us, became just noise. Maya's phone speaker crackled with the dispatcher asking if we were safe. We reached the back door. Maya pushed the bar. Nothing. She pushed again, harder, the bar depressed, but the door didn't open more than half an inch before catching with a dull metal clank. "Deadbolt," I said. "You checked it." I checked it locked. "Unlock it." I twisted the thumb turn above the push bar. It wouldn't move, not stuck like an old lock. Blocked. Solid. I tried with my right hand, then forgot and grabbed with my left. Pain burst up my arm. I made a sound I'm embarrassed to remember. Maya took over, both hands on the thumb turn, jaw clenched. Come on, nothing. Then we saw why. A steel security chain had been looped through the crash bar from the outside and padlocked to the alley side handle. It was pulled tight enough that the door could only open a crack. I could see the chain through the gap, wet with rain, links shining under the alley light. Maya whispered, "That wasn't there earlier." I didn't see it. You checked the door. I checked from inside. You didn't open it. No, she stared at me, and I hated her for half a second because the look said exactly what I was already saying to myself. Connor missed it. Connor forgot. Connor checked wrong. The man's footsteps scraped over broken glass in the customer area. He wasn't running. That made it worse. "Hello," he called. "I just want my daughter." Maya lowered her voice. "Office. We can lock ourselves in. The office door doesn't lock. Bathroom. Staff bathroom lock is a hook latch." "Then what?" The dispatcher's voice came from Maya's phone. "Can you exit through the back?" Maya lifted the phone with a shaking hand. "No, it's chained from outside. He's inside now. Move to a room you can secure. Officers are arriving. Arriving. Almost. Close." Words that had no weight against a padlock chain. We backed away from the rear door. That attempt had failed, but it revealed something that tightened everything. Somebody had blocked the exit from the alley side. Not the freezer. Not gravity. Not our imagination. A human being had put that chain there. The shop suddenly felt less like a place where a bad thing might happen, and more like a place arranged for it. The man appeared at the far end of the hallway. He had cut his hand getting in. Blood ran from his wrist into his palm, diluted pink by rainwater dripping off his sleeve. He was breathing hard, eyes moving too fast, face twisted with panic or fury or both. "Where is she?" he said. Maya raised Lily's phone. "We found this in the freezer. Police are coming." That stopped him. For 1 second, all the anger went out of his face and left something more frightened behind. "Why was it in there?" "We don't know," I said. "Where's Lily?" "We don't know." His gaze dropped to the white sneaker on the floor near the prep table, still untouched where we'd found it. He made a noise like he'd been punched. "That's hers." Maya softened despite herself. "Sir, listen to me. We called 911. They told us to stay put. We need to wait." He stepped forward. "You locked her in there." "No," I said. "You work here. We just found the phone." "You work here," he said again, louder, as if repetition could make it an explanation. Maya backed up until her shoulder touched the dry storage shelf. "Stay there." He didn't. I grabbed the nearest thing I could with my good hand, the mop handle. Not exactly a weapon, but long enough to put space between us. "Sir, stop," he did, but not because of the mop. From inside the freezer came a thump, heavy, low. The man's head snapped toward it. Maya's mouth opened. My grip tightened so hard on the mop handle that my injured fingers pulsed in sympathy. Another thump. Then a muffled scraping. The man whispered, "Lily." He lunged for the freezer door. Maya shouted, "Don't." I tried to block him, but he was bigger than me and desperate, and desperation has its own muscle. He slammed his shoulder into the freezer door, knocking it wider. The sacks of waffle mix slid. The door swung open. The freezer light blinked on. Something pale moved on the floor under the second shelf. The man screamed his daughter's name and stepped inside. For 1 terrible second, I thought it was a hand. It was. It was a plastic delivery sheet, the kind we laid over tubs during inventory when frost got bad, loosened from the shelf and flapping in the cold air from the moving door. The thump had been the pistachio tub shifting when the lid came off. The scraping was its cardboard side sliding against the metal rack. Misdirection. Explainable. Stupid. Also nearly fatal, because the man was now 2 steps inside the freezer, and the door, released from our broken pile of props, began swinging back. Out. Drew's voice screamed from somewhere behind us, still on my phone, still hearing pieces. I grabbed the man's raincoat with my right hand. Maya grabbed his other sleeve. He fought us without meaning to, twisting toward the shelves, calling for Lily, pawing between tubs like she might be folded behind Oreo and Vanilla Bean. "There's nobody in there," Maya shouted. "Look," he looked, really looked. The freezer was narrow and bright and brutally plain. Shelves on both sides, metal floor, frosted drain grate. No child. He stopped fighting just long enough for us to haul him backward. The freezer door hit my shoulder as we came out. I shoved it away, slipped on meltwater, and went down hard on one knee. Pain sparked under my kneecap. Maya stumbled over me but kept her feet. The man fell against the prep table, knocking the pistachio lid onto the floor again. The door swung closed. This time, nothing stopped it. The latch caught. A solid click. All three of us stared at it. The thermometer read -5. The man sagged against the prep table, chest heaving. Up close, I saw he wasn't some monster from outside. He was middle-aged, exhausted, bleeding, and terrified. His raincoat smelled like wet wool and street grime. His eyes were red in the corners. "My name is Paul Mercer," he said, as if remembering we needed that. "I'm her father. She turned her location on after we fought. I followed it here. I swear to God, I followed it here." Maya lifted the phone again. "Then, why is it here and she is?" Paul looked at it like it might answer. That was our second attempt. Confront the apparent threat, check the freezer again, prove whether Lily was inside. It failed too. We learned the man was probably exactly what he claimed, or at least terrified enough to make lies unnecessary. We learned the freezer was empty. We learned the phone had been placed there without Lily. And we lost the only open state of the freezer door. Now it was shut, latched, and the proper wedge was still gone. The police siren came close enough to brighten the front windows blue for an instant. Relief hit me so fast I almost sat down. Then the lights went out. Not all at once. The front neon sign clicked off first. The menu board glow died. Then the hallway fluorescence blinked, buzzed, and dropped us into a thick gray emergency dimness lit only by Maya's phone, Lily's phone, and a small red exit sign over the chained back door. The freezer compressor stopped. The sudden quiet was physical. My ears filled with the small wet sounds of people breathing. Maya said, "Power outage." Paul turned toward the front. Blue light flashed again across the broken glass, but it didn't move like a patrol car parking. It slid past. A siren Dopplered away. "Not for us," I said. Maya swore. The dispatcher's voice came from her phone, broken and thin. "Units are rerouting around. Repeat your location." Maya raised the phone. "We're still inside. Power just went out. He's inside with us, but he's the father. The back door is chained." The call crackled, then dropped. "No," Maya said. She tapped the screen, one bar, then none. My own phone still lay under the prep table, lit faintly, but when I crawled for it, the screen was black. Water had gotten under the cracks. Drew was gone. We had no dispatcher. No Drew, no lights. No open exit. A bleeding father. A possible missing child. A freezer door that had just latched. Then Lily's phone chimed. All of us looked at it. Maya's hand trembled as she turned the screen toward us. A text preview sat over the missed calls. "Unknown number. Tell him to stop looking." Paul made a sound I don't have a clean word for. Maya whispered, "Who is that?" The phone chimed again. "Unknown number. Back room, camera is blind for 2 sec. Every 5 min my mouth went dry." The camera dropout had not been a glitch. The text continued typing. "Unknown number. freezer isn't the place, it's the way to make you move. Paul lunged for the phone, but Maya jerked it back. Don't touch it, she snapped. It's about my daughter. It's evidence. She's my daughter. His shout filled the narrow hallway and bounced off the metal shelves. Somewhere near the front, broken glass shifted under its own weight with a tinkling slide. I forced myself to breathe through my nose. Sugar, bleach, wet cardboard, blood, cold metal. A thud came from the alley door. We all turned. Another thud, not the freezer this time, the back exit. Someone was outside in the alley. The chain rattled hard enough to shake the crash bar. Maya backed toward me. Police. Police would announce, I said, though I wasn't sure. Maybe they wouldn't. Maybe in a broken shop with a possible kidnapping, they would do all kinds of things I didn't know. Paul shouted, "Help, we're in here." I grabbed his sleeve. Wait, too late. From outside, a voice said, "Open the door." Male, low. Not a shout. Close to the gap. Paul surged toward it. "Do you have Lily?" The chain rattled again. "Open the door," the voice repeated. Maya lifted Lily's phone, using its flashlight. The beam hit the back door's small gap and caught rainwater running down the chain links outside. Something else too. A black gloved hand threaded through the handle, holding the padlock steady. Not unlocking it, holding it, keeping it closed. I felt the shop map itself in my head with cruel clarity. Front entrance broken and exposed to Congress Street. But whoever had sent those texts wanted us moving, not leaving. Back door chained from outside, someone physically there. Freezer in the middle of the rear hall, door latched. Office useless, bathrooms flimsy. Dry storage full of heavy objects and narrow shelves. The counter area ahead was open, but covered in broken glass. The alley behind us was controlled by someone we couldn't see. Maya whispered, "Connor." The freezer compressor clicked once in the dark, trying to restart and failing. Then the freezer's emergency alarm began to beep. A sharp pulse from the control panel beside the door. Beep, beep, beep. The digital temperature display, running on backup battery, flickered from -5 to -3. Drew had once told me the freezer door release could stick when the frame frosted over. He had not told me what happened when power failed, the compressor stopped, and the old control panel thought the door seal had been compromised. The magnetic safety lock engaged with a metallic clack. I knew what it was because Drew had shown me the manual lockout button once, joking that the system was older than most of our employees and twice as moody. The freezer door was now sealed by the emergency lock, not to keep people in, to keep the cold in during outages. Procedural failure. Bad design. Old equipment. A trap made out of maintenance shortcuts. Maya tried the handle anyway. It didn't budge. Paul shoved in beside her, pulling, cursing, bleeding onto the metal. Nothing. The phone in Maya's hand chimed a final time. Unknown number. Now choose at the same moment. Heavy footsteps crunched through the broken glass at the front of the shop. Not one set. 2, maybe 3. Maya looked toward the customer area. Paul looked toward the chained back door. I looked at the freezer panel, blinking its red warning light in the dark. And then at the narrow stairwell door beside dry storage that led down to the old basement utility room. I had forgotten about it until that second. A short set of wooden stairs under a hatch-style door, used for breakers, water shutoffs, and storage nobody wanted to inventory. No public exit. No comfort. But the breaker panel was down there, and if we could restore power, maybe the freezer lock would release. Maybe the cameras would come back. Maybe the alarm system would reconnect. Or maybe we would be cornering ourselves below street level while unknown people entered from the front and someone held the back door shut from outside. The footsteps in the front stopped. A voice called from the dark customer area, calm and unfamiliar. "Paul, you should have listened." Paul went rigid. He knew that voice. That was the point of no return, not the power outage, not the broken glass, not even the locked freezer. It was the look on Paul Mercer's face when the stranger called him by name. And I understood, finally, that this had never been only about a lost girl or a bad latch. Maya grabbed the basement hatch handle. I picked up the cracked box cutter from the label printer drawer with my good hand. Paul whispered, "No," but the voices were already moving down the hallway, and the only direction left was down. Maya got the basement hatch open on the third pull. It stuck at first, swollen from years of damp, and for one panicked second, I thought we had found another door that would not open. Then she planted one sneaker against the wall, yanked with both hands, and the wood came free with a ripping scrape that sounded too loud in the dead shop. Cold air slid past our ankles from the freezer. Rain blew in somewhere behind us through the broken front. The freezer alarm kept beeping. Beep, beep, beep. From the dark customer area, the unfamiliar voice called, "Paul, don't make this worse." Paul stood frozen in the hallway, Lily's phone reflected in his wet eyes. Maya aimed the phone flashlight down into the hatch. Narrow wooden stairs dropped into blackness. The basement smelled like standing water, dust, and hot electrical plastic, though the power was out. "Move," Maya whispered. Paul didn't. The footsteps crunched closer over broken glass. More than one person. Slow, careful. Knew the layout enough not to rush. I shoved the cracked box cutter into Paul's hand because mine was shaking too badly to trust it. "If you know them, now is the time to say something." He looked at the cutter like I had handed him a confession. "I owed money." Maya stared at him. "What? My brother, not me. My brother owed them. I paid some, not enough." "Where's Lily?" I asked. His face folded around the question. "I don't know." That answer sounded too broken to be a lie. Maya hissed, "Down." Now, she went first, phone in one hand, the other sliding along the wall. I followed, half falling because my left hand was useless, and my knee had started to throb from when I'd hit the tile. Paul came last, lowering the hatch above him as quietly as he could. It did not close all the way. The wood had warped. A half-inch line of hallway remained above us, leaking red pulses from the freezer alarm. The basement under Bluebell's was not a real room so much as a long, low utility crawl space, pretending to be useful. The stairs ended on a concrete floor dusted white with mineral stains. Directly ahead was the breaker panel, a gray metal box mounted on brick. To the left were old syrup boxes, a broken patio umbrella, and 3 plastic tubs of seasonal decorations. To the right, water pipes ran along the ceiling toward a small service alcove under the front of the shop. You could not stand straight unless you were short. Maya could. Paul and I had to bend. The freezer alarm pulsed above us, muffled now. Beep, beep. Maya moved to the breaker panel. "Tell me what to flip." "I don't know. You work here." "I scoop ice cream." "That's not helpful, Connor." She was right. I hated that she was right. I wiped my good hand on my apron and opened the panel. Breakers were labeled in Drew's block letters on tape. Front lights, POS, soft serve, freezer comp, freezer lock, Office, back hall, spare, do not touch. Freezer lock, I said. Maya's hand hovered. Above us, the hatch creaked. All three of us stopped breathing. A strip of light widened, not electric light, phone light. Someone upstairs was shining down through the gap. A man's voice said, close now, they went under. Paul whispered, Nate. The name made the basement smaller. Nate who? Maya mouthed. Paul swallowed. Delaney, my brother's old boss. Another voice, deeper, answered from upstairs. Then pull them out. The hatch lifted. Maya flipped freezer lock. Nothing happened. She flipped it back, then again. Still nothing. Main power's out, I whispered. Breaker won't matter until, then why did you make me flip it? Because I panicked. She looked like she wanted to hit me. Then the hatch swung open above us, and she didn't have time. A man started down. Wore black gloves and a dark jacket wet at the shoulders. Not huge, maybe mid-30s, clean haircut, ordinary face. That was worse. Ordinary people can do terrible things and still look like somebody who waits politely at crosswalks. He pointed a flashlight at us. Phone, Maya backed away. Give me the girl's phone, he said. Paul stepped between them, box cutter low in his hand. Where is she, Nate? Nate looked at him with irritated disappointment, like Paul had shown up late to work. Safe. For now. Paul moved up one stair. Nate raised something in his other hand. A stun gun, not a movie taser with wires. A handheld contact one, black and square. He snapped it on. Blue arcs cracked at the end, lighting the basement wall in ugly flashes. Maya flinched and dropped Lily's phone. It hit the concrete, flashlight beam spinning across pipes, boxes, our shoes. Nate smiled a little. Good, Paul lunged. It was brave and useless. Nate jabbed the stun gun into Paul's upper arm. The crack was small. Paul's whole body buckled. He crashed sideways into the breaker panel, shoulder first, box cutter skittering across the floor. The panel door banged against brick. Maya screamed, then clapped a hand over her mouth. I grabbed the nearest thing in reach, a plastic tub of Christmas decorations. I swung it two-handed, forgetting my left hand, until pain tore up my arm. The tub hit Nate in the knees, not hard enough to stop him, hard enough to make him stumble. Glass ornaments burst across the concrete. Cheap red balls rolled underfoot. Tinsel spilled like metallic weeds. Nate cursed and swung the flashlight. It caught me across the cheek, a flash of white, a taste of copper. I fell back into the water pipes and hit my head against one hard enough to make the room tilt. Maya moved while he looked at me. She kicked the dropped phone under the old syrup boxes. Nate saw it. Don't. She ran the other direction, toward the service alcove. He went after her. That saved us and trapped her. The basement was long but not open. Boxes and pipes made lanes. Maya slipped through the narrow right side gap easily. Nate had to duck and turn his shoulders. I pushed off the pipe, dizzy, and saw Paul trying to sit up, his arm twitching from the shock. Paul, I whispered, get up. He stared at me, not seeing. From above, another man shouted, Nate. Stay there, Nate barked. Maya reached the service alcove under the front of the shop. There was no exit there. Just old plumbing, a capped drain, and the shut-off valves Drew had once told me never to touch unless the building was actively flooding. Drew, the shut-offs, the freezer rule. The door had to stay propped open because the latch and release were bad. The emergency lock had sealed when the power died. The intruders had counted on that, on us moving, on the camera dropout. But they had not counted on the building being old and badly maintained in a dozen other ways. I grabbed the box cutter from the floor. Nate cornered Maya near the valves. "Phone," he said. "I don't have it." He raised the stun gun again. "Then tell me where." She looked past him at me for half a second, not at my face, at the pipes above my head. A small white tag hung from one valve, freezer condenser water line. Another, front sink. Another, mop basin. I understood just enough to do something stupid. I dragged myself to the valve-tagged mop basin and twisted it with my good hand. Nothing. Rusted. Nate turned at the sound. I jammed the box cutter under the plastic zip tie, holding a bundle of old tubing against the wall, and pulled. The blade slipped, cut my thumb. I pulled again. The tie snapped, and a sagging, flexible line dropped. Nate started toward me. Maya grabbed the freezer condenser valve with both hands and turned. It gave. A pipe above us knocked once, then shuddered. Somewhere upstairs, in the wall behind the freezer, water began to rush. Not a neat sound. A violent, pressurized hiss. Nate hesitated. "What did you do?" he said. "I don't know," Maya said, and laughed once, wild and breathless. "But you should probably care." The basement lights flickered, just once. A generator, backup, a delayed reset. I never learned. The panel buzzed behind Paul's shoulder. The red alarm above us changed pitch. Beep, 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 beep. A metal clack came from upstairs. The freezer emergency lock releasing. Nate heard it too. His face changed. "Up," he shouted to the man above. "Check the freezer." That was when Paul came back to himself. He didn't stand, he crawled. Nate turned toward the stairs, and Paul wrapped both arms around his legs. "Run," Paul said. Nate kicked him in the ribs. Paul held on. Maya sprinted past them. I followed slower because my knee had stiffened and my head rang with each heartbeat. Nate twisted, reaching for my ankle, and his gloved fingers brushed my shoe. I kicked back and caught him in the chin. Not clean, not heroic. My heel scraped teeth. He grunted, and Paul dragged him down again. We hit the stairs. Above us, the hallway was lit in red pulses from the freezer alarm and blue-white flashes from someone's phone. The freezer door stood unlocked now, handle trembling slightly from the alarm vibration. Another man waited near the prep table, bigger than Nate, hood up, face covered by a black gaiter. He had the missing red wedge in one hand. The sight of it made something in me snap. Not fear, anger. The stupid red wedge. The one simple safety tool that would have kept the night from becoming a maze. He had it like a trophy, scuffed rubber dangling from his glove. Maya saw it too. "You took it." The man looked toward the basement hatch. "Where's Nate?" Paul answered by slamming into the back of his knees from below. He had followed us up the stairs on hands and knees, breath ragged, face gray. He caught the man low. The man staggered into the prep table. The pistachio lid shot off the edge and spun across the floor again. The man swung the wedge. It hit Paul over the ear with a dull rubber smack that still dropped him hard. Maya screamed his name. The freezer door stood open beside us, no longer sealed. Cold rolled out around our calves. The man raised the wedge again. I threw the mop bucket. It was not a good throw. It was heavy, awkward, half full of gray water. But the hallway was narrow. It hit him in the shins and burst sideways, dirty water spreading over the tile. He slipped, caught himself on the freezer door, and for 1 second, his back was to the open walk-in. Maya moved. She didn't shove him into the freezer, not fully. She drove her shoulder into his hip with everything she had. He stumbled backward across the threshold, 1 foot inside, 1 outside. He grabbed her apron. I reached for her with my injured hand, and almost blacked out from the pain. My fingers didn't work. She was being pulled forward, sneaker sliding over wet tile. The freezer alarm screamed now, a continuous tone. Nate came out of the basement behind us, one hand on the stair rail, stun gun still in the other. Everything narrowed. The man in the freezer doorway yanked Maya closer. Nate raised the stun gun toward my back. Paul, bleeding from the side of his head, groaned on the floor. And I saw the soda crate, crushed, cracked, forgotten beside the threshold. One bottle remained intact, wedged between the crate slats. I grabbed it with my good hand and smashed it against the prep table. The sound was enormous in the hallway. The bottle broke jagged. Nate stopped. The man at the freezer door looked at the glass in my hand. I didn't stab anybody. I wish I could say I was too moral, but the truth is I was too scared and too clumsy. Instead, I slashed downward at Maya's apron tie where the man had twisted it in his fist. The fabric cut. Maya fell backward into me. The man lost his grip, stepped deeper into the freezer to catch his balance, and hit the metal shelf shoulder first. Tubs rocked. Vanilla bean dropped and split open on the floor. Nate lunged. Maya kicked the freezer door with both feet. The door swung inward. The man inside tried to push it back, but his shoes slipped in the spilled ice cream. His hand slapped the inside emergency release bar. Nothing happened. It stuck, just like Drew had warned. The door hit the frame. Not latched yet. The man shoved from inside, roaring. Nate reached us. Paul grabbed the red wedge from the floor where it had fallen. For a terrible second, I thought he would use it to keep the freezer open. Instead, he jammed it under the outside edge of the door, not as a prop, but as a block against the man's push from inside. The wedge caught between tile and metal. The door couldn't open outward more than an inch. "Hold it," Paul shouted. Maya and I slammed our shoulders into the door. Nate drove the stun gun into my side. Pain detonated. My muscles locked. My jaw clamped so hard I bit my tongue. I fell against the freezer door, not holding it by choice anymore, but because my body had become a stiff, useless weight. Maya screamed and swung the mop handle at Nate's wrist. The stun gun flew, skittered under the prep table, and sparked once in the meltwater before going dark. Nate punched her. It caught her above the eye. Her head snapped sideways, and she went down on one knee. Paul left the wedge and tackled Nate into the dry storage shelves. Boxes came down. Sprinkles burst open. Paper cups rained across the floor. Nate and Paul hit the tile together, grappling in the mess. Inside the freezer, the man kicked the door. The wedge shifted. I couldn't move right. My side burned and twitched. My left hand was useless. My mouth was full of blood from my tongue. Maya crawled to the door, one eye already swelling. She looked at me. "Connor," she said. "Latch." I understood. We had been trying to keep the door shut with our bodies. But the latch was bad in one specific way. Once it caught, it held too well. The danger that could trap us could trap him. I grabbed the handle with my good hand and pulled the door open half an inch against the man's next kick. He shoved. Maya yanked the red wedge free. The door moved outward. Then I let go. The closer did the rest. The door slammed. The latch caught with a clean, final click. The man inside hit the door from the other side hard enough to shake frost from the frame. Once. Twice. Then he slapped the emergency release bar again and again. It didn't open. Maya sat back on the wet tile, shaking. "We can't leave him in there," she said. "No No triumph, no relief, just horror at what we had done, because it was the only thing that stopped him. Nate heard the latch and panicked. He drove his elbow into Paul's face, shoved him away, and scrambled toward the front. He slipped on sprinkles, caught the wall, kept going. I tried to stand and couldn't. Maya tried to grab him, but her balance was gone. Paul reached out, missed Nate's ankle by inches. Nate disappeared toward the customer area. Then he ran straight into blue light. Real blue light this time. Flashlights, voices, boots over glass. Portland police. Get on the ground. Nate turned back toward us, hands half raised, half ready to run. He had nowhere left. 2 officers came through the broken front, weapons drawn, shouting commands that overlapped in the narrow shop. Nate dropped to his knees. Another officer moved past him, saw Paul bleeding, Maya on the floor, me twitching against the freezer door, and the red alarm panel screaming. "There's someone in the freezer," Maya said. The officer looked at the door. "Alive." The man inside kicked it again. The officer swore. Drew arrived less than a minute later, though I don't know from where. Maybe he had been driving in since the first call. Maybe someone reached him after the 911 dispatcher lost us. He came through the broken front in a hoodie and jeans, face white, breathless, and went straight to the freezer. "Don't pull it," he told the officer. "The release sticks. You yank the handle, it can shear the latch." "Then how do we open it?" Drew looked at the water on the floor, the alarm panel, the breaker reset light. "Kill the lock from the panel. Then lift, don't pull." "I flipped it," Maya said weakly. Drew glanced at me, then at her. "Power's back now." An officer went down to the basement with him. Another kept his weapon on Nate. A third knelt by Paul, pressing gauze to his head from a first aid kit. The freezer alarm stopped. The silence after it was not peaceful. It was bruised. Drew came back up. He put both hands on the freezer handle, lifted slightly, and pulled. The door opened. The man inside fell out on his hands and knees, gasping, face red, eyelashes frosted at the tips. One wrist bent wrong from pounding the door. He was conscious, alive, furious, terrified. Police cuffed him before he could stand. Nobody cheered. Paul kept saying Lily's name until one officer crouched beside him and said something I didn't catch. Then Paul broke down so hard his whole body folded forward. Later, I learned Lily was found 2 blocks away in the back of a closed flower shop, locked in a storage room with a space heater and a bottle of water. Alive, drugged lightly, frightened badly, but alive. Nate's crew had used her phone to pull Paul to Bluebells because they knew the back hallway cameras dropped every few minutes. Knew Drew's old freezer system could be manipulated. Knew panic would do more work than force. But in that moment, on the wet tile beside the freezer, I didn't know any of that. I only knew Maya was bleeding above one eye. Paul was sobbing with his hands cuffed in front of him until the officers sorted out who he was, and my left hand had swollen so badly my fingers looked like they belonged to someone else. Drew crouched beside me. "You broke the rule," he said. I tried to laugh and tasted blood instead. "Yeah," I said, "but we used the wedge." He looked at the freezer door, then at the red rubber triangle lying in the meltwater. For once, he had no answer. First doctor who looked at my hand said, "You're lucky." People say that a lot after bad things happen. It's meant kindly. I know that. But sitting under fluorescent lights in the emergency department at Maine Medical Center, with dried ice cream crusted on my shoe and my left hand swollen into a purple-white knot, I did not feel lucky. I felt stupid, sore, and very awake. The doctor was a woman in blue scrubs with tired eyes and a badge that kept flipping backward when she leaned over me. She asked me to wiggle my fingers. I tried. My ring finger moved. My middle finger did not. Again, she said. I tried again. Pain bloomed up my wrist, not sharp exactly, heavy, like my bones had been packed too tightly under the skin. Possible fracture, she said. Maybe tendon involvement. We'll x-ray, clean the cuts, splint you for now, and have ortho follow up. That sounds like more than lucky. She smiled without showing teeth. Lucky means you still have the fingers. I stopped arguing. Maya was 3 curtains down. I could hear her before I saw her. Not crying, telling a nurse she did not need a wheelchair, then immediately bumping into something and saying, okay, maybe for like 10 feet. Her eyebrow had split where Nate punched her, and they glued it shut with a clear adhesive that made the skin shine. She had a mild concussion, a bruised cheek, and a black eye that fully arrived before dawn, swelling dark and glossy under the hospital lights. Paul Mercer was in another section, separated from us by police, doctors, and the kind of legal caution that settles over everyone after kidnapping. He had 2 cracked ribs, a cut above his ear, burns on his upper arm from the stun gun, and wrists raw from when officers cuffed him before they understood he was not one of the men who had taken his daughter. I saw him only once that night, through the gap in my curtain, wrapped in a blanket with his shoulders bent forward, speaking to a detective. Every few seconds, he looked toward the hall, as if Lily might be brought past him, and he would miss her if he blinked. They found Lily Mercer at 11:48 p.m. That time got fixed in my head because I heard the detective say it twice. She was in the storage room of a closed flower shop on Forest Avenue, a place with a faded awning and metal buckets stacked in the window. Nate Delaney's crew had borrowed a delivery van, parked it behind the shop, and kept her there while using her phone to lure Paul to Bluebells. She had been given something that made her groggy, though not enough to stop her from fighting them at some point. One of the officers told Maya, quietly and not as an official statement, that Lily had kicked one man hard enough to leave blood on her white sneaker. That was why only one shoe had been at Bluebells. The other had stayed with her. When Paul heard she was alive, he made a sound that carried all the way down the hall. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't cinematic. It was a broken exhale, like a man who had been holding his breath for hours and found out breath was still possible. Maya heard it too. The nurse had just finished cleaning her eyebrow. Maya closed her eyes, and for the first time since the freezer door latched, her face went loose. Good, she whispered. Okay, good. Then she threw up into a plastic basin. Trauma has no respect for timing. The police took our statements in pieces. At first in the hospital, then again 2 days later at the station, then once more in a small conference room where a victim advocate kept sliding cups of water toward us, as if hydration could make the story easier to tell. They asked us to describe the man outside. Paul. They asked about the camera system, the freezer alarm, the missing wedge, the texts on Lily's phone, the chain on the back door, the power outage. We told them what we knew and what we didn't. There was more we didn't. That bothered me more than I expected. Nate Delaney was arrested at the shop. His accomplice, the one we'd trapped in the freezer, was named Jason Rourke. He lost no fingers, despite what the first rumors online claimed. He had frostbite on 2 fingertips, a sprained wrist from beating the inside release bar, and a very large list of charges. Third man was caught before sunrise in a motel parking lot near I-295 with Lily's backpack in the trunk of his car. A fourth was identified later through traffic cameras and a partial print on the chain. The chain mattered. The detectives kept coming back to it. So did the wedge. So they knew about the freezer rule, one detective asked Drew, while Maya and I sat in the corner of the conference room. Not quite witnesses, and not quite furniture. Drew rubbed both hands over his scalp. He looked older than 38 that morning. Somebody knew there was a wedge. Employees, plenty over the years, former employees. Yes, customers. He gave a tired laugh. It's an ice cream shop. People can see things. The detective didn't laugh with him. The police theory, as it was explained to us carefully and incompletely, was that Nate's crew had been watching Paul. They knew he was behind on money connected to his brother's debt. They knew his daughter had a phone with location sharing. They planned to panic him, isolate him, and force him to hand over something. Cash, maybe. Information, maybe. Paul never said, at least not to us. Bluebells had been chosen because it sat on a busy street where a desperate man could arrive without drawing attention. But the back alley was narrow, poorly lit, and easy to control. The freezer room was a pressure point. Plant the phone inside, remove the wedge, chain the back door, cut the power at the exterior service box, and the people inside would move where you wanted them. Panic would do the rest. That was the part I kept returning to. They hadn't needed a locked basement or a hidden tunnel or anything elaborate. They used our procedures against us, our habits, our assumptions, the fact that closing employees are tired, that a manager's warnings start to sound like overkill if nothing bad has happened lately, that a missing child turns everyone into someone willing to break rules. The freezer room had one crucial rule, and they knew exactly how to make us violate it. Bluebell stayed closed for 6 weeks. At first, there was yellow tape across the broken front, then plywood, then a handwritten sign taped to the door, closed for REPAIRS. Thank you for understanding. Someone drew a little ice cream cone on it. A week later, somebody else wrote True Crime Sunday in black marker, and Drew went down himself and tore the sign off. The local news ran the story for 3 days. They used a photo of the shop from summer, bright and clean, with a line of tourists out the door. They called Maya and me employees who helped foil an abduction plot, which made both of us stop watching. Paul was described as a local father targeted by criminal associates, which was true, and also so thin it felt insulting. Lily was not named after the first night, which was the only decent thing the coverage did. My dad drove me to my follow-up appointments. He did not know what to say, so he kept saying practical things. Seat belt all right over your ribs. My ribs are fine, Dad. Need me to open that bottle? It's water. You're supposed to keep the splint dry. I know. He fussed because he was scared, and I let him because I was too. At home, I slept in short pieces. 2 hours, then awake. 40 minutes, then awake. Sometimes I woke because I heard the freezer alarm in my dream. Sometimes because my hand throbbed. Sometimes because I could feel, with stupid perfect clarity, the moment the door slammed on my fingers. The pressure, the metal edge, the certainty that the mistake was already made. Maya texted me at odd hours. You awake? Usually I was. For the first week, we didn't talk about anything important. We sent each other photos of terrible hospital socks and videos of dogs falling off couches. Then one night, around 2:13 a.m., she wrote, "I keep thinking I should have waited for police." I stared at the message for a long time before answering. Me too. 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. But Lily's alive. I typed and erased 6 different responses. Finally, I wrote, "Both can be true." She sent back a thumbs up, which was not what she meant, and I understood that too. Paul came to see us once, 3 weeks later, after asking through the detective whether it would be okay. We met in the parking lot behind Bluebell's because the shop was still being repaired, and none of us wanted coffee or a sit-down meal or anything that would require pretending. He looked thinner. His left arm was in a sling. Lily was not with him, and I was glad. Not because I didn't care about her, because I didn't want to become part of her story more than I already was. Paul thanked us. Maya said, "You don't have to do that." "I do," he said, "but I know it doesn't fix anything." His voice was steadier than at the hospital, but his eyes kept moving to the back alley. The chain was gone. The door had a new lock, new hinge plates, and a camera above it with a little blinking blue light. "Is she okay?" I asked. He looked at the pavement. "She's alive. She's home. She talks to her aunt more than me right now." Maya nodded. "That's still talking." "Yeah," he said. "That's what they tell me." He apologized too, for breaking the glass, for lunging at us, for getting us involved, even though that part had not really been his choice. Maya accepted it. I did too. Neither of us said it was okay, because it was. Before he left, Paul held out something wrapped in a napkin. Maya opened it. The silver star charm from Lily's sneaker. "She wanted you to have it," he said. "Both of you, I guess. She said she doesn't want it." Maya's face tightened. She looked like she might refuse, then thought better of making Paul carry it back. "Tell her thank you," she said. Paul nodded. After he left, Maya and I stood there behind the shop with the charm sitting in her palm. "You take it," she said. "No, I don't want it in my apartment." "Neither do I," so we gave it to Drew when the shop reopened. He put it in the office drawer under the label printer, beside the new box cutters, spare tape rolls, and a brand new backup wedge. The reopening was quiet. No balloons. No big post online. Drew had the freezer replaced before he agreed to unlock the front door again. Not repaired, replaced. New latch, new interior release, new alarm system, new camera angle, and a rule printed in black letters on a laminated sign. No one enters walk-in freezer without door propped open. No exceptions. There were now 3 wedges. 1 red, 1 yellow, 1 black. Each hung on its own hook with a label. Drew installed a checklist by the closing binder, and you had to initial the freezer check, the back door check, and the camera check before setting the alarm. Maya quit 2 days before reopening. She didn't make a speech about it. She texted Drew, returned her key, and told me she had found work at a print shop where the coldest room was emotionally, not physically. We still talked, less often over time, than mostly on holidays, or when one of us saw a news story about bad workplace safety and sent it with no comment. I went back. I wish I had a better reason. Courage, maybe. Closure. The truth is simpler. I needed money, and part of me thought if I didn't return, bluebells would stay frozen in my head forever. I stood behind the counter with my hand in a splint and scooped flavors one-handed until I learned how to brace a tub with my forearm and make it look intentional. Customers still asked what happened. Drew told us to say, There was a police incident, but everyone is safe now. Everyone is safe now. It became another shop phrase, like do you want a cup or cone? Or the pistachio has nuts. Technically true. Comforting if you didn't press on it. The first time I had to enter the new freezer, I stood at the threshold for almost a full minute. The light came on immediately. No delay. The shelves were clean. The floor was dry. The temperature display glowed steady. The new emergency release bar was bright green and tested weekly. The red wedge held the door open so firmly that it didn't move when I kicked it. Drew stood behind me without saying anything. "You can grab vanilla," he said finally. "Or I can. I've got it." My voice sounded almost normal. I stepped in, 3 steps. Vanilla on the left, second shelf. I lifted the tub with my right hand and braced it against my hip. For 1 second, the smell of cold cardboard and sugar tightened around my throat, and my body tried to convince me that the door had moved. It had not. I turned. The door was open. Drew was visible beyond it. The hallway was bright. I walked out. Drew nodded once. That was all. Months later, after the arrests and plea hearings and articles had faded, after my hand had healed stiff but usable, after the scar over Maya's eyebrow stopped looking angry in the photo she sent, I found the old pistachio lid in the office. I was looking for receipt paper. The drawer under the label printer jammed, and when I pulled it too hard, the whole thing came forward with a wooden clatter. Tape rolls spilled. Rubber bands dropped. The silver star charm slid against the side. And underneath, a stack of outdated employee schedules was the lid. Pistachio. Drew's blocky handwriting, date from that morning. I picked it up carefully. There was nothing strange about it. Plastic rim, melt marks, a faint smell of nuts and freezer burn. Evidence should have been collected. Maybe it had been, and this was another lid. Maybe someone had tossed it in the drawer during cleanup without thinking. Maybe Drew had kept it for reasons he never admitted. Then I noticed the inside rim. Small strip of gray tape was stuck there, folded over on itself. The kind used to secure tiny tracking tags or keys under counters. There was a square of sticky residue in the center where something had been removed. I stood in the office doorway, lid in my good hand, listening to the shop around me. A family laughed near the front window. The soft serve machine hummed. Rain tapped the awning outside with a familiar, patient rhythm. From the back hall, the new freezer compressor started, smooth and steady. No delay, no alarm, nothing wrong. I put the lid back under the schedules and closed the drawer. Then I went out front and asked the next customer if they wanted sprinkles. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another if you dare. Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much, the ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. The call came in as a lift assist, but the address on the screen kept moving. Not far, not enough that anybody in dispatch would have called it a glitch. Just a house number dragging itself 1 block south, then snapping back. The little blue route line on the tablet, redrawing with a soft chirp every time we hit a pothole. 2218 Brookside Avenue, then 2216, then 2220. Same neighborhood, same dark residential stretch north of Pittsburgh, where the roads looked wet even when they weren't, the pavement shining under old sodium streetlights like someone had rubbed it down with oil. "Tablet's drunk," Lewis said. He tapped the screen with one gloved finger, and the route settled again. 2218 Brookside Avenue. We both stared at it for a second longer than we needed to. Then the radio cracked and dispatch said, "Medic 12. Caller reports elderly male, difficulty breathing, conscious and alert. Fire is unavailable for lift assist. Use caution. Caller states patient is over 300 pounds. Lewis reached for the mic. Medic 12 received. En route. He clipped it back and looked over at me. Conscious and alert. My favorite kind of 300-pounder. I was driving that night because I always drove when the weather turned mean. That was one of the little rules we had made without saying it out loud. Lewis was better with people, better at walking into a living room full of panic and making everyone lower their voices just by lowering his. I was better with the rig. I liked the weight of it, the delayed sway, the way it made you plan 3 seconds ahead. I liked having my hands occupied. My name is Owen Mercer. I was 34 then, male, and I had been driving ambulances for Allegheny County EMS for 9 years, long enough to stop thinking sirens sounded urgent and start hearing them as a kind of weather. I had a wife asleep at home in Dormont, a 6-year-old daughter who still believed every ambulance belonged to me, and a bad habit of checking mirrors too often because I never quite trusted what was behind us. My private fear, if I'm being honest, wasn't blood or wreckage or dead bodies. It was missing something obvious. A wrong turn, a symptom, a locked door, some small practical detail that everybody else assumed I had under control. Luis Alvarez, 42, male, sat in the passenger seat beside me, one boot propped lightly against the dashboard in the way he knew he shouldn't. He had 15 years on the job, a shaved head, a salt and pepper goatee, and an old paramedic's ability to eat gas station chili at 2 in the morning without losing faith in humanity. He kept a rosary wrapped twice around the gearshift, not because he talked much about God, but because his mother had given it to him after his second divorce, and he said she'd notice if it disappeared. He was calm by temperament, but not soft. The job had filed him down into someone who looked relaxed until he was suddenly very fast. It was 1:42 a.m. on a Wednesday in late February, the kind of hour when the city felt like it had been emptied for cleaning. We were coming off a run in Millville, a drunk guy who'd split his eyebrow on a radiator and apologized to the radiator while we bandaged him. The back of the ambulance still carried the warm copper smell of blood under the sharper stink of bleach wipes. Somewhere behind me, an oxygen regulator ticked faintly in its bracket with each bump. Difficulty breathing, Lewis said, reading from the dispatch notes. Caller is daughter. Says patient is refusing transport. Of course he is. Name is Howard Vance. 68. History of COPD, CHF, diabetes. That's the sampler platter. The windshield wipers dragged slush into gray arcs. They squeaked every third pass. Not loud, just enough to get under the skin. Brookside sat on the edge of Ross Township, one of those post-war streets where every house seemed to have a narrow driveway, a front porch, and a basement that probably flooded every spring. The map took us down Babcock Boulevard, past a closed diner with red vinyl booths glowing under fluorescent lights, then into quieter streets that rose and dipped between bare trees. The houses got smaller. The snowbanks got dirtier. A plastic Santa lay face down beside someone's garbage cans even though Christmas had been over for 2 months. The tablet chirped again. Lewis looked down. Now it says we passed it. I checked the mirrors and slowed. We haven't. Maybe the caller gave the wrong address. Maybe. The houses on the right went 2208, 2210, 2212. Black numbers nailed to porch posts. A blue recycling bin tipped on its side. A porch light buzzing with trapped moths that shouldn't have been alive in February. 2216 had no lights on. 2218 had every light on. Found our winner, Lewis said. There were 2 cars in the driveway, both boxed in by snow that had been shoveled badly and then refrozen. A dark green Subaru with a county park sticker on the rear window, and behind it, closer to the garage, an old Buick with a handicapped placard swinging from the mirror. The front walk had been salted in a crooked white line. The porch bulb flickered once, went steady, then flickered again as I eased the ambulance to the curb. No one came outside. That was the first thing that bothered me in a way I could explain. On breathing calls, especially ones involving parents, someone usually stood in the doorway waving like we might miss the big white ambulance with red lights spinning against every window on the block. They ran barefoot through snow. They yelled before you were out of the cab. They met you with pill bottles, oxygen tubing, a story already spilling out in pieces. Here, the house just waited. I killed the siren and left the emergency lights going. Red washed over the siding, over the blank windows, over the snow piled beside the porch steps. It made the house look like it was breathing in flashes. Maybe she's with him, Lewis said, but his voice had gone professional. We got out. The cold took the warmth from my face before my boots hit the street. It smelled like wet leaves, diesel exhaust, and somebody's wood stove burning too hot. Down the block, a dog barked twice and stopped. The ambulance engine idled behind us with its heavy, steady clatter. I opened the side compartment and pulled the jump bag. Lewis took the monitor and oxygen. We moved the way we always moved, each of us leaving space for the other without needing to talk. Up the walk. Watch the ice. Porch step loose on the left, screen door already unlatched. Lewis knocked hard, EMS. Something shifted inside, not footsteps exactly, more like a chair leg scraping and then stopping. Lewis looked at me. I knocked this time, paramedics. A woman's voice came from behind the door, thin and close. It's open. Lewis tried the knob. It turned. The smell came out before the warm air did, not death. I want to be clear about that. People think death has one smell, but it doesn't, not right away. This was old carpet, cigarette smoke soaked into wallpaper, fried onions, and the sour medicinal odor of a sick room where windows hadn't been opened in weeks. Under it, all was oxygen tubing plastic, that faint rubbery smell that clung to people with lung disease. We stepped into a narrow entryway crowded with shoes, mail, and a walker folded against the wall. The living room was to the left. A television played without sound, closed captions, crawling beneath a rerun of some late-night courtroom show. Lamps burned in 3 corners, all with yellow shades that made the room feel overheated, though I could see my breath when the front door swung behind us. A woman stood beside a recliner. Megan Vance, 39, female, was the caller, though I didn't know her name until Lewis asked. She had frizzy brown hair tied into a knot with a pencil stuck through it, and she wore a faded pit sweatshirt over pajama pants printed with cartoon dogs. Her face was pale and damp with sweat. She looked like someone who had been awake too long and kept solving the same problem badly. Her hands moved constantly, touching her sleeve, her collar, the phone in her palm, the back of the recliner. "My dad," she said. "He wouldn't let me call earlier. He said he was fine." Howard Vance sat in the recliner under a brown fleece blanket. At first glance, he looked exactly like half the patients we took out of old houses in winter. Big man, gray stubble, swollen ankles propped on a cushion, nasal cannula crooked under his nose, t-shirt stretched over a belly that rose and fell too fast. His skin had a waxy, bluish cast beneath the lamp. His mouth hung open, and each breath came with a wet rattle that seemed to catch halfway out. Lewis set the monitor down beside him. "Mr. Vance." "Howard, I'm Lewis. This is Owen. We're with EMS." Howard didn't answer. Megan leaned over him too quickly. "Dad, they're here." His eyes opened. That part still bothers me. Not because it was impossible. People with severe COPD drift in and out. Carbon dioxide builds up, oxygen drops. They become confused, sleepy, combative. I'd seen men open their eyes from near coma and swear at us with impressive precision. But Howard's eyes opened all at once, not slow, not heavy, and they fixed on me first. Lewis, who was in front of him, me by the doorway. His eyes were pale gray and filmed with moisture. The left one wandered a little. His lips moved around the cannula. I stepped closer. "Sir, can you tell us what's going on tonight?" His mouth worked. No sound. Lewis crouched beside him and touched 2 fingers to his wrist. "Megan, how long has he been breathing like this?" "All day. Worse after dinner. He was supposed to use the nebulizer, but he said it makes him shaky." "Any chest pain?" He said no. "Fever?" "I don't know. He's always hot or cold. It changes." Lewis glanced at me and gave the tiny nod that meant vitals. I unwound the blood pressure cuff and wrapped it around Howard's thick upper arm. His skin was cool, not cold, cool enough that I noticed. I slid the pulse ox onto his finger. The machine blinked, searched, failed, then blinked again. "No reading," I said. "Try another finger." I did. The television captions behind us read laughter, though no sound came from the speakers. Howard's chest hitched. His right hand, mottled and heavy, crept from under the blanket and gripped the recliner arm. The nails were yellow and blunt. A hospital bracelet circled his wrist, cut loose and retaped. Lewis saw it too. "When was he discharged?" Megan rubbed her forehead. "Yesterday morning. UPMC passavant. They said pneumonia, but not bad enough to keep him. They gave him antibiotics." "Take them." "He took 1, maybe 2. I can check. Later. Let's get him breathing first." The pulse ox caught for half a second. 72%. Then it disappeared. Lewis muttered, "Okay, Howard, we're going to give you some oxygen." "He has oxygen," Megan said, defensive and scared. "I know. We're going to give him more." I connected the non-rebreather and turned the flow up. The bag inflated with a soft crinkle. Lewis eased the cannula away and fitted the mask over Howard's face. Howard jerked his head once weakly, as if the touch annoyed him. "There he is," Lewis said. "I know. It's uncomfortable. Stay with us." The radio on my shoulder popped with static. "Medic 12, update." I pressed the button. "Medic 12 on scene, evaluating." The static stayed for a beat after I released it, a dry frying sound in the room. Megan's phone buzzed in her hand. She flinched and looked down. The screen lit her face from below. "Is someone else coming?" I asked. "My brother," she said. "He keeps calling. He lives in Erie. He thinks I'm exaggerating." Her voice cracked on that last word, and she hated it. I saw the embarrassment cross her face, quick and sharp. Louis was listening to Howard's lungs now, stethoscope tucked under the mask strap, one hand pressed gently against the man's shoulder. His expression flattened. Not alarmed yet, but narrowed. "How many steps to get out?" he asked me. "6 porch. Walk is icy. Driveway blocked. Stair chair won't be fun." Megan shook her head. "He won't go." Louis looked up at her. "Megan, he doesn't have much choice tonight. He said if I called, he'd refuse. He said he'd sign whatever paper." Howard's eyes were still open, still on me. I had the weird feeling he was listening carefully and letting his daughter speak for him because it suited him. That also wasn't impossible. Sick people did it all the time. They saved energy by letting family panic in full sentences. Louis leaned closer. "Howard, do you understand what's happening? Your oxygen is low. We need to take you to the hospital." Howard's lips moved under the mask. Louis lifted one side slightly. "Say again." A wet sound came from Howard's throat. His tongue shifted. He pulled an air that rattled like water in a straw. "Not," he whispered. Louis waited. "Not me." Megan covered her mouth. "Dad." Louis looked at me. I looked at the monitor, though we hadn't connected him yet. Anything to avoid staring at Howard's eyes. "Confusion can happen when oxygen drops," Louis said, mostly for Megan. "Owen, let's get a pressure manually." I put the cuff back on and placed the stethoscope at the crook of Howard's arm. The house made small noises around us. Furnace ticking, pipes knocking behind the wall, the television captions rolling through a silent argument, Megan breathing too fast through her nose. I pumped the cuff. The needle climbed. I let the valve open slowly. I heard nothing. I adjusted the bell and tried again. Nothing. Not faint, not distant. Nothing but the soft rub of my own glove against the tubing, and underneath that, the wet drag of Howard's breathing. "Can't get it," I said. Louis reached for the carotid, fingers pressing beside the big tendon in Howard's neck. His eyes stayed on Howard's face. Then he frowned. "Howard," Louis said sharply. "Look at me." Howard looked at me instead. The tablet chirped from Louis's kit on the floor. Route updated. That stupid little sound snapped every head in the room except Howard's. Megan whispered, "What was that?" "Tablet," I said. "It does that." Louis picked it up, intending to silence it. His thumb froze over the screen. I saw the reflection in his glasses before I saw the tablet itself. The call details had updated. Same address, same caller, same chief complaint. One line had changed. Patient status, deceased. Louis stared at it. "That from dispatch?" I asked. "No." Megan looked between us. "What? What is it?" Before either of us could answer, the radio on my shoulder hissed. "Medic 12, dispatch said, voice level and bored in that faraway room full of screens and coffee. Confirm you are on scene at 2218 Brookside for lift assist. Caller now advising patient is deceased." Megan went still. Her phone buzzed again in her hand. She looked down. The screen showed an active call. Her own number was calling 911. "I'm not calling," she said. Nobody spoke for a second. Then Howard moved. Not much. Just his hand tightening on the recliner arm, the tendons rising under thin skin, the old hospital bracelet sliding down toward his knuckles. Louis stood slowly. He didn't step back, but his weight changed, ready now. "Megan, he said, quiet. Did you call us from this phone? Yes. Has anyone else been in the house tonight? No. Is there another phone here? My dad's landline. In the kitchen. Behind us, somewhere deeper in the house, a phone began to ring. One ring. A pause. Another. Old-fashioned, metallic. Too loud for the small rooms. Megan stared toward the kitchen like the sound had reached into her by the throat. Howard's eyes finally left me and rolled toward the hallway. Lewis handed me the tablet. Owen. The choice was simple on paper. We could ignore the ringing phone, package Howard, get him out, and let the hospital untangle the impossible note in the call log. Or one of us could step into the kitchen, confirm who was calling, and maybe find out whether there was a second person in the house, a confused neighbor on a shared line, a prank, a carbon monoxide problem, anything that turned this back into a call with edges. The phone rang again. Howard whispered through the mask, so low I almost missed it. Do answer. Lewis looked at me. Megan looked at both of us. And for one long second, with the ambulance lights pulsing red through the front windows and the oxygen bag crinkling against Howard Vance's face, none of us moved. Then the ringing stopped. The phone stopped ringing, and the house seemed to lean in around the space it left. Not quiet. Houses are never quiet if you listen wrong. The furnace clicked and blew dusty heat through a floor vent by Howard's recliner. Water knocked in a pipe somewhere behind the kitchen wall. Side, the ambulance idled with that heavy diesel growl I had heard so many nights it had become part of my own breathing. Lewis kept his eyes on Howard. Okay, he said, like he was talking to a scared dog. We are not doing anything dramatic. Owen, get him on the monitor. Megan, I need you to step back from the chair. Megan didn't move. Her phone was still in her hand, screen dark now, clutched so tight her knuckles looked bleached. It said I called, she said. You saw it. It said I called. I saw the screen, Lewis said. Step back. What does that mean? It means I don't know yet. That was Lewis at his best. He never fed panic with fake certainty. But I could hear the edge under it, the little hard seam that came out when a scene stopped behaving like a medical call and started turning into something else. I knelt by Howard with the monitor leads. His chest still rose and fell under the t-shirt, but it had a wrong rhythm now, long pauses between shallow pulls, each one ending in a wet flutter at the back of his throat. The non-rebreather fogged with every exhale. The clear bag crinkled and deflated and filled again. Howard, I said, louder than before. I'm putting some stickers on your chest. His eyes tracked me, not steadily. They slid, corrected, found me again. His skin under the shirt was clammy and cool. Hair stuck to the adhesive pads when I pressed them on. I connected the leads, red, white, black, green, trying not to think too hard about the tablet update, or the phone, or the fact that I still had no blood pressure. The monitor came alive with artifact first, jagged nonsense from his tremor and our movement. Then it settled into a narrow, slow rhythm. Too slow. Lewis, I said. He looked over. The number rolled at the top of the screen. 38. Pulse, he asked. I put my fingers against Howard's carotid. There was something there, but it took me too long to decide if I felt it through his skin or through my own fingertips. Barely. Lewis shifted forward. Megan, did he take any pain medication? Sleeping pills? Anything not prescribed? No, he doesn't even take the stuff they prescribe unless I stand there. Any falls? No. Any carbon monoxide detectors go off? What? No. The monitor beeped once, late and lonely. Howard's lips moved beneath the mask. Louis leaned close. What are you saying, Howard? This time I heard it. Basement. Megan made a small sound. Dad, stop. Louis looked at her. What's in the basement? Nothing. Megan, laundry, old tools, freezer. It's just a basement. The word freezer landed in the room and stayed there. That might sound like me turning one ordinary word into a threat after the fact, but on night shift, ordinary words do that. Basement, freezer, shed, back bedroom. You learn to hear where people don't want you to look. Howard's heart rate dropped to 35. Louis stood. We're moving him. Now. He won't fit through the door in that chair, I said. He doesn't need to fit in the chair. We need the tarp and stair chair. Front walk is ice. I know. We need fire. I know that too. Louis grabbed the radio from his shoulder. Dispatch, Medic 12. Upgrade this call. We need fire for lift assist priority. Possible critical patient. Also requesting police for an unclear scene. Static. No answer. He tried again. Dispatch, Medic 12. More static. Then a broken slice of someone else's transmission. Faint and clipped. Copy engine, Louis swore under his breath. I checked my own radio. The little green light glowed, but the signal bar blinked like it couldn't make up its mind. Ross Township had dead spots, especially in dips between hills, but we weren't in the middle of the mountains. We were 8 miles from downtown Pittsburgh, in a living room with cable TV and a pit sweatshirt, and a man trying not to die in a recliner. I'll step outside and transmit, I said. Louis nodded. Fast. Megan grabbed my sleeve before I could turn. You're not leaving, are you? Just the porch. Please don't. Her grip surprised me. Not strong, but desperate. Her nails dug into the fabric near my wrist. I looked at her face, and for the first time, I saw something besides panic there. Shame, maybe, or dread that had been sitting in her before we arrived. Megan, I said, is there someone else in this house? She looked toward the hallway. Not long, not dramatically, just a flick. No, she said. Louis saw it. I saw him see it. Howard's monitor beeped again. 32. Time started doing that thing it does on bad calls, stretching and snapping back. Every second counted, but each one came packed with too many choices. Oxygen, pulse, radio, doorway, scene safety, daughter lying or scared or both, patient saying basement, landline ringing after a phantom 911 call, my own flaw tightening behind my ribs, the fear of missing the small thing, the obvious thing, the one detail that would be embarrassing later if nobody died, and unforgivable if someone did. I stepped onto the porch. The cold hit hard after the sickroom heat. The ambulance strobes painted the snowbanks red, then black, then red again. Across the street, one curtain shifted and fell back into place. The neighborhood was awake in the way neighborhoods get awake when there is an ambulance outside, but no one wants to admit they are watching. I keyed the mic. Dispatch, Medic 12. Do you copy? Static. I moved down one step. My boot slid half an inch on ice, and I caught the railing. Dispatch, Medic 12. Urgent traffic. This time, a voice came through, broken but readable. Medic 12, go ahead. We have a critical patient, bradycardic respiratory distress, difficult extrication. Request fire priority for lift assist and police for scene check. Possible second caller or phone issue. A pause. Medic 12, fire unavailable. Nearest engine tied up on a structure fire in Shaler. Police en route, unknown ETA. Of course. What's ETA on fire? Stand by. The radio hissed. Inside the house, Megan shouted. I turned so fast my shoulder hit the porch post. Through the open doorway, I saw Louis bent over Howard, one hand bracing the mask, the other reaching for the monitor. Megan was backing away from the hallway, both hands up near her chest. What happened? I said, coming in. Door, she whispered. What door? The basement door. At the end of the short hallway beyond the living room, a white painted door stood open 6 inches. It had been closed when we came in. I was sure of that because I had looked down the hall while taking in the scene. Bathroom on the right, kitchen beyond, basement door straight ahead with a hook, and eye latch mounted high, old brass dulled with age. Now the hook hung loose. Houses shift. Old latches fail. Heat kicks on and pressure changes. A door can open by itself without anything mystical attached to it. Still, none of us moved toward it. Louis said, Owen, patient first. Right, patient first. Howard's rate was 30. Pulse is getting weaker, Louis said. We move now or we work him here. We can't carry him with 2. Then we drag. Megan turned on him. Drag him. Louis didn't flinch. Yes, if that's what keeps him alive. He has a bad hip. He has a worse heart. That shut her up. We had a Reeves stretcher in the rig, basically a flexible canvas carrier with handles, useful for tight spaces and heavy patients when pride had to be left at the door. I ran back out for it, grabbed extra straps, and nearly ate concrete on the walk because the salt had given up against the refreeze. My knee hit the side compartment. Pain flashed up my thigh, hot and immediate. I hissed through my teeth. No time. When I returned, Louis had moved the coffee table aside with his boot, scattering magazines, a remote, a plastic pill organizer, and a half-empty mug with a skin of old tea on top. The room smelled sharper now. Sweat and oxygen and the scorched dust odor of the furnace running too long. Megan, Louis said, we need space. Take those blankets off his legs. She hesitated. Megan. She pulled the fleece away. Howard's legs were swollen, skin stretched shiny over fluid, socks-cutting grooves above his ankles. A hospital discharge folder slid out from between the cushion and chair, papers fanning across the carpet. One page showed bold black letters. DNR discussed, patient declined. Louis saw it, but he didn't pause. No DNR, he said. No, Megan said. He said he didn't want one. Then we treat. Howard's eyes had rolled half-lidded. His hand still gripped the chair arm. When I tried to loosen his fingers, he clamped harder with surprising strength. Howard, I said, we're going to move you. His mouth moved. Basement, he whispered again. Megan snapped. There's nothing in the basement. The words came too fast, too loud. Louis looked at her. Nobody asked that. Her face crumpled for half a second, then hardened. He gets confused. When his code 2 is high, he says weird things. Last month, he thought my mother was still alive. Okay, Louis said. Then help us. We reclined the chair as far as it would go, wedged the Reeves under him inch by inch, rolling his weight carefully to one side and then the other. Howard groaned when we moved him. That was good. Groaning meant air. It meant some part of him was still fighting with us instead of leaving. The monitor alarm started, a thin, repetitive chirp. Heart rate 28. Louis's comm cracked just enough to show me the urgency underneath. Owen, we're going to pace if he tanks. In the house, if he loses pressure, yes. We still don't have a pressure. Exactly. The front door banged once in the wind, and all 3 of us jumped. Not Howard. He only stared at the hallway. Megan started crying quietly while we strapped him. Not dramatic crying, the kind that leaks out while someone is trying to stay useful. She kept wiping her nose on her sleeve and apologizing without saying what for. "I should have called earlier," she said. "I knew he wasn't right." Louis tightened a strap across Howard's chest. "You called now." "He told me not to. Sick people say that." "No," he said, "if I called, they'd know." Louis's hand stopped. I looked up from Howard's legs. Megan seemed to realize what she'd said. She shook her head hard. He was confused. "Who would know?" I asked. "Hospital, insurance." "I don't know. He gets paranoid." From the hallway came a soft click, not the basement door, the kitchen. Then the landline rang again. Megan put both hands over her ears. "Please," Louis said. "Owen, check the kitchen from here. Don't go past the doorway. Patient first, remember." "I remember. But if someone is in the kitchen, we need to know before our backs are turned." That was the small, practical detail. The one I had been trying not to miss and trying not to chase. Because both choices were wrong. If I ignored it and somebody stepped out while we were bent over Howard, that was on me. If I went looking and Howard arrested because we wasted 10 seconds, that was on me too. The phone rang again. I took the flashlight from my belt and moved to the living room threshold, just far enough to see down the hall. The beam caught framed family photos on the wall. Megan in a cap and gown. Howard younger and heavier, with one arm around a woman who must have been his wife. A boy in a hockey jersey missing 2 front teeth. Dust on the glass. A thermostat reading 78. The kitchen lay beyond the basement door. Yellow linoleum. A small table. Dishes stacked by the sink. A wall phone mounted near a pantry cabinet. Beige plastic, cord hanging. The receiver was not on the cradle. It swung at the end of its cord, tapping the wall. Tap, tap, tap. No one stood beside it. The ringing continued anyway. Swallowed and told myself phones malfunction. Old wiring does weird things. Digital adapters fail. Houses have extensions, base stations, cordless handsets buried under cushions. "Receiver's off," I said. Louis's voice came tight from behind me. "Then why is it ringing?" "I don't know." Something scraped below us. Not in the kitchen, under the floor, a slow drag, then a thump. Megan made a choking noise and backed into the lamp table, knocking the shade crooked. Louis stood fully now. "Megan, no." "What is downstairs?" "No, Megan, listen to me. I have an unstable patient, a possible safety issue, and limited help. If there is someone downstairs, you need to tell me now." She shook her head, eyes wet and furious. "You don't understand." "No, I don't. Fix that." Howard's monitor alarm became steady for 3 beats, then resumed chirping. 26. The old wall phone stopped ringing. In the sudden absence, a faint voice came from the dangling receiver. I could hear it from the hallway, but not make out words. Tinny, distant, repeating something with the flat insistence of a recorded line or a dispatcher who didn't know nobody was listening. I stepped into the kitchen before Louis could tell me not to. The linoleum stuck lightly to my boot soles. The air was cooler there. A back door window showed a small yard, black trees, a detached garage with one side window broken and covered in cardboard. The wall phone swung gently, even though I hadn't touched it. I lifted the receiver. "Hello," static. Then a woman's voice, calm and professional. 911, what is the address of your emergency?" I stared at the receiver. "This is EMS," I said. "Medic 12 on scene at 2218 Brookside." A pause, keyboard clicking. "Sir, are you with the caller?" "Yes, who placed this call?" "Sir, the open line is from inside the residence." "I understand that. Who spoke to you? Another pause. Then an adult male stated the patient was deceased and requested no response. The kitchen seemed to shrink around me. Say again. Adult male caller stated patient was deceased and requested cancellation. We maintained the call due to conflicting information and dispatched police. I looked back toward the living room. Megan stood frozen. Lewis was watching Howard. Howard was watching me. Was the caller elderly? I asked, unable to confirm. Did he identify himself? No. The line clicked, and for half a second another sound bled through. Not dispatch, not static, breathing close to the mouthpiece. Then the 911 operator said, "Sir, is your scene secure?" Before I could answer, the basement door opened all the way. It didn't fly. It didn't slam. It swung inward with a slow wooden complaint, revealing a narrow stairwell dropping into darkness and the smell of cold concrete, mildew, and something electrical overheating. A man's voice came from below. Megan. Megan's face collapsed. Lewis turned toward her. "Who is that?" she whispered. "My brother." I lowered the receiver. "You said he was in Erie." "He was." The voice called again, closer now, hoarse and angry. "Megan, who the hell is upstairs?" Lewis grabbed the radio. "Dispatch, Medic 12. We need police expedited. We have an unknown male in the basement." Howard's heart rate dropped to 22. Then the monitor gave one long alarm. Lewis looked down. "He's crashing." From the basement, footsteps hit the stairs. Heavy, fast. Lewis tossed me the airway bag. "Owen, door." "What?" "Keep him away from us." I moved before I had a plan, stepping into the hall between the basement and the living room, flashlight in one hand, receiver still dangling from the wall behind me. A man came up into the beam. Evan Vance, 36 male, was Megan's younger brother, though I only learned his name after he started shouting it at us like it should explain everything. He was broad-shouldered, unshaven, wearing a black Carhartt jacket over a gray hoodie, jeans wet at the knees, and work boots tracking dirty slush onto the stairs. His face was red from cold or drinking or rage. One hand gripped the railing. The other held a claw hammer down by his thigh. "Get away from him," he said. I put one palm out. "Sir, stay where you are. Get away from my father." Lewis shouted from the living room, "Owen." I glanced back. Howard had stopped breathing. The monitor line still moved, slow electrical spikes crawling across the screen, but his chest had gone still under the straps. Megan screamed his name. Evan surged up one more step. I had a critically ill patient behind me, a hammer in front of me, police somewhere out in the night, fire tied up, no confirmed blood pressure, a daughter unraveling, and my partner about to work a code in a living room too small to breathe in. My private fear had found its shape. There were too many small details now, and I was going to miss one. Evan Vance came up the basement stairs with the hammer low in his hand, and for one stupid second, I noticed his boots before I noticed his face. They were caked in snowmelt and mud, the kind that looked black under a flashlight beam, with bits of dead grass stuck along the treads. He'd been outside recently, not just hiding in the basement. He had gone out and come back in through somewhere else. That was the detail my mind grabbed because the rest of it was too big. Behind me, Howard had stopped breathing. "Sir," I said, keeping my voice as flat as I could, "put the hammer down." Evan stopped on the second step from the top. He was close enough that if he lunged, I wouldn't have time to do anything graceful. I had my flashlight in my right hand and the wall phone receiver hanging from my left like a useless piece of evidence. the basement, stairs dropped behind him into a dark rectangle. Living room was behind me on the left, crowded with Howard in the Reeves stretcher, Louis kneeling beside him. Megan pressed against the wall with both hands over her mouth. The front door was beyond the living room, straight shot past the recliner and coffee table, but it might as well have been across a river. Evan looked past me. Megan, tell them to stop. Louis snapped. Owen, I need hands. I know. Now, I didn't turn. Evan, your dad isn't breathing. We need to work. He's not your dad. No, he's my patient. He wasn't breathing before. Megan made a wounded sound. Evan, shut up. That was the first new fact, and it hit every person in the room differently. Louis paused for half a beat, then went right back to sealing the mask over Howard's face and squeezing the bag. He didn't have the luxury of reacting. I did, but only barely. What do you mean before? I asked. Evan's jaw worked. He looked sweaty despite the cold air rolling up from the basement. His pupils were wide. Fear and anger can look like drugs at 2 a.m. So can grief. He was gone, Evan said. He was gone when I got here. Megan stepped forward. No, he was on the floor. Stop. He was on the kitchen floor, Louis said. Owen, the monitor gave its long alarm again. I made the first attempt to solve the problem the only way I could. I tried to split myself in two. Evan, I said, you can stand right there and watch, or you can help carry. But if you come at us with that hammer, your father dies while I'm stopping you. That's the choice. He looked at the hammer like he had forgotten it was there. Then he dropped it. It hit the stair with a heavy wooden clack, bounced once, and slid down 3 steps into the dark. That sound made Megan flinch so hard she struck her shoulder on the hallway wall. I kicked the basement door partly shut with my heel not closed, not latched, just enough to put a slab of wood between us and the stairwell, and moved back into the living room. Louis was already ventilating Howard with the bag valve mask, one hand holding the seal tight against Howard's bearded face, the other squeezing measured breaths. Howard's chest lifted under the strap, fell, lifted, fell, mechanical and wrong but better than still. Check pulse, Louis said, pressed 2 fingers against Howard's neck. His skin had cooled more. For a second there was nothing, and my stomach dropped out. Then a faint bump. Carotid present, slow. Rate, maybe 20. Start pacing pads. I tore open the pack with my teeth because my gloves were slick. My knee throbbed from where I'd hit the ambulance compartment outside. My hands had that buzzing, over-caffeinated feeling they get when adrenaline is trying to do fine motor work. Megan hovered too close. What are those? Pads, Louis said. His heart's too slow, like shocking him. Not exactly. Is he dead? No, Louis said, but he said it too fast. Evan stood in the hallway, empty hands visible, breathing through his mouth. He was. Evan, Megan shouted. The first attempt half worked. Evan didn't attack us. Howard got air. We got the pacing pads onto his chest and side. Louis set the monitor, warned everyone clear, and started transcutaneous pacing. Howard's body jerked under the straps with each electrical impulse, shoulders hitching in small, brutal snaps. Megan sobbed, "You're hurting him." "We're keeping his heart moving," Louis said. Howard's face tightened. A groan escaped around the mask. "Good, terrible, but good. Capture?" Louis asked. I watched the monitor, then checked a pulse in time with the spikes. Maybe, mechanical capture weak. Turn up milliamps. The smell of scorched adhesive and sweat rose from Howard's skin. The television kept crawling captions across the bottom of a silent courtroom scene. Outside, The ambulance strobe still washed red through the blinds, turning everyone's face into something unfinished. We had stabilized him just enough to create the next problem. We still had to get him out. Louis looked around the room, mapping it the way I was. Recliner against the interior wall. Coffee table shoved toward the silent TV. Narrow gap between couch and doorway. 6 porch steps outside. Ice on the walk. The ambulance parked curbside facing south. Driveway blocked by 2 cars. Basement door at the end of the hall. Kitchen beyond it. Back door somewhere past the kitchen, leading to the yard and detached garage. We go front, Louis said. Too icy, I said. We don't have a choice. Back door, Megan wiped her face with her sleeve. Back steps are worse, and the gate sticks. Front, Louis decided. Evan, if you want to help, you take a handle. If you don't, sit down. Evan's eyes moved to Howard. The anger drained from him a little. Under it was something younger and uglier. Guilt. I'll help, he said. Megan whispered, don't. He looked at her. You want him to die here. He already. She stopped herself. Nobody missed it. That was the second new fact, though we still didn't understand it. Both adult children had seen or believed something about Howard before we arrived. Something they were trying not to say in the same room. We lifted on Louis's count. Howard was heavy in the way unconscious people are heavy. All dead weight and no cooperation. The Reeves handles cut into my gloved palms. Louis stayed near Howard's head, bagging between movements and watching the monitor balanced awkwardly against the side of the recliner. Evan took the foot end with me. Megan cleared a path that had already been cleared twice, moving the same useless objects from one place to another because she needed a task. On 3, Louis said. 1, 2, 3. We shifted Howard sideways off the recliner. The pacing wires snagged on the chair lever. Stop, I said. Howard's body jolted from another pacing impulse, and the wire pulled tight. Louis swore. Free it. I crouched, knee protesting, and reached under the recliner. My fingertips found the cable looped around cold metal. For 1 second, my face was inches from the carpet, and I could see under the couch. Dust, a dog toy, 2 orange pill bottles, and a cordless phone lying on its side with the back cover missing. Its screen glowed faintly. Call active. My breath caught. Then the base station chirped from somewhere nearby, and the cordless handset played a thin recorded voice. If you would like to make a call, please hang up and try again. Misdirection. Explainable. Not a person under the couch. Not someone whispering from the floor. Just a cordless phone kicked loose during the chaos, still connected to the open line. I yanked the pacing cable free. Clear. We moved again. The second attempt failed at the front door. Not because of Evan. Not because of Megan. Because the porch had become a sheet of glass. Freezing rain had started while we were inside. I saw it under the red lights, fine needles flashing sideways through the air. The salted path from earlier was now a slick white smear. The top step shone. The railing had a clear coat of ice. We can't carry him down that, I said. Louis looked past me and knew I was right. The ambulance was 25 feet away, rear doors facing us at an angle. 25 feet is nothing until you are holding a crashing patient on a flexible stretcher with 3 people, one of whom is panicking, and one of whom may have made a false death report to 911. We wait for police, Megan said. Louis shook his head. Doesn't have that kind of time. The monitor chirped, then squealed as one of the pads loosened. Back inside, Louis said. We reversed awkwardly, almost dropped the foot end when Evan slipped on the threshold and got Howard back onto the living room floor instead of the recliner. That felt like failure because it was. The room that had been cramped before now felt sealed. The front exit was dangerous. Fire was unavailable. Police not there. Patient barely alive. Family lying. Basement unknown. Louis sat back on his heels for 1 second, breathing hard through his nose. I'd seen him tired before. I'd seen him angry. I had rarely seen him uncertain. Okay, he said. New plan. We work him here until help arrives or weather gives us a break. What about the back? I asked. Megan said no too quickly. Louis turned his head. Why no? The stairs are steep. Steeper than 6 icy porch steps. The gate sticks. Then we unstick it. Evan looked toward the kitchen. Back's not good. Louis's voice sharpened. Why? Evan said nothing. Howard groaned under the pacing. His eyes opened, unfocused, then rolled toward the hallway again. Basement, he breathed. Dad, Megan said, kneeling beside him. Please don't. Howard's lips peeled back from his teeth. It might have been pain. It might have been effort. Not Howard, the room stilled. Louis and I looked at each other. High CO2, hypoxia, recent pneumonia, bradycardia, possible sepsis, confusion. All realistic, all possible. A sick man could say anything. But Evan stepped back like Howard had reached for him. Megan began shaking her head before anyone asked. No, she said. No, he's confused. Louis pressed 2 fingers to Howard's neck again. Pulse stronger with pacing. Owen, pressure. This time I got 1. 78 over palp. Bad, but there. My shirt was sticking to my back under my uniform. My knee had stiffened. My hands hurt from lifting. The room smelled like wet boots now, and old carpet, and the sharp chemical scent of opened electrode gel. Outside, somewhere down the block, a siren wailed. Everyone heard it. Megan closed her eyes. Thank God. But the sound didn't come closer. It passed north, fading behind the houses. Not for us. That did something to the room. Took a little piece of hope out of each person and left less patience behind. Evan said, "You need to leave." Louis didn't look up. "No." I said, "Leave him." And I said, "No. You don't know what he did." Megan snapped, "Evan, don't." That was not something a daughter says about a confused old man who just needs a hospital. That was something from years ago, maybe decades. It came out with too much history attached. Louis stood. Owen, kitchen. We're checking the back exit. Megan grabbed his arm. Please don't go back there. Louis looked down at her hand until she let go. Your father needs a hospital. If the front is unsafe and the back is an option, we check the back. I took the flashlight again. This was our 3rd attempt, though I didn't think of it that way then. Find another route. Break the geography open. Living room to hallway, hallway past basement door, kitchen, back door, yard, gate, maybe alley or driveway access. If we could get Howard out through the back, we could bring the stretcher around or reposition the ambulance. Evan moved to block the hallway. Not aggressively at first, just stepped into it. Move, I said. No, Louis said. Evan, you can't go back there. Why? Evan's face twisted. He looked at Megan. Tell them. She was crying again. I can't. Tell them or I will. Howard's monitor alarmed as the pacing lost capture again. Louis dropped back to adjust the pads. Owen, handle him. So I did something I hated as soon as I did it. I shoved Evan, not hard enough to hurt him, hard enough to move him back a step. He was bigger than me, but off balance, and his wet boots slid on the hardwood. He caught himself against the wall, knocking one of the framed photos crooked. His eyes changed. For half a second, I thought he was going to swing at me barehanded. Instead, he laughed once, bitter and breathless. "You think I'm the problem. I think you're in the way." "No," he said. "The problem is downstairs." Megan whispered, "Don't." Louis looked up from Howard. "What is downstairs?" Evan's mouth opened, and the back of the house went dark. Not the whole house at first. Just the kitchen light snapped off, then the hallway light, then the living room lamps flickered and died one by one. The television became a black mirror. The furnace stopped mid-blow. The only light left came from our monitor screen, my flashlight, and the red ambulance strobes pulsing through the front windows. The sudden loss of furnace noise made the house feel hollow. Megan screamed. A crash came from the kitchen. I swung the flashlight down the hall. A figure stood there, tall, white-faced, shoulders hunched. For one raw second, it looked like a man in the kitchen doorway. Then the beam steadied. It was a hanging ironing board cabinet that had fallen open when the power cut, spilling a white towel and a mop handle into the doorway. The face was a pale dish towel hooked over the top. The crash had been the cabinet door striking the wall. Explainable. Still, my pulse hammered so hard I felt it in my injured knee. "Power line," Louis said. Outside, the ambulance strobes kept going, so not the block. Just the house. Evan said, "Breaker." "Where?" Louis asked. No one answered. I knew before they said it. The breaker box was in the basement. Howard's monitor beeped on battery power. The pacing continued, but the screen showed battery time ticking down. The oxygen tank had plenty left, but the suction, extra lighting, communications, everything got harder in a dark house with an unstable patient and a family secret under the floor. Skied his radio. "Dispatch Medic 12. House power is out, patient critical. Need police expedited, static." He moved toward the front window, trying for signal. "Dispatch, nothing." My own radio gave one clipped burst, then died back into hiss. Megan said, "It does that." Louis turned. "What does?" "The breaker trips. When the freezer kicks on." Again that word, freezer. Evan put both hands on top of his head. "Megan." Louis stared at them both. "What is in the freezer?" No one spoke. Then Howard's eyes opened, not fully, not clearly, but enough. His hand moved against the strap. 2 fingers lifted, pointed down. Basement. From outside came the sound of tires sliding, a hard thump. Then the ambulance horn blared, one continuous note. We all turned toward the front windows. Red light still flashed, but the angle had changed. I ran to the porch. The ambulance had slid. Not far, maybe 8 or 10 feet, but enough that the rear wheels had dropped off the curb into the gutter ice, and the back end had slewed toward the neighbor's parked car. The front was angled away from the house, boxed by snowbank and street ice. The horn screamed because something had shifted against the wheel or column when it lurched. The rear doors were no longer aligned with our exit path. Worse, as I watched, the rig settled another inch with a low crunch of ice under tire. Our vehicle, our transport, our light, our radio booster, our way out, it was stuck. Behind me, Louis shouted my name. I turned back. Inside, the monitor alarm had changed again, sharper and faster. Howard's paced rhythm was failing. Evan was staring at the basement door. Megan had sunk to the floor. And from below us, through the dark and the dead furnace and the blaring ambulance horn outside, came a steady mechanical hum. The freezer had turned back on. The ambulance horn kept screaming. It flattened every other sound until the house seemed to vibrate around it. The red strobes hit the living room in hard pulses through the blinds. Light, dark, light, dark. Howard on the floor. Louis bent over him. Megan folded against the wall. Evan standing at the basement door like a man deciding whether to jump into deep water. Then the monitor shrieked. Not a chirp, not a warning. A full, steady alarm. Louis looked down. Lost capture. I was still half in the doorway, cold air at my back. One hand braced against the frame because my bad knee had locked from the run to the porch and back. "What do you need?" I shouted. "Hands, now." The horn outside turned the words ragged. I stumbled in and dropped beside Howard. The battery screen glowed blue-white against his gray skin. The pacing spikes marched across the monitor, but his body no longer twitched with them. Electrical signal, no mechanical answer. His chest moved only when Louis squeezed the bag. "Pulse," Louis said. I checked. Nothing. Again. I moved my fingers, pressed harder, found tendon, soft flesh. No pulse. Nothing. Louis's face changed, a door closing, starting compressions. Megan crawled toward us. No, wait. Louis didn't wait. He ripped the chest strap loose, locked his hands over Howard's sternum, and began compressions. 1, 2, 3. The sound was awful. Not a crack at first. More of a thick give under pressure, like old furniture shifting. Howard's body rocked on the reeves. The electrode pads tugged at his skin. The non-rebreather mask slid sideways, and I swapped it for the bag valve mask, sealing it hard with both hands. "Every 30, Louis said. "I know. I'm saying it for me." He counted under his breath. Sweat stood out on his shaved head. His shoulders moved with each compression, steady and deep, the way they teach you. The way the job teaches you again after your first dead patient makes the classroom version look clean and polite. Evan shouted over the horn, "Stop." Louis didn't look at him. "Either help or get out of my scene." He didn't want this. "No DNR," Louis snapped. "You don't know what he wanted. I know what I'm legally required to do." Megan made a thin, choking noise. "Evan, please." That plea wasn't for Howard. It was for whatever Evan was about to say. He said it anyway. He was Howard. Louis hit 29:30. "Ventilate." I squeezed the bag once. Howard's chest rose, fell. "What?" I said. Evan jabbed a finger at the floor. "Howard's downstairs." For one beat, the horn outside, the monitor alarm, the red light, all of it seemed to pull away. Then Louis started compressions again. "Not now," he said. "Yes, now," Evan shouted. "You're doing CPR on a man we don't know." Megan screamed, "Shut up." The house answered with a bang from below. The freezer, or the pipes, or the breaker box. But all of us heard it as something else first. A fist against metal. I looked at the basement door. It was still partly open. Darkness on the other side. The hammer Evan had dropped lay halfway down the stairs, just visible in the monitor glow. Louis kept compressing. "Owen, I'm here. No, listen. If there's another person in this house, dead or alive, police need to know. But this patient comes first until I call it or transfer care." He's saying this isn't his father. I heard him. "You believe that?" Louis's jaw tightened. "I believe I have one pulseless patient in front of me and no help." That was true. That was the trap. There are moments in EMS where the right thing is not a line but a knot. You pull one strand and tighten another. Scene safety, patient care, law, family, weather, the rig stuck outside, the radio useless in the house, fire unavailable, police not here, Howard or whoever he was dead under our hands unless we kept going. Megan grabbed my sleeve again. "Please don't go down there," I looked at her. "Tell me," I said, "right now, tell me what is downstairs." She pressed her lips together until they went white. "Lewis reached 30. Ventilate." I gave the breath. Evan said, "There's a freezer." "No kidding," I said. "In the freezer," he said, voice cracking. "There's a body." Megan folded forward like he had punched her. Lewis missed one compression. Just one. Then he resumed. "Whose body?" I asked, though I already knew what answer he wanted to give. Evan stared at the man on the floor. "My father's." The ambulance horn finally stopped. The sudden quiet was worse. Outside, the engine still idled, rough and distant. Freezing rain ticked against the front windows. The monitor alarm seemed huge now. Lewis counted. 26, 27, 28. I gave another breath when he reached 30. Megan whispered, "We didn't kill him." Nobody asked her. She said it again, louder. "We didn't." Evan leaned against the hallway wall, both palms pressed to the paint. "I came from Erie because she called me crying. She said Dad was dead on the kitchen floor. I told her to call 911. She said she couldn't. I drove down. He was cold. He was stiff." "Then who is this?" I asked. "I don't know." Megan lifted her face. "He was at the hospital." Lewis stopped compressions long enough to check rhythm. The monitor showed a thin, useless line of electrical activity. "P," he said. "Continue." I took compressions because Lewis's arms were starting to shake. The first push under my hands broke something. A rib, maybe two. Megan made a sound I will hear until I die. I kept going. 1, 2, 3. My injured knee screamed every time I leaned forward. Sweat ran down my sides. My palms slipped on Howard's shirt until Lewis cut it straight down the middle with trauma shears and tore it open. The man's chest was broad, pale, patched with adhesive residue from recent hospital monitoring. On the left side, just below the collarbone, there was a small taped puncture mark. Lewis noticed. Central line, maybe IV site, too high. He wiped at the skin. The tape came loose. Beneath it was a small, round wound, red at the edges, not bleeding much. Evan stared. "What is that?" Lewis didn't answer. The patient had a hospital bracelet, cut and retaped. A discharge folder with Howard's name, COPT history, pneumonia, oxygen tubing. Everything had pointed one way because someone had arranged it to point that way, or because we were exhausted and scared and saw what we expected. Lewis stood suddenly. "I need the drug box from the rig." "Alone," I said. "We need epi. We need backup supplies. We keep working him until we can't." "The rig's stuck. The box is." He looked at Evan. "You with me?" Evan recoiled. "What? You want to help your father? Help us." "Owen stays on compressions. Megan stays where I can see her." Megan looked up sharply. "What does that mean?" "It means nobody else disappears." For once, nobody argued. Lewis grabbed his portable radio and flashlight. Evan followed him through the living room, out the front door, and into the freezing rain. I heard them on the porch, then the scrape of boots on ice. I kept compressions. Count. Push, release, count. The man under my hands was still warm but cooling. His skin had the damp rubber feel of a body losing the argument. I leaned over him in the red wash from the windows and tried not to think about who he was. Megan sat on the floor by the wall. "You need to tell me his name," I said. "I don't know his name." "You know something." "He looked like him." "No, he didn't. You thought he did because you needed him to." She stared at the dead man's face. Under the oxygen mask and distress, under the poor light, he was close enough. Same age range, same body type, gray stubble, hospital-worn skin. But now that Evan had said it, the differences came forward. The jaw was narrower. The left ear had a torn lobe. Howard's family photo in the hallway had shown a man with a square chin and a mole beside his nose. This man had no mole. Megan whispered, "When I found Dad, I panicked. I called Evan first. He told me to call 911. I was going to. Then there was knocking at the back door. I kept compressing. Who knocked? Him." The word hung there. "This man," she nodded. "He was wearing Dad's coat. He had Dad's discharge papers. He knew my name. He said Dad sent him." "That doesn't make sense." "I know. Why, let him in. He was freezing. He looked sick. He said he couldn't breathe." "And your father?" She shut her eyes. "Evan put him downstairs." I stopped myself from missing a compression. "Why?" "Because the man said people were coming. He said if they found Dad dead, they'd blame us for neglect, for not filling prescriptions, not calling sooner. He knew things about Dad's oxygen, about his insurance, about the hospital. He said he could help us have time. Time for what? To think." There it was, the stupid human center of the whole thing. Not a ritual, not a haunting. Panic, shame. Stranger with just enough information to steer a grieving daughter and furious son into hiding the worst thing in the house. Lewis and Evan came back with the drug box and suction unit. Lewis's left cheek was scraped raw. "Slipped," he said before I asked. Evan looked worse. Pale, shaking, no hammer now. Lewis drew up epi while I kept compressions. "Police?" I asked. "Not here. Radio got out from the cab. They're close, maybe." He pushed the medication, flushed it, took over compressions again. From below came another bang. This time it was followed by a thin, high sound. Megan clapped both hands over her mouth. Evan looked at the basement door. Lewis barked, "Do not." But Evan was already moving. I caught him by the jacket. "No, my dad is down there. He's not making that sound," I said. The sound came again. Not a voice, a squeal, then a thumping scramble. Something crashed against the basement stairs. Evan tore free from me and yanked the basement door open. A raccoon shot up the stairs. It came like a thrown bag of muscle and fur, eyes shining in the flashlight beam, claws skittering on wood. Megan screamed. Evan stumbled backward. The raccoon hit the hallway wall, bounced off, and bolted into the kitchen, knocking the dangling phone receiver against the wall as it went. For half a second, nobody moved. Then Lewis shouted, "Shut the basement door." I slammed it before anything else came up. The explanation arrived almost as fast as the fear. Broken garage window, backyard, old house, basement bulkhead or coal chute or some gap near the foundation. A trapped animal drawn by food, heat, or the smell from the freezer. Real, ugly, terrifying because it was real. And because it told us the basement was not sealed. Someone could have come in that way. Someone already had. The man on the floor. Lewis checked rhythm again. Asystole, flat. He looked at the monitor for 3 seconds, 4. Then he resumed compressions. "Lewis," I said, "I know. We need to stop and secure the scene." "I know," but he kept going. He wasn't doing it because he thought the man would make it. He was doing it because stopping meant admitting we had been pulled into something bigger than a medical call. And maybe because Lewis had his own private flaw too. He could accept death, but he hated being tricked by it. The front window flashed blue. Not red, blue. Police. "Thank God," Megan sobbed. A patrol car slid to a stop crooked behind the ambulance. Doors opened. 2 officers stepped out, careful on the ice, hands near holsters, but not drawn. Lewis yelled toward the porch. EMS inside. One patient down. Possible body in basement. Scene not secure. The first officer came through the doorway. Officer Dana Pierce, 31, female, had dark hair tucked under a knit cap and ice shining on the shoulders of her jacket. Officer Mark Feld, 48, male, followed behind her, broader, red-faced from the cold, one hand on his radio, the other raised slightly as he took in the room. They both stopped at the sight of us doing CPR on one man while Megan cried, and Evan stood by the basement door. Pierce said, "Who has the hammer?" "No one," I said. "It's on the basement stairs." Feld looked at Evan. "Hands where I can see them." Evan lifted them. Pierce moved toward the basement door. "What's downstairs?" Megan said, "My father." Lewis stopped compressions. This time, he did not start again. He checked the monitor, checked the carotid, looked at the clock on the screen. "Time of death," he said quietly, 2:32. No one spoke. The stranger lay between us, chest bruised from our hands, face slack under the crooked mask. Howard's discharge papers were scattered near his feet like a bad joke. The taped bracelet circled his wrist with a name that suddenly felt stolen. Officer Pierce opened the basement door with her flashlight held high. Feld covered the hallway. The beam dropped down the stairs. Hammer on the 4th step. Mud, scuff marks, a smear on the wall where something or someone had brushed past. Pierce descended 2 steps, then stopped. "What is it?" Feld asked. Her voice changed. "I need you to stay upstairs." Megan began wailing. Evan sat down hard on the floor. I stepped close enough to see past Pierce's shoulder. The basement was unfinished concrete, low ceiling, shelves along the left wall, washer and dryer on the right. Straight ahead sat a long white chest freezer, lid closed, humming steadily now that the breaker had kicked back. Beside it, on the floor under a blue tarp pulled halfway away, was an elderly man in pajama pants and a flannel shirt. Howard Vance. The real Howard Vance. His skin had the dull gray stillness I knew before I admitted I knew it. One arm lay crooked beneath him. His face was turned toward the stairs, mouth slightly open, as if he had been trying to call up through the floor. But that wasn't what made Officer Pierce draw her weapon. The small basement window above the washer was open. Cardboard from the broken garage window had been pulled inside and dropped on the floor. Snow had blown in along the sill. Wet boot prints crossed the concrete from the window to the stairs, then to the freezer, then back again. And the freezer lid had a padlock hanging open from its latch. Pierce whispered, "There's someone else down here." A shadow moved behind the shelves. Feld shouted, "Police, show me your hands." The shadow bolted, not toward the stairs, toward a rear bulkhead door hidden behind a stack of paint cans and old storm windows. The door slammed open. Cold air exploded through the basement. The shelves rattled. Something glass shattered. Feld pushed past me toward the stairs. "Stay up," but Evan lunged after him. "That's him." I grabbed Evan again, and this time my bad knee gave out. We both went down in the hallway. Pain shot white through my leg. Evan ripped free, scrambled on hands and knees, and started down the basement stairs after Feld and Pierce. Lewis moved faster than I thought he could after the code. He caught Evan by the back of the jacket and hauled him sideways into the wall. "You go down there," Lewis snarled. "You get shot, or you ruin every chance of finding out what happened." Evan fought him once, then broke. He slid down the wall, sobbing into both hands. Below us, boots pounded concrete. A shout, another crash, then a gunshot. One. The sound punched through the house and left all of us frozen. "Officer," Feld shouted from below. "You hit," Pierce answered, breathless. "No, he's out the bulkhead." Feld's radio burst to life. "Suspect fleeing rear of residence, dark coat, on foot through backyard toward alley. Send units." Lewis looked at me. I looked toward the living room, where the stranger we had worked like a patient lay dead on the floor, and toward the basement, where Howard Vance lay dead beside the humming freezer. The conflict resolved then, not cleanly, not well, but enough to stop pretending. There had been no miracle patient, no ghost call, no dead man breathing. There had been a corpse hidden badly, a stranger wearing a dead man's hospital bracelet, a family too scared and ashamed to tell the truth, and someone else moving through the basement while we fought to save the wrong life. The cost arrived in pieces, my knee swelling under my pants, Lewis's scraped cheek and shaking hands, Megan keening into the carpet, Evan whispering, "I'm sorry, Dad," over and over like repetition could move time backward. And outside, beyond the stuck ambulance and the ice shining under blue lights, police chased a man through the yards, while the real Howard Vance lay under a tarp at the bottom of the stairs, exactly where his own children had left him. By the time another ambulance got there, the house had changed from a scene into a problem. That is how it felt, anyway. Not safer, not calmer, just reorganized. The flashing lights multiplied against the wet windows. Radios popped in short bursts. Police tape went up from the porch rail to the maple tree by the curb, sagging in the freezing rain. Someone finally killed the engine on our rig, and the sudden absence of its diesel rumble made my ears feel packed with cotton. I sat on the bottom stair of the Vance porch with my right leg stretched out in front of me and an ice pack wrapped around my knee with Coben. The pack had already gone soft. My pants were wet through at the cuff. Every few minutes, the joint gave a little pulse of pain, deep and mean, like somebody tapping a screwdriver against bone. Lewis stood in the yard talking to a supervisor, his scraped cheek cleaned but still red. He had his arms folded tight across his chest, and from the porch, I could see his hands tucked under his armpits. Not from cold, not entirely. They shook when he let them hang. Inside, the living room lights were back on, but nobody had turned off the television. It still played silently behind the crime scene techs, captions crawling under smiling faces from another world. The unidentified man remained on the floor under a sheet, the monitor disconnected, the pads left on his chest until the coroner's investigator could photograph everything. Howard Vance stayed downstairs until the same investigator finished with the freezer, the tarp, the window, the muddy tracks, the scuffed stairwell, the hammer. 2 dead men in one small house. One of them had been ours for 12 minutes. That was the part I couldn't stop circling. A second EMS crew checked me because protocol is protocol, and because I had gone down hard enough that Lewis told them I was being stupid about it. My knee was swollen but stable. No deformity. No open wound. I could stand if I had to, which meant I did stand whenever someone important walked by, then sat again when the pain made sweat pop along my forehead. Officer Pierce came out through the front door at 2:58 a.m. with her knit cap pushed back and her flashlight hanging from one hand. Her face had that tight, focused look cops get after adrenaline drains, but paperwork hasn't begun. "You Mercer?" she asked. "Owen, yeah. You up to giving me a quick timeline?" "Quick, sure. Accurate might take coffee." She almost smiled. Almost. Officer Dana Pierce, 31, female, had been the first officer down the basement stairs and the first person to see the rear bulkhead standing open. She had fired one round when the fleeing man turned with something in his hand near the storm windows. It turned out to be a pry bar, not a gun. That mattered legally. It did not matter much to the part of her still breathing too fast. I gave her the timeline as best I could. Dispatch for breathing difficulty. Address glitch. Megan at the door. Howard in the chair, except not Howard. Bracelet cut and taped. Patient status changing to deceased. Landline. Adult male calling 911 to cancel response. Evan in the basement with the hammer. The freezer hum. The power. The slide of the ambulance. CPR. The real Howard under the tarp. Pierce wrote quickly in a small notebook that was getting spotted with rain. "When did you first suspect the patient was Howard Vance?" she asked. I looked at the house. When Evan said it. Not before. No, she waited. I knew what she was asking without asking. "No," I said again. "Not before." That answer sat badly inside me because it was true and not enough. I had noticed the bracelet, the cool skin, the wrong look in his eyes, the missing mole, though I only recognized that after. The way Howard the patient kept staring at me instead of Lewis, like he wanted the driver more than the medic. I had noticed pieces. I had not built them into anything useful. Pierce looked up from her notes. "You were working a critical patient." I know, that matters. It does. But knowing a thing and feeling it are not the same job. Near the curb, Evan Vance sat in the back of a patrol car with the door open, wrists cuffed in front of him, because he had become more witness than threat once he stopped fighting. His face was swollen from crying. He stared at the open front door of the house and didn't look away, even when freezing rain gathered on his hair and ran down his cheeks. Megan was in another cruiser, uncuffed, wrapped in a county blanket. Officer Feld had tried to put her in the front passenger seat to keep her warm, but she refused to sit anywhere she couldn't see the porch. She had given one formal statement and then stopped speaking, except to ask if her father was cold downstairs. Nobody answered that directly. The other ambulance crew transported nobody. There was no one to transport. They took my vitals, checked Lewis's cheek, offered Megan a blood pressure cuff she refused, then stood around in that awkward way emergency workers do when the emergency has ended, but the human wreckage hasn't. We are very good at action. We are less useful around consequences. At 3:17 a.m., a detective arrived. Detective Rachel Klein, 44, female, wore a dark wool coat over plain clothes and had a narrow, tired face that seemed built for bad fluorescent light. She spoke quietly, which made everyone lean in. That is a skill. She listened to Pierce, then Feld, then Lewis, then me. She asked fewer questions than I expected, but each one landed in the tender place. Did the unidentified male ever say his own name? No. Did he ever ask for a specific hospital? No. Did either family member mention money, medication, insurance fraud? Insurance, kind of, I said. Megan said the man talked about neglect, blame, buying time. Klein wrote that down. Buying time. The phrase sounded worse when she said it. Later, we learned some things. Not all. Enough for reports. Enough for charges. Not enough for sleep. Howard Vance had likely died sometime between 10:30 p.m. and midnight, according to the first estimate. Heart failure may be complicated by pneumonia and noncompliance with medication, though final cause would wait on the medical examiner. Megan found him on the kitchen floor after hearing something fall. She panicked, called Evan instead of 911, and spent nearly 40 minutes trying to convince herself he was only unconscious, even though some practical part of her already knew. Evan drove down from Erie much faster than he should have. He admitted to moving Howard's body to the basement with a tarp because he couldn't think with him lying there. He said the freezer was never meant to hold their father. That mattered to him. He repeated it 3 times in my hearing, as if the distinction could save something. They put Howard beside it, not inside it. A terrible mercy. The unidentified man arrived at the back door after Howard was moved. Megan claimed he knocked. Evan claimed he came in through the bulkhead first, and then appeared in the kitchen like he had always belonged there. They disagreed on that point and kept disagreeing. He wore Howard's coat from the hook by the back door. He had Howard's discharge papers, either taken from the kitchen counter or brought with him from somewhere else. He knew Megan's name. He knew enough about Howard's hospital stay to sound official without ever saying he was official. That was the lever. Panic makes room for people who speak with certainty. He told them they were in trouble. He said elder neglect charges could ruin them. He said if EMS arrived and found Howard dead, police would tear apart the house, find unpaid bills, missed medications, spoiled food, everything that made a sick old man's final months look uglier than they were. He said he could give them a different emergency, a living one. Time to call a lawyer, time to think, time to clean. And somehow, in that hot, stale house, with their father dead under a tarp and grief making them stupid, they let him sit in the recliner. I do not know whether he was already dying. That is one of the cracks. The tox screen came back later with opioids, benzodiazepines, and a cardiac medication that had not been prescribed to Howard. The puncture below his collarbone was not a central line. It was an old injection site, maybe from drug use, maybe from something else. His fingerprints eventually identified him as Martin Greer, 66, male, no fixed address, last known in McKees Rocks, with old arrests for fraud, trespass, and stealing medical supplies from a rehab facility. Not a mastermind, not a ghost. A sick, desperate man who knew hospitals, paperwork, and fear. The man who fled through the bulkhead was found 3 blocks away behind a closed auto body shop, hypothermic and bleeding from his hand where he had cut it on the broken basement window. His name was Colin Greer, 41, male, Martin's nephew. He had Howard's wallet, 2 prescription bottles, Megan's car keys, and a hospital visitor badge from UPMC Passavant that did not belong to him. He told police his uncle had a plan, and then stopped talking until a lawyer arrived. So there it was, mostly. They had followed Howard home from the hospital or found him through someone who did. They knew he was sick, alone at times, and had oxygen equipment, medications, and maybe cash. They expected a vulnerable old man. They got a dead one, then 2 panicked adult children, and they improvised with the confidence of people who had survived by lying faster than others could think. Martin Greer, may have intended to fake a medical emergency and disappear before anyone checked too closely. Or maybe Colin intended to rob the house while EMS hauled away the wrong patient. Or maybe Martin was never supposed to survive the call. That part remained muddy. The law did what the law does. Megan and Evan were charged with abuse of a corpse, obstruction, and making false statements, though the charges shifted as the prosecutor sorted out panic from intent. Colin Greer faced burglary, identity-related charges, evidence tampering, and a list of smaller things that grew every time detectives found another piece. Martin Greer became a body in a file. Howard Vance became another body in another file. The house on Brookside became the kind of place neighbors pointed out for 3 weeks, and then stopped pointing at because life is impatient. Lewis and I were pulled off shift before dawn. Our supervisor drove us back to station because our rig had to be winched out and inspected. The rear bumper was bent. One tire was damaged. The horn had blown a fuse. Ordinary repairs, all of them, bolts and labor and forms. Inside the station, the day crew had started coffee. Someone had left a bag of powdered donuts on the table. The floor smelled like mop water and burnt grounds. A weather report played on the little TV mounted near the cabinets, warning about icy roads until noon. Normal things. I stood in the bay with my jacket half off and couldn't remember what to do with my hands. Lewis came in from the bathroom with a square of gauze taped to his cheek. He looked older than he had at midnight. "You good?" he asked. "No," he nodded. "Me either." That was all we said for a while. After paperwork, after statements, after the mandatory call to the employee assistance counselor that neither of us wanted and both of us needed, I drove home in my own car through morning traffic, beginning to thicken on Route 19. The sky had gone pale over Pittsburgh, that flat winter gray that makes every building look tired. Salt trucks crawled along the road shoulders. People drove to work with coffee cups in hand, irritated by ice, unaware that 2 men had died in a living room and basement while they slept. At a red light in Dormont, I looked at my reflection in the rearview mirror and saw Howard's eyes. Not the real Howard. I never saw his eyes open. The other man, Martin Greer, the stranger in the recliner who had looked past the paramedic and fixed on me, the driver, the one who worried about routes and exits and whether the back door mattered. I still do not know why he looked at me like that. Maybe because he knew Lewis would treat the body and I would read the room. Maybe because he wanted help. Maybe because dying people stare wherever their eyes land, and I have spent too many years trying to make meaning out of reflex. When I got home, my daughter's shoes were by the door, one upright, one on its side. My wife had left a note on the counter asking me to take chicken out of the freezer. I stood there reading that word, freezer, just black ink on a yellow sticky note. The refrigerator hummed. The house heater clicked on. Upstairs, someone turned in bed, and the floorboard gave its familiar pop. I did not take the chicken out. I sat at the kitchen table until the room warmed around me and the sky outside became fully morning. Then I called my wife's name because I did not want to be alone with ordinary appliances making ordinary sounds. A week later, I went back to work. That is how it happens. You think a night like that should split your life into before and after, and maybe it does, but the schedule doesn't care. People still fall. People still overdose. chest pain at Giant Eagle, stroke symptoms in a church parking lot, a kid with a Lego up his nose, a nursing home transfer with 3 blankets, and a daughter who wants to know if we will drive carefully. We drive carefully. Lewis kept the rosary on the gear shift. I kept checking mirrors too often. My knee healed slowly and clicked in cold weather after that. For months, whenever a call came in as difficulty breathing, I made myself look at the patient's face longer than I used to. Not rudely, just enough to see them. Mole, scar, ear shape, voice. The little details, especially bracelets. One afternoon in April, Detective Klein called the station to say the hospital badge found on Colin Greer had belonged to a temp transport worker who reported it missing 2 days before Howard's discharge. That explained some things: access, names, room numbers, discharge timing. Then she added, almost as an afterthought, that the 911 audio had one piece they couldn't place. Not the calls from Megan's cell, not Martin's cancellation call from the landline, not the cordless phone left active under the couch. A 4th connection, 8 seconds long. No caller ID, no traceable number. It routed through the same exchange as the Vance house, but the phone company couldn't tie it to a device. On the recording, there was only background noise. A television with no sound, maybe. A furnace. Then an older male voice, weak and close to the receiver, saying, "Basement." That was all, basement. Klein asked if Martin Greer had said that while we were there. I told her yes. He had, more than once. She said, "Before you arrived." I didn't answer right away, because the timestamp on that 4th connection was 1:38 a.m., 4 minutes before dispatch sent us. By then, according to Megan and Evan's best estimate, Howard Vance had already been under the tarp in the basement. Martin Greer had not yet been placed in the recliner, or so they said. Klein did not make it sound mystical. Detectives don't. She said timestamps can be wrong. Systems lag. Calls get mislabeled. People lie about when things happened. She said it was probably nothing. Probably. I thanked her and hung up. Then Medic 12 got dispatched to a lift assist on the north side, and Lewis tossed me the keys. "Your turn to drive," he said. I looked at the tablet before starting the engine. The address stayed where it belonged. For a while, that was enough. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming. Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories. And tonight's story, I'm a graveyard security guard. Someone is leaving fresh flowers on empty plots, is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. At 2:17 in the morning, the motion camera on the East Service Road sent me a thumbnail of flowers. Not a person, not a coyote nosing through reeds, not one of the college kids who sometimes climbed the wrought iron fence after the bars closed because they thought a cemetery was a good place to prove something to each other. Just flowers, caught in the lower left corner of the frame, bright enough under the camera's infrared glare to look almost white. They hadn't been there 20 minutes earlier. I knew because I had walked that same stretch with a flashlight, a coffee going cold in my left hand, checking locks, and pretending I wasn't counting the rows. My name is Cole Hensley, 38, male, and I work overnight security at Maple Ridge Memorial Gardens, outside Allentown, Pennsylvania. Gardens is the word they use on the sign because graveyard makes people think of leaning stones and fog and bad movies. But Maple Ridge is 42 acres of trimmed grass, granite, drainage ditches, maintenance sheds, a chapel with bad heating, and a whole lot of quiet people in the ground. I took the job because it was steady, because nights paid an extra $3 an hour, and because after my father died, I'd gotten good at being awake when everyone else was. I was not good at looking away from things. That was the flaw, if you want it plain. I could not leave a loose thread alone. A truck parked too long by the funeral home entrance. A family arguing near Section C after visiting hours. A nursery tag left on a bouquet with no name attached. Other people saw clutter. I saw the start of a problem I should have prevented. East Service Road curved behind the new expansion lots, past the temporary survey stakes, and the black plastic silt fence the grounds crew kept patching after windstorms. That whole side of the cemetery still smelled like turned earth when it rained, even though the plots were empty. Empty on paper, empty in the system, empty in the way only land can be empty when people have already paid to imagine themselves under it someday. The flowers in the camera thumbnail were lying on one of those plots. I sat in the security office for a few seconds with the image glowing on the monitor. The office was really a converted storage room attached to the chapel. Old filing cabinets, a desk with one drawer that stuck, a rack of keys, a microwave with a permanent smell of burnt popcorn, and 2 monitors fed by 8 cameras that never all worked at the same time. Above me, the HVAC clicked and blew air that was warmer than the hallway, but not by much. Somewhere in the chapel wall, a pipe ticked like a fingernail on glass. I clicked the live feed. The camera showed the East Road in grainy black and gray, headstones in neat rows, bare maple branches moving a little in the wind, the silt fence trembling. And there, just beyond the service road, a pale bundle on the grass where there should have been only mud, frost, and survey flags. I leaned closer, stupidly, as if getting my face nearer to the monitor would sharpen the picture. The office phone rang. I jerked hard enough to knock my coffee against the keyboard tray. A little spilled onto my sleeve. The ring sounded too loud in the closed room, flat and old-fashioned. I grabbed the receiver before it could do it again. "Maple Ridge Night Desk," I said. "You alive over there?" That was Marty Voss, 59, male, the cemetery's head groundskeeper, calling from home because he never slept all the way through a night anymore. Smoked for 30 years, quit 6 years too late, and still sounded like every word had to climb out over gravel. Marty had been at Maple Ridge longer than anybody. He knew which irrigation heads jammed, which families left pennies on military stones, which funeral directors tipped the crew at Christmas, and which sections held grudges because the drainage was bad. "I was until the phone went off," I said, wiping my sleeve with a napkin. "You got the East Gate alarm?" "No." A pause. Fabric rustled on his end, like he was sitting up in bed. My app chirped, said motion, East Service. Thought maybe deer again. "Camera caught something," I said. "What's something?" "Flowers." Marty didn't answer right away. The line hissed softly. "Flowers where?" he asked. "Expansion side. Looks like lot E19 or E20. Those Those aren't active, I know. Probably wind took 'em off a grave. They're wrapped. Wind can carry a lot. Marty, he made a tired sound, not quite a sigh. Don't go making it weirder than it is, Cole. That stung because it was exactly what I did. He knew it. Most people at Maple Ridge knew it by then. I started there 8 months after my father's funeral, which had not been at Maple Ridge, but at a small Catholic cemetery in Bethlehem, where the roads were too narrow, and my mother kept asking whether anyone had seen the medal he wore on a chain. It had gone missing between the hospital and the funeral home. Probably misplaced. Probably removed for imaging and never returned. Probably nothing sinister. I spent 2 weeks calling nurses, aides, transport companies, the funeral director, even the hospital laundry service, until my mother finally said, "Cole, please stop. You're keeping him in the room." She meant I was keeping the panic alive. I still checked every chain I saw around a dead man's neck in chapel viewings, though. Not close enough to be noticed, just enough to hate myself. On the phone, Marty coughed once. "Listen, check it from the road. Don't go stomping over plots in the dark. If it's trash, leave it for morning. If it's a person, call Allentown PD and then me. It's not a person. You don't know that." I looked at the monitor again. The flowers hadn't moved. They lay at an angle, the stems toward the road, the blooms aimed into the empty grid of plots like somebody had set them down carefully and then turned them a little. "I'll take a look," I said. "Cole." "What?" "Take the radio." That's standard. "Take the damn radio." Before I could answer, another voice came through behind him, faint and annoyed. "Martin, hang up. You have to be at work in 4 hours." That was Helen Voss, 61, female, Marty's wife, though I didn't know her well beyond the fact that she packed him lunches in old butter tubs and wrote his name on the lids. Marty muttered something away from the receiver. Then he came back. "Call me if it's anything." "I will. And don't chase anybody. You hear me?" "I hear you." I hung up, though I had already started thinking about footprints. The cemetery at night was not quiet. People who say places like that are quiet have never had to sit inside one long enough to hear all the little systems working. The transformer box by the chapel buzzed. The flagpole rope tapped metal when the wind came from the north. In winter, the plastic flower sleeves crackled against stone. Cars on Route 222 made a distant, wet, rushing sound even on dry nights. Foxes barked from the tree line sometimes, sharp and ugly, like someone being startled in another room. I put on my jacket, clipped the radio to my belt, and took the heavy maglite from the charger. My keys were on a retractable chain at my hip. I checked the pepper spray in my coat pocket. Company policy said we were observe and report, not confront and detain, which was a nice way of saying we got paid badly enough to be witnesses, not heroes. At the hallway door, I almost turned back, not because I was scared of ghosts. That would make a better story than the truth. I was scared of finding evidence that someone had been close while I wasn't paying attention. Outside, the air smelled like damp leaves and cut grass gone sour under frost. Chapel security light hummed above the side entrance. It threw my shadow long across the gravel, past the hearse bay and the row of green trash bins where families threw away dead bouquets when they couldn't stand looking at them anymore. My radio crackled. "Cole, you out there?" I pressed the button. "Yeah, Marty. Thought you were going to bed. Thought you were going to call if it was anything. I haven't even made it past the chapel." "Well, make it past the chapel slower." I smiled despite myself. "Copy that." Marty liked rules because rules gave him something to hit fear with. He had a laminated sheet in the maintenance shed called Night Incident Priorities, though the only people who worked nights were me and sometimes the snow contractor. He had written it himself after a vandalism spree 2 years before my time, when 3 teenagers knocked over veteran markers and posted video of it. He still talked about that night like a personal failure, even though he had been home with bronchitis. I followed the road east. Gravel shifted under my boots, each step loud near the chapel, and then swallowed as I moved into the open grounds. My flashlight beam ran over polished stones, bronze vases, plastic angels, a toy dump truck left on a child's grave, faded Christmas ribbon, a solar lantern blinking weakly red, red, red. The expansion lots sat beyond Section H, separated by a shallow drainage swale and a line of wooden stakes with pink flags. During the day, the place looked unfinished in a boring municipal way. At night, it had the wrong kind of neatness. No headstones, no benches, no little signs that people had been loved and missed, just rectangles mapped in orange paint on grass that had not yet settled, all of them waiting. My phone buzzed in my pocket. For one quick second, I thought it was the camera app again. Another alert, another angle. But when I pulled it out, it was a text from Dana. Dana Bell, 34, female, was the office manager at Maple Ridge, which meant she handled contracts, family complaints, floral placement disputes, and the kind of paperwork nobody thinks about until death turns into billing. She had short brown hair she cut herself when stressed, and a way of asking direct questions softly enough that people answered before realizing they had. We had gone for coffee twice. Not dates. Not officially. The second time she told me I had a resting deposition face, and I laughed harder than the joke deserved. Her text read, "You working tonight?" I typed, "Yeah, why are you awake?" 3 dots appeared, vanished, appeared again. Couldn't sleep. Also got a weird email from a family asking if we moved flowers off their plot. "I'll show you tomorrow." I stopped walking. My flashlight beam dipped onto the road. "What family?" I typed. Her reply came back almost immediately. "The Whitcombs. Pre-need purchase in expansion section. No burial yet." Why? I looked up toward the empty plots. The flowers were still too far away to see clearly, but I could make out the pale shape now without the camera. A small bundle on the grass, maybe 15 yards past the swale. My thumb hovered over the keyboard. Then I typed, "Which plot?" Dana answered, "E21, I think. I'm not logged in." Why? The wind pushed across the open ground, bending the pink survey flags all at once. Their plastic tips flickered in my flashlight beam. I heard, beneath the flag rattle, a soft scraping sound from somewhere ahead. Not footsteps. Not exactly. More like cardboard dragging over damp grass. I switched off my flashlight. The world shrank to camera glow from the chapel behind me, sky glow from the highway, and the pale bundle on the plot. My eyes watered in the cold. I held my breath without meaning to, then made myself breathe because I knew how quickly panic could dress itself up as instinct. The scraping stopped. My radio hissed. Marty's voice came low. "Cole," I pressed the button, keeping my eyes on the flowers. "Yeah, you okay? Dana just texted me about flowers." "What?" "Family complaint. Expansion plot. Whitcomb." Another pause. Then Marty said, "Get back to the office." That was not what I expected from him. Not check the plot number. Not take a picture. Not even call it in. Just get back. A pair of headlights moved along Route 222 beyond the trees, briefly silvering the edges of the stones. When they passed, I saw something near the flowers that I had missed before, a thin, dark line trailing from the bouquet back toward the service road. Ribbon, maybe. Twine. A strip of plastic torn from wrapping. Or a drag mark. My phone buzzed again. Dana, Cole, did you see something? I should have gone back. Marty had told me to. Company policy told me to. Common sense, which sounds clean and obvious when you're remembering things later, told me to turn around, lock myself in the office, pull the camera footage, and call the police if there was even the suggestion of trespass. But the flowers were right there, and the camera only kept clips for 48 hours unless someone saved them manually. And if there were footprints, the frost would soften by morning. And if someone had been walking through empty plots at 2 a.m. leaving bouquets for families who had not buried anyone yet, then maybe it was nothing, sure. A prank, a florist mistake, a confused mourner, explainable. Still, explainable things can hurt you. I turned my flashlight back on. The beam struck the bouquet, and the flowers flashed white and green and wet. Lilies, fresh ones, expensive ones, the kind families ordered when guilt had money behind it. Round the stems was a black ribbon, tied in a neat bow. A small card envelope had been tucked under the string. My radio clicked. Marty said, "Cole, answer me." I stood at the edge of the drainage swale, 1 foot on gravel, 1 on the dead winter grass, with the empty plots ahead of me and the chapel behind me. I could go back and do everything properly. Or I could cross 15 yards, take 1 photograph, read 1 name, and know whether this was somebody's mistake or the start of something worse. The wind lifted the card envelope slightly, just enough to tap against the flower stems. Tap, 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 like it was asking to be opened. I pressed the radio button and said, "I'm just going to get close enough to see the card." Then I stepped off the road. The first thing I noticed was the smell. Not lilies, though those were strong enough to bite through the cold. It was cigarette smoke. Fresh. That thin, bitter ribbon of it hanging low in the damp air, too sharp to have drifted all the way from the highway. I stopped with 1 boot in the drainage swale and 1 on the far bank. The grass there was slick with frost, not fully frozen, just wet enough to take a print and soft enough to lie about it later. My flashlight beam shook a little on the bouquet. I lowered it toward the ground. There were footprints, 2 sets, maybe 3, but the frost had blurred the edges. 1 set came from the service road and crossed straight to the flowers. Another moved away at an angle toward the maintenance shed access path, the one that ran behind the equipment barn and out toward the north fence. Big prints, work boots, deep heel. Whoever made them had either been carrying weight or walking like they didn't care about leaving marks. My radio popped. "Cole," Marty said, "you on the road." I looked behind me. The chapel light was farther than it had felt a minute ago. A square of yellow on brick, with the dark cemetery spread between us like water. Not exactly. A dry breath came through the speaker. "Jesus, I'm at the plot. There are tracks. You need to back out right now." I haven't touched anything. That's not what I asked. The bouquet lay on plot E21. Dana had been right. Even without the map, I knew because one of the little plastic lot markers was planted beside it, orange paint fading on the top. The lilies were fresh enough that water still clung to the leaves. Round them, The black ribbon was tied so carefully, the loops sat flat. No florist sticker, no brand stamp on the paper. The small envelope tucked under the ribbon was cream-colored and clean, except for one damp corner. Written on the front in block letters, "For Helen WHITCOMB." I took a picture before I let myself think too much about it. Helen Whitcomb was not buried there. Nobody was. That was the whole problem. "Name on the card," I said. "Don't read it out loud." That made me look up. Marty had spoken fast. Too fast. "What? Just don't mess with it. Photograph it, then come back. You know something about this? I know you're out there alone. That's not what I asked." The line clicked but stayed open. I heard Marty breathing, then the faint high whine of some appliance in his house. Refrigerator, maybe. Oxygen machine. I didn't know. My phone buzzed in my pocket again. "Dana, are you ignoring me because it's nothing or because it's bad?" I typed one-handed. Card says Helen Whitcomb. "Flowers are on E21. Her reply took longer this time. "Helen Whitcomb is alive." The cemetery seemed to get larger around me, though of course it didn't. It was still the same rows and roads and bare trees and plastic flowers trembling in the wind. But the open ground in front of me no longer looked unfinished. It looked reserved. My radio crackled again. Marty said, "Cole, return to the office. Save the clip. Lock the doors. I'm calling the general manager." "Marty, Dana says Helen Whitcomb is alive." I know. There it was. A small thing can change the whole weight of a night. 2 words, I know. I straightened so fast my left knee popped. "How do you know?" "Because she came in last month with her son. For the plot, for a complaint. About flowers. Cole, not over the radio." That was when the east camera sent another motion alert. My phone flashed against my palm. Camera 6. East Service Road. Same view. Same grainy square. This time the thumbnail caught more than flowers. A figure stood near the maintenance path, too distant to see a face. Hood up, dark coat, one arm hanging lower than the other, like they were carrying something at their side. I looked from the phone to the real path. My flashlight beam found only stakes, grass, and a strip of gravel disappearing behind the equipment barn. My mouth went dry in the ordinary way, like I had swallowed dust. "Marty," I said, "someone's still here." "Where?" Sighed. "By the maintenance path. Get back to the office. I can see their direction." I said, "Get back." His voice had cracked. Not anger, fear. Marty Voss, who had once chased a family of raccoons out of the cremation garden with a shovel, sounded afraid enough to forget being gruff. That should have decided it for me. It didn't. Because right then another message came in from Dana. "Calling you." The phone rang in my hand before I could answer her text. I kept the radio near my mouth and picked up. Dana's voice came through tight and breathless, not sleepy anymore. "Cole, listen to me." I pulled up the Whitcomb account from my laptop. "You're logged into work at 2 in the morning. You sent me a picture of flowers on an empty grave with a living woman's name on the card." "Yes, I'm logged in," she swallowed. "Their plot isn't just pre-need. It was transferred." "What does that mean?" "It used to be under a different contract. There was a cancellation, then resale. I don't have the old paperwork scanned, only notes. Marty might know." I glanced toward the maintenance barn. No movement, but the smoke smell had faded, and that somehow felt worse. "Dana, there's somebody on site. Call the police." "I'm going to, not going to, do it. I need to get back to the office first." "Why?" "Because the office had the camera controls. Because the landline had the emergency contact binder. Because my hands were cold, and my brain was splitting itself into stupid little tasks. Because part of me still wanted to catch the person on video before they vanished and left me explaining lilies to cops who would call it a civil dispute. Because I was still that guy hunting my father's missing medal long after everyone else had accepted it as gone. I need to save the footage, I said. No, you need to be alive to show it to someone. A sound came from beyond the barn. Metal on metal. One clean clank, then another. I turned my flashlight toward it. The maintenance barn sat maybe 70 yards away. A low cinder block building with roll-up doors, fuel tanks behind a locked cage, and a side room where Marty kept tools organized in a way that looked messy until you moved anything. The north fence ran behind it, black chain link screened with arborvitae. Past that was a narrow township road, and beyond the road, a self-storage place with blue doors and bad lighting. A trespasser could have come through there if they knew where the fence dipped behind the compost pile, or if someone had left the maintenance gate open. Cole, Dana said, I heard something by the barn. Stop walking toward sounds. That is not a job requirement. I'm not. I was, though. Not forward exactly, but sideways, along the edge of the swale, trying to get a better angle past the survey stakes. That was the misstep. Small, stupid, the kind you can explain while you're doing it and hate yourself for later. I told myself I was moving toward the road. I was not. I was moving toward the question. The radio burst with static so loud I flinched. Then, Marty, I'm on my way. I pressed the button. No, stay home. Call the GM. Call the police. I already called 911. That stopped me. You did? Yes, I did. And they're going to ask why my night guard is wandering around the back 40 instead of waiting somewhere safe. How long? Dispatch said units are tied up on a crash by Tilghman. Could be 10, could be 20. Time, then, became a real thing, not a vague safety phrase. 10 to 20 minutes with someone inside the cemetery. 10 to 20 minutes before police could get through the front gate. 10 to 20 minutes during which camera footage might overwrite if motion kept triggering, though not immediately, and evidence might be moved, and whoever had left the flowers could slip through the north fence. Dana heard enough of Marty through my phone to curse softly. I'm coming in too. No, I said, and Marty said something similar over the radio, both of us talking over each other. Dana ignored us. I live 9 minutes away. It's not safe. I have the Whitcomb file and the gate code. If police come and you're not at the office, someone has to meet them. That was practical. That was Dana. Fear made her sharper, not louder. Bring the file, I said. Marty snapped. Do not encourage her. I'm encouraging the person with the records to bring the records. You're encouraging another person to enter an active trespass situation. Dana said, Marty, I can hear you. And I'm not walking the grounds. I'll go to the office. Stay in your car until police arrive. I'll decide when I'm looking at it. The clanking came again from the barn. This time it was followed by a low mechanical groan. The roll-up door. I knew that sound. A warped track, badly lubricated, complaining as it rose. The big door on Bay 2 had been scheduled for repair for 3 months. Marty cursed it every time he had to shoulder it up. It was too heavy to open casually, too loud to miss. Someone was inside the maintenance barn. I killed my flashlight again and crouched behind one of the low granite sample blocks stored near the expansion path. It barely hid me. My knee pressed into frozen mud, and the cold went through my work pants instantly. Bay 2 is opening, I whispered into the radio. Marty said something I couldn't make out. Dana whispered too, though she wasn't there. What's in Bay 2? Utility cart, mower, salt spreader, gas cans, tools, and keys. The key ring on my belt felt suddenly heavy. No, I said. Vehicle keys are locked in the office cabinet. Mostly true. Spare keys were in the office, but Marty sometimes left the old Cushman cart key tucked behind the visor because the ignition was sticky, and he said no thief under 70 would know how to start it anyway. I heard the engine cough. Once, twice, then catch with a rough, rattling idle. Oh, come on, I muttered. Marty's voice dropped into something flat and controlled. If that's the Cushman, get away from the road. The old utility cart came out of the barn with no headlights, just the dim amber roof beacon flickering like a dying porch bulb. I saw its shape pass between headstones, boxy cab, open rear bed, one rear tire a little low. It rolled slowly at first, then bumped over the gravel path toward the expansion section. Toward me. I ducked lower. The cart's engine sounded wrong in the cemetery, too loud and too alive. Gravel popped under its tires. Something rattled in the rear bed. The driver was a dark lump behind the windshield, hood still up, face hidden by reflection and grime. He didn't speed. That was the unsettling part. He drove like someone who had been here before, like someone who knew the roads and knew exactly how much noise the machine made and knew nobody would come running from the graves. The cart stopped near the bouquet. My breath fogged against the cold stone. The driver got out. Male, I thought, from build and movement, but I couldn't be sure. Average height. Dark jacket. Gloves. He carried a long-handled spade in one hand and a square canvas bag in the other. He stood over the flowers for a moment, head tilted down, as if checking his own work. Then he turned toward the next empty plot. E22. He drove the spade into the ground, not deep, just enough to cut the frost. Once, twice. The sound was small but specific, metal biting turf, roots tearing, soil lifting. Dana said, "Cole, what's happening?" I had forgotten she was still on the phone. He's digging. On an empty plot. Yes, get out of there. I should have backed away then. I could have crawled to the swale, moved along it, gotten to the road, run if I had to. But the man was between me and the easiest path back to the chapel. And if I moved with the phone lit, or the radio crackling, or my boot slipping on frost, he might look up. Then the police would arrive to find me bleeding in a field because I wanted a better look. That thought finally cut through. "I'm moving back," I whispered. I shifted my weight. My retractable keychain chose that moment to betray me. The keys tapped the granite block. Not loud, not a crash, just a little bright jingle. The man stopped digging. I froze. The engine idled. The amber beacon blinked over the empty plots. Somewhere behind me, the flags rattled on their stakes, and past the north fence, a truck hissed along the township road. The man did not turn right away. He held still with the spade in the ground, one gloved hand on the handle. And slowly he looked toward me. I couldn't see his face, but I saw the pale oval of a mask. Not a Halloween mask, not anything theatrical. A respirator or dust mask, maybe, the kind the grounds crew wore when spreading lime or cutting stone. Practical, explainable, worse for that. My radio crackled. Marty's voice blasted out before I could lower the volume. "Cole, police are en route. Do you copy?" The man moved. Not at me, at the cart. He threw the spade into the rear bed, climbed in, and hit the gas hard enough that the low tire skidded on frost before catching. The cart lurched toward the maintenance path, away from the front gate, toward the north fence. If he got out that way, he'd be gone before police arrived. And if he had been digging in E22, if he had buried something or uncovered something or planted something there, I would be left with flowers, a living woman's name, and a torn patch of grass nobody could explain. I stood without thinking. "Hey," I shouted. The word tore out of me and vanished into engine noise. Dana yelled my name through the phone. The cart kept going. I ran after it for maybe 6 steps before my boot hit the lip of the swale. My ankle folded sideways. Pain flashed up my calf, hot and immediate, and I went down hard on one knee and both palms. The phone flew into the grass. My flashlight rolled, beam spinning crazily across flags, stones, flowers, the cart's rear bed. For one clear second, as the light passed over it, I saw what was rattling in the back. More bouquets. At least 5 of them, wrapped in the same paper, tied with black ribbon, and beside them a stack of cream envelopes. The cart bounced toward the maintenance gate. The north side gate should have been chained. It had a padlock the size of my fist and a secondary latch Marty had installed himself after the vandalism spree. But as the cart reached it, the gate swung inward. Already open. Waiting. The driver cut through, then stopped just beyond the fence. I pushed myself onto one elbow, mud on my palms, ankle throbbing, and watched him turn in the seat. The amber beacon pulsed over the respirator mask, the hood, the gloved hand resting on the steering wheel. He lifted something, not a gun, a phone. The screen lit his face from below, still hidden by the mask. He held it toward me for a second, like he wanted me to understand he had recorded me too. Then he dropped it into his lap and drove out toward the township road. The gate remained open behind him. My radio hissed from the mud. Marty was shouting. Dana was shouting through the lost phone somewhere in the grass. Far off, faint but growing, a siren turned onto the main road. I got to my feet, putting almost no weight on the ankle, and limped toward the open north gate because I had to close it before anyone else came in, before the police arrived at the wrong entrance, before the evidence at E22 disappeared under frost or tires or my own panic. Halfway there, the chapel lights went out. The whole property dropped into darkness, except for my flashlight lying in the grass, the red blink of one solar grave lantern, and the open gate at the edge of the cemetery. Then my phone, somewhere near the flowers, began to ring. The phone ringing in the grass sounded wrong in the dark, not louder than it should have been, not distorted, just too cheerful. That bright little chime Dana had once made fun of because it sounded like a grocery store self-checkout, now trilling from somewhere near a bouquet addressed to a woman who was still alive. I stood between the expansion plots and the open north gate with my weight balanced on one good foot, my other ankle swelling inside my boot. The chapel lights were out behind me. The office was a black square attached to a blacker building. The utility cart's engine had faded beyond the fence, heading toward the township road and the self-storage place, and the darkness it left behind felt freshly made. My radio lay in the mud near the granite sample block, still hissing. "Cole, Cole, answer me," Marty's voice cracked through static. I limped back for it, jaw clenched so hard my teeth hurt. Every step sent a hot wire through my ankle. The flashlight was still on, lying sideways in the grass, throwing a low beam across the disturbed plot at E22. In that angle of light, the The cut turf looked like a wound. I grabbed the radio first. "I'm here," I said. "What happened?" He got out through the north gate. "Power's down, I'm hurt, but I can move. Get to the chapel. The gate is open, leave it. If someone else comes in, Cole, leave it." I didn't answer because I had already reached for the flashlight. The phone kept ringing. I found it face up in the grass near E21, half hidden under the edge of the bouquet. Dana's name glowed on the screen. I swiped with a muddy thumb. "Don't yell," I said. She yelled anyway. "Where are you?" "Still by the expansion lots." "Did he hit you?" "No, I fell." "That is not better. It's a little better." "Cole." The way she said my name put more weight on me than the ankle did. I looked toward the north gate. It hung open about 70 yards away, past the maintenance barn and fuel cage, one side moving slightly in the wind. "I need to close the gate," I said. "No, you need to meet police at the office. The front gate is locked. If the power's out, the keypad may not work. There's a manual chain. The keys are in the office. You have keys. Not for the vehicle gate. Mine are interior and service." A pause. Dana breathed through her nose, sharp and controlled. "I'm 3 minutes out. I'll meet police at the front if I get there first. Stay in your car. I heard you the first time. That was an agreement." "I know." My first attempt at solving the night was simple. Close the north gate, get back to the office, save the footage. It failed almost immediately. I made it halfway to the gate before I heard movement behind the maintenance barn. Not the cart, smaller. A scrape, then a thump, then a wet rustle through the arborvitae along the fence. I raised the flashlight. The beam caught a figure crouched low by the fuel cage. My heart kicked once, hard enough to make my ribs hurt. "Police," I shouted, which was stupid because I wasn't police and sounded nothing like them. The figure jerked upright. It was a deer, a young buck, tangled in the plastic snow fencing Marty had stacked beside the cage. Its antlers had caught in the orange mesh, and in the flashlight glare, its eyes shone flat and white. For half a second, it looked like a person in a hood rising from the ground. Then it lunged, hooves skidding on gravel, and the fencing snapped against the cage with a sound like someone shaking bones in a bucket. I stumbled backward and nearly went down again. The buck tore free and bolted across the service path, past the barn, across Section H, and into the rows of stones. The orange mesh dragged behind it for 10 yards before catching on a vase and pulling loose. Dana was silent on the phone. Then she said, "Please tell me that was an animal." "Deer," I said, breathing too fast. "Great, wonderful, normal cemetery deer. We love those." I almost laughed. It came out as a cough, but the misdirection cost time and the gate was still open. I reached it limping, one hand braced against the chain link. The padlock hung from the hasp, unlocked. Not cut, not broken, unlocked. The chain had been looped neatly on the inside post. That meant a key, not a bolt cutter, not a climb over, not some opportunistic trespasser slipping through a sagging place in the fence. A key. I pulled the gate shut as far as I could. The hinges shrieked, and the sound went out over the cemetery, thin and metallic. The chain was heavy and cold. I looped it through once, then twice, but without the padlock secured, it was only a suggestion. My fingers were clumsy from mud and cold, and when I reached for the lock, I saw something stuck to the inside of the gatepost. A strip of black ribbon, same as the bouquets, tied around the post in a small, deliberate knot. I photographed it. Then headlights swept the trees beyond the front entrance. "Dana," I said, Are you at the main gate? Just turned in. Police. Not yet. Don't get out. I'm at the keypad. The gate won't open. Of course it wouldn't. The power outage had killed the motor, and the manual release required the brass key from the office emergency cabinet. The cabinet inside the chapel. The chapel behind locked doors. The locked doors whose electronic strike might also be dead. The trap tightened with boring, procedural elegance. The cemetery did not need ghosts. It had access control. Stay there, I said. I'm coming. With that ankle, I said I'm coming. Cole, no. But I was already moving. From the north gate to the office was not far on paper. Down the maintenance path past the barn, across the service road, over the drainage swale, then west through Section H and along the chapel drive. Maybe 300 yards. In daylight, nothing. At night, injured with the lights out, every headstone became an obstacle, and every family decoration a snare. My ankle had started to pulse now, swelling against the boot. I could still put weight on it, but only in short, careful steps. The cold helped and hurt. It numbed the skin, but made the joint feel packed with broken glass. Marty stayed on the radio. I'm 10 minutes out, he said. I thought you called police. I did. I'm still coming. Don't. Stop telling everyone not to come while you wander around like an idiot. Fair. His breathing was louder than before. He was driving. I could hear the turn signal ticking, then the rise of his engine. He had probably left in pajama pants under his work coat. Helen would be furious. The thought of her standing in their kitchen while he rushed out made the card on the bouquet feel uglier. Marty, I said. The north gate was unlocked with a key. The radio went quiet. Marty. Yeah. Who has keys? Me, you have partial. Dana has office and front manual, general manager. 2 grounds crew. Snow contractor has winter access. That's a lot. It's a cemetery, not Fort Knox. Any old keys missing? He didn't answer quickly enough. Marty. After the vandalism 2 years ago, we changed most locks. Most. The north gate lock stayed. It was backordered, then forgotten. I stopped walking for half a second. You knew that. I know a lot of things that don't matter until they do. That sounded like guilt, and I didn't have room for it yet. I reached E22 again. The disturbed patch of ground sat just outside my flashlight beam until I forced myself to look. The trespasser hadn't dug deep. He had cut a square of sod and levered one edge up. Underneath was dark soil and something pale. I should have left it for the police. That was the second attempt. Preserve evidence. Keep moving. Do not touch. It only partially worked because I crouched anyway. Not with my hands. I used the end of the flashlight to lift the sod flap half an inch. Beneath it was a plastic sleeve. Not a body part. Not bones. Not anything my imagination had been working up in the dark. A clear document sleeve, the kind used in office binders, sealed with gray duct tape along one edge. Inside was a folded sheet of paper and what looked like a photograph. The sheet had a name printed large enough to read through plastic. Daniel Reese. I took a picture and let the sod fall back. Dana, I said into the phone, which I had wedged between my shoulder and ear. Can you search Daniel Reese? I'm in my car outside a dead gate with no laptop charger and 1 bar of signal. Can you search? She exhaled. Spell it. I did. While she typed, I moved west. The cemetery map arranged itself in my head because it had to. Expansion section behind me. Maintenance barn and open north gate to my right. Section H ahead with veteran stones along the center path. Chapel and office beyond that. Main entrance past the chapel. Dana stuck outside the front gate. The front gate was ornamental iron with stone pillars and a keypad. The pedestrian side gate had a crash bar from inside only. The old service door to the chapel had a physical key. I had that key. Maybe my key ring had taken the fall badly. The retractable cord was stretched and gritty, and 3 keys had mud packed in their teeth. I walked faster, breath steaming, listening to the distant sirens swell and fade as if the police were circling, but not finding the entrance. Dana came back on the line. "I found a Daniel Reese in an old note," she said. "Not current owner. He's connected to the original contract on the Whitcomb plot." "How connected?" "Looks like he bought E21 and E22 in 2019. Transferred. No, wait. Cancelled in 2022 after non-payment. The notes are messy. Is he alive? I don't know. Can you check?" "I am checking, Cole." Her voice frayed on the last word. I softened mine. "Sorry. No, don't be sorry. Be careful. I can be mad later." There were headlights at the main gate now. 2 sets. Dana's car, and behind it, flashing red and blue washing over the stone pillars, the sign, the winter shrubs. The police had arrived, but could not get in. Then all my cameras were useless, because the office had no power. The DVR might be on battery, or it might not. I didn't know. I had spent 8 months meaning to ask how long the backup lasted, and never had because backup batteries were boring, until they became the only thing standing between evidence and nothing. I reached the chapel side door. Locked. I put the flashlight under my arm, found the correct key by feel, and shoved it into the cylinder. It wouldn't turn. Mud. "Come on," I whispered. I wiped the key on my jacket and tried again. Nothing. The siren outside cut off. A car door slammed. Dana shouted faintly from the other side of the property, too far to make out words. A male voice answered, "Police." The key still wouldn't turn. Marty's voice came over the radio. "Cole, where are you?" "Side door, key jammed." "Use the west sacristy door." "I don't have that one." "You do." "Small square head." I flipped through the ring. My fingers were numb. The keys clicked and scraped. Small square head. Small square head. The chapel gutter above me dripped cold water onto the back of my neck. Something moved inside the building. I froze with the keys in my hand. A soft thud from beyond the door. Then a dragging sound. Not outside. Inside. For one terrible second, I thought the masked man had doubled back, gotten inside the chapel, and was waiting in the office with the camera system and the emergency keys. Then the sound came again, followed by a faint clatter I recognized. The mop bucket. During outages, the old chapel sump pump stopped, and water from the basement utility sink sometimes backed up into the janitor closet. Marty had warned me once that the mop bucket rolled if the floor tilted with water. It was explainable. It was also new trouble. If water was coming up, the basement could flood. If the office power strip sat on the floor, the DVR could short. If the backup battery was down there too, footage might be dying right now. I found the square-headed key and went to the west sacristy door, half running, half hopping along the chapel wall. It opened with a sticky pop. Inside smelled of candle wax, old carpet, and damp concrete. My flashlight beam crossed folding chairs, hymnals stacked on a table, a framed landscape print hanging crooked. The emergency lights should have glowed red. They didn't. The outage was complete. I moved through the sacristy into the chapel proper. The stained glass windows were black mirrors, The pews crouched in rows. Somewhere under the floor, water gurgled in pipes with a thick, unpleasant sound. The office door stood open. I did not remember leaving it open. I lifted the pepper spray from my coat pocket and angled the flashlight into the office. Empty. The chair was pushed back from the desk. The monitors were dark. My coffee cup lay on its side, dripping onto the keyboard tray. The emergency key cabinet was closed, but the little glass window had been cracked. Not smashed, cracked neatly at one corner. I stepped closer. The brass front gate manual key was gone. So was the spare key to the north gate. My second attempt had failed before I reached the building. Whoever planned this had not only gotten into the maintenance barn, they had gotten into the office during my shift while I was outside looking at flowers. That private fear I had carried since my father's medal, the fear that something important could vanish while I stood right there, just not looking in the right direction, opened up inside me like a trapdoor. Dana called my name through the phone. I realized I hadn't spoken. "The front manual key is gone," I said. Her answer was quiet. "What?" "And the north spare. Police are here. They're cutting the chain if they have to. They need to know someone may have been inside the office. I'll tell them." "No, Dana," a crash came from the front gate area. Metal, loud and final, then shouting. Not Dana's, not police. A man's voice from somewhere beyond the chapel, near the main drive, yelling one sentence over and over. "I paid for those plots." The words came through the night with awful clarity. "I paid for those plots." I grabbed the emergency binder from the desk and shoved it under my arm. The DVR tower under the monitor blinked on battery. One tiny green light. Still alive. Good, maybe good. Then the office phone rang. The landline should not have worked without power, but old copper sometimes did. Its ring filled the room, harsh and steady. I stared at it. Dana was shouting through my cell now. Marty was calling through the radio. Outside, police were yelling for someone to stop. The office phone rang again. I picked it up. A man breathed on the other end. Not heavy, not theatrical, just close to the receiver, as if he were standing somewhere sheltered from the wind. Then he said, "Tell Helen her flowers were accepted." I didn't speak. He added, "Tell Dana to stop opening old files." The line went dead. A beam of red and blue light swept across the chapel windows as a police cruiser finally forced through the front entrance. I heard tires on gravel. I heard Dana scream my name, not in warning, but in pain or shock. I couldn't tell which. I ran. The ankle gave on the second step, but I ran anyway out of the office, through the chapel, into the cold, carrying the binder and pepper spray, and one fact that made retreat impossible. The person outside knew Dana was there, and he knew exactly what she was doing. The first thing I saw outside was Dana on the gravel. She was on her knees near the front drive, one hand pressed to her cheek, her other hand gripping the open door of her car. Red and blue police lights strobed over her face, turning the blood on her fingers purple, then black, then red again. For one horrible second, I thought she had been shot. Then she looked at me and shouted, "Cole, stop." I stopped because her voice cut through everything. The sirens, the police yelling, my own breathing. A man stood 20 feet beyond her, near the stone pillar of the main entrance, with one arm hooked around the neck of a young police officer. The officer was male, maybe mid-20s, his cap knocked sideways, his flashlight on the ground. The man behind him held a pruning saw against the officer's throat. Not a big one, not a movie weapon. One of Marty's folding arborist saws with orange plastic grips and teeth meant for cutting branches. In the strobe light, each tooth showed. The man wore the same dark jacket and respirator mask I had seen near the utility cart, but the hood had slipped back. His hair was gray and thin at the crown. His eyes were wide in a way that looked less like rage than sleeplessness stretched too far. "I paid for those plots," he shouted again. The officer froze with both hands slightly raised. Another officer, female, stood behind the cruiser with her service weapon drawn, but pointed low. She was trying to talk him down. "Sir, listen to me. Let Officer Klein go. We can talk about the property issue." "It's not property." His voice cracked against the mask. "It's not property when you sell someone's place out from under them." Marty's truck came hard through the open front gate then, bouncing over the curb where the chain had been forced loose. He braked badly near the chapel, tires spitting gravel. He jumped out wearing a work coat over flannel pajama pants, exactly as I'd imagined, except there was nothing funny about it now. "Reese," Marty yelled. The man with the saw flinched. Daniel Reese. The name struck the scene and made everything align in the wrong way. E21, E22, the old contract, the plastic sleeve under the sod, the bouquets in the cart, the living woman's name on an empty grave. Dana looked from Marty to the man. "That's him." Marty didn't answer her. He raised his empty hands. "Dan," he said, much softer. "Put the saw down." Daniel Reese jerked the officer backward a step. The saw pressed closer. The officer swallowed, and I saw a thin line of blood appear under his jaw. "Don't say my name like you know me. I do know you. You knew my wife. You knew where she was supposed to go." Marty's face folded around something old. The female officer said, "Sir, I need you to lower the saw." Daniel Reese's eyes snapped toward her. "Back up." She did not back up. She also did not move forward. This was the part nobody tells you about emergencies. People imagine action as clean. Someone charges. Someone tackles. Someone saves the day. In real life, everybody stands inside a few terrible feet of possibility, and every move looks like it might make things worse. I limped behind Dana's car, one hand on the hood, the emergency binder still tucked under my arm. My ankle had gone beyond sharp pain into a swollen pressure that made my stomach roll. My palms stung from gravel cuts. The pepper spray was in my pocket. I could feel its shape against my hip. Too far, too windy, too likely to blind the officer too. Dana saw my hand drift and shook her head once. No, she had a red mark across her cheekbone where someone had hit her or shoved her into the car door. Her hair had fallen loose from its clip. She looked scared, but her eyes were working, counting distance, watching hands, thinking. Daniel dragged Officer Klein backward toward the chapel drive. "Where's the file?" he demanded. Dana went still. Marty said, "Dan." "Where is it?" Daniel shouted. "She opened it." I know she opened it. Dana's phone lay on the gravel by her knee, screen cracked, but lit. A records app was still open. That was how he knew. He had seen her through the car window. Maybe hit her when she tried to shut the laptop. Maybe she had shouted when she recognized his name. "I don't have a file," Dana said carefully. Daniel laughed once. A terrible, dry sound behind the respirator. "You all lie the same way." "I have notes," she said, "not the original paper. I buried it." My hand tightened on the binder. The plastic sleeve at E22. Daniel's gaze flicked to me. "You found it. Nobody moved. You dug it up," he said. "I saw it." I said, "I didn't take it." "You looked." "Yes." He shook the officer slightly, and Klein made a small, choked sound. That was mine. That was my proof. Marty took a step forward. Daniel screamed, "Don't." Marty stopped. The female officer's nameplate caught the cruiser lights, Alvarez. She shifted her stance, weapon still low, voice steady. "Daniel, I'm Officer Alvarez. I understand you feel cheated. Hurting him will not fix the plot transfer. They already fixed it." Daniel's laugh came again, worse this time. "Fixed it clean. Canceled contract. Non-payment. Resold. New family. Fresh paperwork. My wife gets pushed out like a bad invoice." Marty closed his eyes briefly. "I saw it. So did Dana." "Marty," she said, barely above a whisper. "What happened?" He did not look at her. "His wife died before the balance was paid." Daniel's face twisted. "Margaret died after you told me I could pay in installments. You missed 8 months. I was paying hospital bills." Marty's voice hardened, but not from cruelty. From fear that if he softened too much, Daniel would pull all of us under. "I argued for you. You watched them sell it. I didn't have authority. You had keys. That landed. The north gate. The maintenance barn. The office cabinet." Daniel looked at me. He always had keys. Marty's mouth opened, closed. Dana's face changed. Not surprise exactly. More like a door opening on a hallway she had always suspected was there. "Marty," she said, "did you give him access?" Marty stared at Daniel. "I gave him an hour." The words came out scraped raw. "He came to me last year," Marty said. "After the cancellation. After the resale. He wanted to stand where Margaret was supposed to be. I let him through the north gate one Sunday before dawn. That's all." Daniel snarled. "You said they'd fix it." "I said I'd ask." "You said they'd fix it." "No, Dan, I didn't." For a second, I thought Daniel might break. His eyes watered above the respirator. The saw dipped a fraction. Then police radio chatter burst from Alvarez's shoulder. Daniel startled and yanked Klein backward. The saw cut deeper. Klein gasped. Alvarez raised her weapon. Everything tightened. Dana screamed, "Wait." Not at Daniel, at Alvarez. It worked only because it was unexpected. Alvarez held fire. Daniel froze. Klein's hands trembled in the air. Dana pushed herself up using the car door, swaying once. "Daniel, Helen Whitcomb didn't steal Margaret's grave. Don't say my wife's name." "She didn't," Dana said, and her voice shook but stayed clear. "The sale happened through the cemetery office. The Whitcombs probably don't know anything about the earlier contract. They accepted flowers. No. They complained because flowers appeared on a plot where nobody is buried. That's how I found the transfer note." Daniel breathed hard. The respirator clicked faintly with each inhale. Dana took half a step away from her car. "Dana," I said. She ignored me. "The file you buried," she said. "Does it prove payment?" Daniel's grip shifted. Marty said, "Dana, don't." "Does it?" Daniel nodded once. "Receipts, emails, her death certificate. The original contract." Dana looked at me. I understood before she said it. The sleeve at E22 was the lever. His proof. His reason for not disappearing through the north gate when he could have. He needed it recovered, acknowledged, witnessed. He had trapped himself with us because grief had turned into a court case in his head, and we were the clerks who kept stamping denied. "We can get it," Dana said. Alvarez cut in. "No one is going anywhere." But Dana kept her eyes on Daniel. "Cole knows where it is." Daniel's attention swung to me again. The chapel lights were still dead. The expansion plots were 300 yards behind the chapel, past Section H, across the swale. My ankle throbbed at the thought of it. Daniel said, "Bring it." "No," Alvarez said. He pressed the saw. Klein made a strangled noise. "Bring it." Alvarez looked at me for the first time as if I were more than another civilian in the mess. "Can you walk?" "Not well." "Don't go alone," Marty said. "I'll go." Daniel barked, not him. His hatred for Marty was too hot. "Too personal," Dana said. "I'll go with Cole." "No," I said. "You can't run and you might fall. I can hold the light." "You were just hit, I'm aware." Officer Alvarez measured us all. Then she made a decision that looked like it cost her. "Fine. You two retrieve the document. Slow. Hands visible, Mr. Reese. If that blade moves again, this changes." Daniel gave no sign he heard her, but the saw stopped pressing. That was how Dana and I went back into the cemetery. Not because it was smart, because every other option had a throat under a saw. We moved past the chapel, into the dark rows, with my flashlight in Dana's hand and the emergency binder under my arm. She walked on my right, so I could lean on her shoulder when the ground dipped. Neither of us spoke for the first 50 yards. Behind us, the cruiser lights pulsed against the chapel windows. Ahead, the empty expansion lots waited in the dark. "You okay?" I asked. "No," she said. "You?" "No." "Good, honest." My ankle slipped on wet grass. Pain shot up my leg, and I grabbed her coat sleeve hard enough to twist the fabric. She steadied me. "Slow down. Klein doesn't have slow. Klein doesn't have you breaking your other leg either." That was Dana. Even terrified, she made room for irritation. It helped more than comfort would have. We crossed Section H. The deer's torn orange snow fencing had snagged around a veteran's bronze marker, fluttering softly in the wind. The solar lantern blinked red near the child's grave. Red, red, red. Normal things made strange by context. At the drainage swale, Dana shone the light low. "There," I said. "Plot E22. The cut sod looked smaller now. Less dramatic. Just a flap of grass lifted in a field. I knelt badly, biting back a sound as my ankle folded beneath me. Dana crouched beside me and held the beam steady. I used 2 fingers to lift the turf. The plastic sleeve was still there. I pulled it free. It came up with a wet, sucking sound, dirt clinging to the duct tape. Inside were folded papers and a photograph pressed against the clear plastic. A woman in a hospital bed, thin-faced but smiling, with Daniel Reese beside her holding up a cemetery brochure like it was a promise. Dana looked away first. "Don't open it," she said. "Just bring it." I wiped mud off the sleeve with my jacket. That was when headlights swept across the north fence. Not police, too high, moving fast along the township road. The old Cushman cart burst through the north gate. Daniel had not been alone. For half a second, my mind refused it. Daniel was at the front entrance with Officer Klein. Daniel could not also be driving the cart. Then the cart's amber beacon flashed, and I saw a different figure behind the wheel, smaller, hood tight, face hidden by a white respirator mask. The cart bounced over the maintenance path and turned toward us. Dana grabbed my arm. "Move," I tried. My ankle failed. I went down on my side, the plastic sleeve clutched to my chest. The cart came across the open expansion section with its headlights off, engine rattling, black bouquets jumping in the rear bed. It was not going fast like a car, maybe 15 miles an hour, but on foot, injured in open grass, it was fast enough. Dana hauled under my arm. "Get up, I can't." "Yes, you can." The cart hit the first row of survey stakes, snapping them flat. Pink flags flew under its tires. I rolled toward the swale. Dana pulled. My boot dragged. The pain turned white and sickening. The cart swerved, not directly to hit us, to cut us off from the chapel. Whoever drove it wanted the sleeve. "Run," shouted at Dana. She didn't. She hooked both hands into my jacket and dragged me backward down the slope of the drainage swale. We slid in mud, cold water soaking through my pants. The cart overshot the edge and braked hard above us, tires skidding. The driver jumped out. Female, I thought now. Smaller frame, dark gloves, respirator. In one hand, a utility knife. Dana picked up a loose survey stake from the mud. It was thin wood, not a weapon. Not really. The driver scrambled down toward us. I had the pepper spray. I'd forgotten it until my hand hit my pocket. I pulled it out, thumbed the safety, and aimed upward. The wind was wrong. I fired anyway. A short orange burst sprayed across the beam of the flashlight. Some of it hit the driver's mask and hood. Some blew back into my own face. My eyes lit up like someone had shoved hot sand under the lids. I yelled. The driver screamed too, a high, furious sound, stumbling sideways with both hands up. Dana swung the survey stake and hit her across the forearm. The utility knife dropped into the mud. "Go," Dana yelled. We climbed the swale on hands and knees. Behind us, the driver coughed and cursed. Not a stranger's voice. Dana froze. "I know her," she whispered. "Move, that's Marcy." I blinked through tears, seeing nothing but smeared light. Marcy Vale, female, 46, one of the part-time grounds crew. Quiet. Smoked menthols behind the barn. Knew the maintenance schedules. Knew where Marty hid the Cushman key. Knew the locks. Marcy gagged behind us, ripping off the respirator. "You sold them twice," she screamed, not at us, at the cemetery, at Marty, at the whole machine. Dana shoved me forward. Later. We staggered toward the chapel lights, or where the chapel lights should have been. Behind us, Marcy was still coughing in the swale. Ahead, shouting erupted near the front gate. Daniel must have heard her scream. We came around the chapel with the sleeve. The scene at the entrance had broken apart. Officer Klein was on the ground, clutching his neck. Alvarez had Daniel at gunpoint near the stone pillar. Marty stood between them in the worst possible place, hands out, trying to talk to a man who no longer looked reachable. Daniel saw the sleeve in my hands. His face changed. Relief, triumph, despair, all at once. "Give it to me," he said. Alvarez shouted, "Do not move." Daniel moved anyway. Not toward Klein, toward me. Marty stepped into his path. "Dan, it's over." Daniel swung the saw. Marty raised his arm. The teeth caught him from wrist to forearm, opening his sleeve and skin in one ugly line. Marty made a sound I had never heard from him, half grunt, half animal. Alvarez fired her taser. The probes hit Daniel's jacket. One stuck, one didn't. Daniel stumbled but did not drop. Thick coat, bad contact. He lunged again. Dana threw the emergency binder. It hit Daniel in the face, hard enough to knock the respirator sideways. That gave me 1 second. I slammed the plastic sleeve onto the hood of Dana's car and shouted, "It's here. Everyone can see it. Your proof is here." Daniel stopped with the saw raised, not because I was persuasive, because the photograph had slid inside the sleeve, visible under the muddy plastic. Margaret Reese in the hospital bed, smiling with the brochure. Daniel stared at it like the entire night had narrowed to that one image. Marty dropped to one knee, blood running off his hand onto the gravel. Daniel lowered the saw. Alvarez hit him from the side with everything she had. Not graceful, not cinematic. She drove him into the stone pillar shoulder first. The saw clattered away. Klein, bleeding and pale, crawled over and kicked it farther across the gravel. Daniel fought for maybe 3 seconds. Then he folded, not unconscious, not calm, just empty. Alvarez cuffed him face down on the drive while he sobbed into the gravel, saying Margaret's name over and over until the syllables stopped sounding like a name. Marcy tried to run from the swale when the second cruiser arrived. She made it as far as the maintenance path before pepper spray, mud, and panic put her on her hands and knees. The officers found the utility knife near E22, the bouquets in the cart, the stolen gate keys in her coat, and a cheap prepaid phone with the office number in its call history. The conflict ended in pieces, not with one clean moment. Klein sat against Dana's car while an officer pressed gauze to his neck. Marty leaned against the front pillar, his arm wrapped in towels Helen had packed in his truck for reasons only Helen would know. Dana kept touching her cheek like she expected her face to have changed shape. I sat on the wet gravel because standing was no longer available to me. The DVR survived on battery long enough for Alvarez to have another officer pull it. The plastic sleeve went into an evidence bag. The bouquets stayed in the cart, black ribbons fluttering whenever the wind pushed through the open gate. Daniel Reese was put in the back of a cruiser. Before they shut the door, he looked at me. His eyes were red, wet, and terribly ordinary. "You would have looked too," he said. I didn't answer, because he was right, and that felt like its own kind of injury. By sunrise, Maple Ridge looked like a place that had been pretending all night. The grass glittered with frost. The flags in the expansion section fluttered pink and harmless. The chapel windows caught a thin wash of gold, and the front sign, with its carved doves and polished letters, looked exactly like the kind of sign a grieving family would trust. Even the tire tracks by the north gate seemed smaller in daylight. Messy, yes. Embarrassing. Something for grounds maintenance to fix before a service. Not like a map of how close people had come to dying. I sat on the rear bumper of an ambulance with a blanket around my shoulders and one boot cut off my foot. That bothered me more than it should have. The boot was old, cracked at the toe, cheap enough that replacing it wouldn't ruin me. But watching the EMT slice through the laces and leather felt personal. Like the night had taken inventory and decided it wasn't done collecting. The EMT, a woman named Rachel Mora, 29, female, had calm brown eyes and the brisk gentleness of someone who had learned not to ask every question with her face. She pressed 2 fingers along the outside of my ankle and said, "Tell me if this spikes." It already spiked. I mean more than that. It's got levels. Everything has levels. She rotated my foot 1/2 inch. I hissed and grabbed the bumper. "There it is," she said. Across the drive, Dana sat in the back of another ambulance while a second EMT cleaned the cut on her cheek. The swelling had started to rise under her eye, purple at the edge, red nearer the cheekbone. She kept trying to hold her cracked phone while the EMT kept moving it away from her. "You can text later," he told her. "I'm not texting. I'm documenting. You can document later. I work in administration. That is what we say right before everything gets lost." The EMT looked at Officer Alvarez for help. Alvarez, 38, female, stood near the cruiser with one sleeve rolled up and a field dressing taped across a scrape on her forearm. She had the worn, focused look of a person running on training and bad coffee. "Ms. Bell," she said, "your phone is evidence adjacent at this point. Please stop touching it." Dana stared at her. Then she handed it over, not because she liked it, because Alvarez had used the kind of voice Dana herself used with families who wanted to argue over cemetery rules at a front desk. Firm, respectful, final. Marty sat on the low stone wall beside the main entrance, his right arm wrapped thick with gauze from wrist to elbow. Helen had arrived 10 minutes after the second cruiser and had not stopped moving since. Helen Voss, 61, female, looked smaller than I expected in person, with silver hair pulled into a braid and a winter coat thrown over a nightgown. She had brought towels, bottled water, and a paper bag of Marty's medications. She also brought a look that made 3 police officers and 2 EMTs step out of her way without being asked. Now she stood in front of Marty with both hands on her hips. "You gave a grieving man a key," she said. Marty looked down at the gravel. "I didn't give him a key. You gave him access. I gave him an hour. And then you carried the secret around until it grew teeth." He did not answer. Helen's face softened for half a second, not enough to excuse him, just enough to show that she knew the shape of his guilt. Then she sat beside him and took his uninjured hand. That was worse than if she had kept scolding. Officer Klein, 26, male, was taken away first. The cut on his neck looked shallow by then, packed and bandaged, but nobody treated it like a small thing. He kept saying he was fine in a voice that proved he was. Before they loaded him, Alvarez leaned into the ambulance and spoke to him quietly. I could not hear the words. I saw him nod once, then cover his face with both hands after she stepped back. Daniel Reese sat in the rear of a cruiser with his head bowed. No mask now, no saw, no shouting. Just a thin, exhausted man in a dark jacket, his gray hair flattened with sweat, his wrists cuffed behind him. He did not look at the cemetery anymore. He looked at his shoes. Every so often his shoulders hitched, not dramatically, not like a confession in a courtroom, but like his body had been running on one idea for so long that it no longer knew what to do without it. Marcy Vale sat in a separate cruiser. She looked angrier than Daniel. That was the thing I remember. Daniel looked emptied out. Marcy looked cheated. She had a towel over her eyes from the pepper spray and mud on one side of her face. When Officer Alvarez opened the door to ask her another question, Marcy turned her head toward the cemetery office and said, "Ask them how many times they resold the same dirt." Alvarez closed the door without answering. The general manager arrived at 6:12 a.m. in a clean wool coat and shoes that were wrong for wet grass. Peter Lang, 47, male, managed Maple Ridge and 2 other cemeteries owned by the same regional company. I had met him 4 times before that morning. He had a smooth forehead, a soft handshake, and a gift for sounding concerned without committing to anything. He parked near the chapel, saw the cruisers, the ambulance, the broken gate chain, Marty's bandaged arm, Dana's bruised face, and me with one boot, and said, "What exactly happened here?" No one answered for a moment. Then Dana laughed. Not a big laugh, not a healthy one, more like a match striking in a room full of gas. Peter looked offended. "Dana." She slid down from the ambulance despite the EMT telling her not to. "You need to call legal. I need an incident summary. You need to call legal before you say one more sentence." He blinked. Dana's voice stayed flat. Daniel Reese, Margaret Reese, E21 and E22. Cancelled contract. Resale to Whitcomb. Missing payment notes. Grounds access. Threats. Police evidence. Call legal. Peter looked at Marty. Marty did not rescue him. That told me a lot. Police took statements until the sun was fully up. Alvarez spoke with me last because the EMTs insisted on finishing with my ankle first. Likely severe sprain, possible small fracture. Hospital recommended. No driving. No walking unless necessary. A boot brace, but not the one I'd come with. Rachel gave me the paperwork and said, "You security guys always say you're fine." I'm not really a security guy. What are you? I looked at the cemetery, the office door, the chapel, the new section. Bad at leaving things alone. She tightened the blanket around my shoulders. That'll do it. When Alvarez came over, she held my recorder statement form on a clipboard and nodded toward the expansion section. You understand you contaminated part of that scene? Yes. You also preserved the document sleeve, kept eyes on the suspects, and helped to escalate a hostage situation. All of those can be true at once. That was generous, maybe accurate, maybe both. I should have called from the office and stayed there, I said. Yes, she said, no comfort, no lecture, just yes. I liked her for it. Dana came over while Alvarez was finishing, one hand pressed lightly near the bandage on her cheek. Her other hand held a paper cup of coffee Helen had gotten from somewhere. It smelled burnt and wonderful. You look awful, Dana said. You're very kind. You also owe me a phone. I didn't crack it. No, but you created the situation in which it was cracked. That feels legally vague. Good, I'm practicing. Alvarez glanced between us and almost smiled. Almost. The plastic sleeve was gone by then, sealed in a larger evidence bag in the trunk of a cruiser. I had seen enough while it lay on Dana's car hood to understand the shape of it. Receipts, printed emails, a copy of Margaret Reese's death certificate, a photograph, notes handwritten in the margins of a cemetery brochure. Nothing that made Daniel's violence right. Nothing that made Marcy's help right, but enough to make the night less random and more sickening. Daniel had not invented the wound. He had chosen to make other people bleed from it. That distinction mattered. By 7:30, families started arriving for morning visits. That was the part that has stayed with me the longest. Life came back on schedule. An older man in a navy cap pulled up near Section B with a thermos and a folding chair. A woman parked by the cremation garden carrying carnations, wrapped in grocery store plastic. A young couple slowed near the entrance, saw the police tape by the chapel, and drove on with the careful expression people wear when they want not to know something yet. Peter tried to close the cemetery for the morning. Dana told him he couldn't do that without contacting all scheduled services and notifying families. Peter said, "Then notify them." Dana, with one swollen cheek and no working phone, said, "With what staff, Peter?" He looked around, as if someone might appear from behind a headstone with a headset and a clipboard. In the end, Maple Ridge opened 2 hours late. The funeral scheduled for 10 was moved to the west chapel of another cemetery. The family visiting Section D was escorted by a grounds worker who had not been arrested. The north gate was chained with a temporary lock brought by police. Bay 2 of the maintenance barn was sealed. The chapel office smelled like damp carpet and coffee, and the DVR tower was unplugged, tagged, and gone. I was taken to urgent care by Helen, Not Marty, Helen. She helped me into the passenger seat of her Subaru like I was both breakable and annoying. Before closing the door, she said, "You tell them everything hurts. Men underreport and then limp forever." "Yes, ma'am." She narrowed her eyes. "Don't ma'am me like that makes you obedient." At urgent care, they X-rayed my ankle and found a small avulsion fracture, which sounded worse than it felt until the doctor explained that a ligament had pulled off a tiny chip of bone. 6 weeks in a boot, maybe longer if I was stupid. Dana texted me from Marty's phone after mine was bagged for evidence. Her message said, "Klein stable, Marty stitched, Peter sweating through coat. You alive?" I wrote back, "Bone chip, not dramatic." She answered, "You would find a way to make a fracture administratively inconvenient." Then, after a minute, "Thank you for coming back with me." I stared at that one longer than necessary. I typed, "Thank you for not running when I told you to." Her reply came fast. That was never on the table. Maple Ridge made the local news by afternoon. The first headline called it a cemetery dispute. The second said, "Former plot owner arrested after overnight security incident." By evening, somebody had posted a blurry photo of the police lights at the gate on a neighborhood Facebook group, and the comments did what comments do. People guessed drugs, cults, body dumping, insurance fraud. One woman insisted Maple Ridge had always felt spiritually off, which would have made Dana throw her phone across the room if police hadn't still had it. The company released a statement about cooperating fully with authorities and reviewing historical contract procedures. Peter did not write it. Legal did. Daniel Reese was charged with aggravated assault, unlawful restraint, burglary, trespass, terroristic threats, and a handful of other things I only knew because Dana later read them out loud in the break room with the stunned precision of someone reciting weather damage. Marcy Vale was charged too, though her lawyer would later claim she believed she was helping expose fraud, not assisting violence. Maybe that was true. Maybe it was the story she could live with. Marty was suspended pending investigation. He did not argue. The cemetery found old notes showing he had reported Daniel's complaint twice and been told the file was closed. That did not clear him. It did not damn him either. It placed him in that awful middle ground where most real failures live. He had tried a little, stopped too soon, bent one rule out of pity, and then let shame keep him quiet until someone else used the opening. Dana found the original Reese file 3 days later, not in the system, in a banker's box in the off-site archive, mislabeled as irrigation invoices from 2020. The payments were not complete. That much was true. Daniel had fallen behind, but there were also emails from a former office manager promising a hardship extension, and no one had documented who denied it, or when the cancellation notice was actually mailed. The contract language was ugly, but probably legal. The handling was uglier. The Whitcombs were offered different plots. They accepted. Helen Whitcomb sent Dana a handwritten note thanking her and asking, in shaky blue ink, whether the flowers had been removed properly. Dana showed me the note without comment. The phrase sat between us for a long time, removed properly, as if there were a proper way to take flowers away from a grave that wasn't a grave. I didn't go back to night shift, not right away. For 2 weeks, I sat at home with my boot propped on pillows, icing my ankle and waking at odd hours because I thought I heard the office phone ringing. Sometimes it was the refrigerator. Sometimes a truck outside. Once it was nothing at all, and that was somehow the hardest to shake. My father's medal came back into my mind too, not because of the cemetery, because of Daniel. I understood the shape of his fixation more than I wanted to. The idea that one missing object, one missing paper, one missing promise could become the place where all grief gathered. You tell yourself you need the proof because proof will restore order. Then proof becomes a door you keep walking through until you don't remember there was ever a room behind you. My mother called after seeing the news. "You're quitting," she said. "Hello to you too. Cole, I don't know. You don't owe dead people your life. I know. And you don't owe living people your injury." That one took longer to answer. When I returned to Maple Ridge on light duty, the grass in the expansion section had been repaired. The cut at E22 was patched with a square of sod that didn't quite match the surrounding color. Bay 2 had a new lock. The north gate had a new chain, a new padlock, and a camera angled so aggressively at it that even Marty would have approved. Dana was at her desk with a yellow bruise fading along her cheekbone. "You look vertical," she said. "You look judgmental." I contain multitudes. There was a new procedure taped to the wall above the coffee maker. After hours motion alerts required immediate police notification before field inspection. 2-person response only. No solo investigation of active trespass. No exceptions. Under it, in Dana's handwriting, someone had added, "Especially Cole." I left it there. That evening, before sunset, I walked with my boot and cane to the expansion section. Not because I had to, because avoiding it felt like letting the place decide for me. E21 and E22 were empty again. No flowers, no envelopes, no black ribbon, just grass, markers, and the slight depression where tires had crossed soft ground. I stood there until the light thinned, and the highway began making its steady, wet rush beyond the trees. The cemetery settled into its ordinary evening sounds: flag rope tapping, leaves scraping, a crow calling from somewhere near the storage units. Then I saw it. On E23, one plot over from where Daniel had dug, someone had placed a single white carnation. No wrapping, no ribbon, no card, just one flower laid straight across the winter grass. I looked toward the service road, empty, toward the maintenance barn, locked, toward the north gate, chained. I took out my phone, photographed the carnation, and sent it to Dana and Officer Alvarez. Then I stepped back onto the road and waited there, exactly where procedure said I should, while the cemetery darkened around me by degrees. The flower did not move. Nothing came out of the trees. No phone rang. After 10 minutes, Dana arrived with the incident log and 2 cups of coffee. She stood beside me without asking whether I was okay. Together, we watched the empty plot until the first police cruiser turned in through the front gate. And neither of us said what we were both thinking: that sometimes the scariest part isn't finding out who left the flowers. Sometimes it's realizing how many people might have had a reason. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going. Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale: I'm a valet at a high-end hotel. The cars I park keep changing color is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, No flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end, if you dare. The first car that changed color on me was a Bentley Bentayga with Massachusetts plates. And the thing that bothered me wasn't the color itself. People wrap cars all the time. Rich people especially. They get bored of pearl white and decide they need satin blue or gunmetal gray or some shade with a name like storm pearl, because normal words have stopped working for them. What bothered me was the smell. When I pulled it up to the front canopy, it smelled like warm leather, pine air freshener, and the faint, expensive stink of cigar smoke trapped in the vents. When I brought it back from the garage 12 minutes later, it smelled like wet paint. Not fresh paint, exactly. More like a body shop after closing, when the fans are off and all the fumes have sunk low to the floor. I'm Daniel Keene, 27, male, born in Worcester, and still close enough to home that my mother could text me to ask if I'd eaten, and then show up with soup if I made the mistake of saying no. I worked valet nights at the Beaumont Ashford, a high-end hotel in Boston's Back Bay, where the sidewalks stayed damp even when it hadn't rained. And every guest arrived convinced the curb belonged to them personally. The hotel sat a few blocks from Copley Square, all brass, glass, and soft yellow light, the kind of place where the lobby smelled like lilies and money. Outside, under the curved black awning, things were less polished. Exhaust collected under the canopy. Taxi brakes squealed on Boylston. Delivery trucks idled with their hazards clicking. The doorman fought wind with both hands when it came down the avenue and caught the revolving door just right. I liked night shifts there mostly. The work was simple in a way my life wasn't. Take keys, print ticket, park car. Don't scrape anything that costs more than my father's house. Smile when someone calls you boss. In that tone, that means they forgot your name the moment they decided you didn't have one. The Bentayga came in at 10:43 on a Thursday in late November, during one of those cold Boston nights that makes the air taste metallic. A Celtics game had just let out, and the hotel entrance was a mess of black SUVs, Ubers, and men in wool coats checking their phones, as if weather reports were personal insults. The driver was a woman in her 60s, maybe, with sharp silver hair cut to her jaw and rings on 3 fingers. She didn't give me her name at first. She gave me the key fob, a folded bill, and a look that told me not to breathe too much near the upholstery. Close to the elevator if possible, she said. This one's valet-only garage, ma'am, I said. We'll keep it secured. Her mouth tightened, not angry, just measuring. That is not what I asked. Beside me, Marcus Bell, 34, male, the night captain, and the only man I knew who could make a reflective vest look like part of a uniform, gave me the smallest elbow tap. Marcus had worked hotels in New York before Boston. He could smell difficult guests the way some people smell rain. We'll take care of it, Mrs. Voss, Marcus said smoothly, reading her name from the luggage tag before she offered it. Welcome back. She looked at him, then at me. No one drives it except him. I thought she meant Marcus. I even started to hand him the fob. Her eyes stayed on me. Me, I said. You're Daniel, yes. I hadn't told her my name. My was under my jacket because the clip was broken and had been for 3 weeks. Marcus heard it too. I could tell because his smile got thinner. "Yes, ma'am," I said. She nodded once. "Bring it back exactly as it is." That was the first small thing. Not impossible. Maybe she'd stayed there before and remembered me. Maybe the front desk had mentioned who was on curb. Maybe my badge had flashed when I leaned in. There were answers if I wanted them badly enough. And at that point in my life, I was very good at wanting answers badly enough. My private fear, the one I pretended was common sense, was that one mistake could follow you forever. It had already happened once. 2 years earlier, at a dealership job in Framingham, I'd backed a customer's Audi into a concrete bollard while moving too fast to impress a manager who forgot my name before firing me. The scratch wasn't even catastrophic. A quarter panel, a taillight, a week's pay gone in payroll deductions before they let me go anyway. But after that, every tight ramp, every polished fender, every camera pointing down at me from a garage ceiling made my stomach pull into a knot. I drove slowly now. Too slowly, Marcus liked to say. I checked mirrors 3 times. I memorized license plates like prayers. So when Mrs. Voss told me to bring it back exactly as it was, I heard more than a rich woman being rich. I heard a warning. The Bentley was white when I took it. Not plain white. Something creamy with a pearl finish that caught the hotel lights and threw them back in soft pieces. The hood was still warm. A thin line of road salt crusted the lower doors. Inside, the seats were tan leather with diamond stitching, and the center console had 2 empty espresso cups wedged in the holders. There was a child's red knit mitten in the passenger footwell, which struck me as odd because Mrs. Voss didn't seem like someone who allowed crumbs, let alone children, within 20 feet of her belongings. I drove it down the side entrance on Exeter and into the garage beneath the hotel. The Beaumont garage was technically 2 levels, though the lower one felt more like a service tunnel that had been bullied into holding cars. Low concrete ceiling, pipes sweating overhead, fluorescent lights buzzing in tired rows. The air always smelled of tire rubber, damp stone, hot brakes, and the lemon cleaner the morning crew sprayed near the elevator bank. Every sound bounced around too long down there. A trunk shutting 3 aisles away could come back at you from behind. Louis Ortega, 22 male, was working the kiosk that night. He was from Providence, skinny, always cold, always wearing fingerless gloves, even though Marcus told him it made him look like he was selling stolen phones behind Fenway. Louis was new enough to care about doing things right, but tired enough to make jokes before anything scared him. He leaned out of the booth as I rolled in. "Damn, who ordered the marshmallow tank?" "Mrs. Voss," I said. Louis made a face. "Oh, the candle lady." "What candle lady?" "She yelled at me last month because her sweets smelled like vanilla." Said vanilla was an aggressive scent. I eased past him. "You remember what color her car was?" "White," he said. "Or like rich person white." "Good. Why?" "No reason," he grinned. "That always means a reason." I didn't answer. I parked the Bentley in B17 between a black Range Rover and a navy Porsche Panamera, nose facing out like Marcus preferred for fast retrieval. I took 2 photos with the valet tablet. Front left, rear right, policy. The tablet flash popped white against the concrete wall. On the screen, the Bentley looked exactly as it had outside. Pearl white, Massachusetts plate 6NL782, road salt along the doors. I locked it, listened for the chirp, then checked the handle anyway. That was normal for me. The second check was normal too. The third one, maybe not. Back upstairs, the lobby had settled into its late-night rhythm. Noisy in pockets, quiet in others. The pianist in the bar had switched to slow jazz, and notes wandered out each time the glass doors opened. A couple argued softly near the planters, all smiles whenever anyone looked at them. Somewhere behind the front desk, a printer chattered and stopped. Alina Brooks, 29, female, the overnight front desk supervisor, stood with one hand on the keyboard and the other around a paper cup of coffee she never finished. Alina was from Manchester, New Hampshire, with a blunt bob, calm eyes, and the rare hotel worker talent of making guests feel listened to while already solving the next 3 problems in her head. She and I had been almost something for about 6 months, which in hotel time meant everyone thought we were either engaged or enemies. She looked up when I came in to warm my hands. "You look like you saw a ghost," she said. "Not a ghost. A Bentley. Worse. Did a Mrs. Voss ask about me before she arrived?" Alina's fingers paused over the keyboard. "Ask about you how?" "By name. She requested a quiet suite, hypoallergenic pillows, no turn-down service, and no staff entering unless called. That was in the notes. Nothing about you. Has she stayed here before? A lot. Why?" I shrugged too quickly. She knew my name. Alina glanced toward the revolving door. "You wear a name tag, Dan. Not tonight." Her expression changed just enough to make me regret bringing it up. Not fear. Attention. Maybe Marcus told her. Maybe. She looked past me toward the curb, where Marcus was helping a man in a camel coat unload golf clubs from a Suburban. "Do you want me to check her profile?" "No, don't do that." Then why ask? Because I wanted the answer without being the kind of person who needed it. Because I didn't like rich guests knowing details about me. Because every camera in that building already knew when I scratched my nose, when I checked a door twice, when I took a breath before backing a car down a ramp. Instead, I said, "Just weird." Alina softened a little. "Everything's weird after 10. Eat something." She slid a granola bar across the counter like she was feeding a nervous animal. I took it. This expired in August. It's aged, like wine, like evidence. That got a laugh out of me, and for a few minutes, the night went back into its groove. A silver Mercedes arrived with a businessman who smelled like airport whiskey. 2 Ubers blocked the entrance and pretended not to understand when Marcus asked them to move. Lewis radioed that the garage gate was sticking again, then fixed it by kicking the sensor housing, which was not in the manual, but worked better than maintenance. The wind pushed dried leaves along the curb in scratching little bursts. At 10:55, Mrs. Voss called down for her car. Not unusual. Some guests checked in, dropped bags, and went back out. Dinner, meetings, affairs, emergencies. The Beaumont was expensive enough to hide all of them. Marcus handed me the ticket. Your best friend wants the Bentley. She say me again, she said, the young man. I'm choosing to believe she means you and not my knees. He said it lightly, but his eyes stayed on me an extra second. I went down alone. The elevator to the garage had mirrored walls and smelled faintly of perfume and floor polish. The numbers blinked down from L to P1. Behind the panel, something ticked with each floor like a fingernail on metal. I watched my reflection watching me back, my black hotel jacket zipped to the throat, my hair flattened from the knit cap I kept taking on and off, the granola bar still unopened in my hand. When the doors opened, the garage sound came in all at once. Fan hum, fluorescent buzz, a distant drip hitting a puddle in steady taps. Louis was not in the kiosk. His space heater glowed orange under the counter. His thermos sat open. The old radio he kept near the window played a Bruins post-game show at low volume, two men talking over each other about defensive lines. Louis, I called. No answer. The Bentley wasn't in B17. For half a second, my mind did that merciful thing where it refuses the obvious and offers smaller problems. Wrong row, wrong level. I'd parked it in B19. Marcus moved it. Louis moved it. Some guest with an identical Bentley had taken the space, and I was tired. Then I saw the license plate. 6NL782. It was in B17. The car sitting there was black. Not dusty black, not shadowed white, not one of those pearlescent finishes that shifts under bad lighting. Black, deep, glossy black, with the fluorescent tubes stretched along the hood like white bones. I stood 6 feet away and did nothing. A drop of water hit the floor behind me. Tap. The radio muttered in the kiosk. Tap. I walked around the car slowly. Same plate. Same salt crust along the lower doors, though it stood out differently now, gray against black paint. Same tan leather interior. Same espresso cups. Same red mitten in the passenger footwell, bright as a warning flag. I lifted the tablet with hands that had gone clumsy and opened the parking photos. Front left, white Bentley. Rear right, white Bentley. I looked at the car in front of me. Black Bentley. My first thought was that I was going to lose my job. That's embarrassing maybe, but it's true. Not how can this be happening, or what did I just find? My brain went straight to the paperwork. Damage dispute. Guest complaint. Marcus's face when corporate called. My mother asking why I was home on a Friday afternoon. That old sick feeling of a concrete bollard appearing where I should have seen it. Then Louis came out from between the rows near the service door, moving fast, his sneakers squeaking on the smooth concrete. Dan, he said. I turned. Did you move this? What, the Bentley? No. Did anyone come down? He slowed when he saw the car. His mouth opened, closed. Wasn't that white? He said. I let out a breath that almost became a laugh. Yeah. Came closer, but not too close, like paint color might be contagious. Maybe it's like one of those wraps, heat sensitive, in a cold garage. I don't know. Rich people have stupid stuff. That was an explanation. A bad one, but still an explanation. There are thermochromic paints, color shift vinyl, custom lighting effects. I'd seen a Lamborghini once that went from green to purple depending on angle, and the owner had made us all stand around it like we were supposed to applaud physics. I moved my phone flashlight over the front fender. The paint didn't shift, didn't shimmer. It was black from every angle. Louis whispered, "Maybe the photos glitched. Both of them. Tablet camera sucks. The car was white when I drove it." "I know." We heard the garage elevator ding. Both of us looked toward it. The doors opened, and no one stepped out for a beat. Then Marcus emerged with his radio clipped high on his vest, and his face already annoyed. "Why is Mrs. Voss calling the desk asking where her vehicle is?" I didn't answer fast enough. Marcus looked at the Bentley. His annoyance drained, leaving something flatter underneath. He walked up, checked the plate, then looked at me. "Tell me you parked a different Bentley in this exact spot with the same plates." "No, Louis." Louis held up both hands. "I didn't touch it." Marcus rubbed his jaw. The rasp of his palm over stubble was loud in the garage. "Okay. Nobody gets creative. Nobody says anything weird. We bring it up, we ask the guest to confirm, and we let her tell us there's a reason." "She told me to bring it back exactly as it was," I said. Marcus looked at me then, really looked. "Then you drive slow." The key fob worked. The headlights flashed, clean white against the concrete. I opened the door. The paint smell rolled out stronger. Not enough to make me cough, but enough to coat the back of my tongue. Louis stepped back. "You smell that?" Marcus did. I saw his nostrils flare. "Probably detailing product," he said, in the voice adults use around children when the house is on fire. But no one wants to say fire yet. "Dan, upstairs." I slid into the driver's seat. Everything inside looked the same except for one thing. The red mitten was on the driver's floor mat now, right beneath the brake pedal. I stared at it. Marcus leaned down. Problem. I picked up the mitten with 2 fingers. It was damp. Not soaked. Just damp enough that the yarn felt cold and unpleasant. A small white tag inside had a name written on it in black marker. The letters softened from washing. MADDIE. I held it up. Louis frowned. "Wasn't that over there? Passenger side," I said. Marcus took the mitten, looked at it once, and tossed it onto the passenger seat like that solved something. No loose objects by the pedals. Good catch. Move. I drove the black Bentley up the ramp. Every few feet, the tires made that soft, sticky sound tires make on sealed concrete. The garage gate rose too slowly. Outside, Boston's cold air slipped through the cracked window and cut into the chemical smell, but didn't clear it. At the top of the ramp, the hotel canopy glowed gold. The revolving door turned. A bellman pushed a luggage cart with one bad wheel that ticked each time it spun. Mrs. Voss stood near the curb, wrapped in a long gray coat, hands folded in front of her. Alina was behind the desk inside, watching through the glass. Marcus stood at the edge of the canopy. I pulled forward, stopped exactly on the valet mark, and put the car in park. For a second, nobody moved. Then Mrs. Voss walked to the driver's door before I could get out. She looked at the car, not surprised, not angry, relieved. That was worse. I stepped out and held the fob toward her. "Ma'am, before you go, we need to confirm." "No," she said. Marcus came in smoothly. "Mrs. Voss, there appears to be a discrepancy with the vehicle's exterior condition. For everyone's protection, we'll need to document." I said no. Her voice was quiet. It cut through the traffic noise better than shouting would have. A cab honked on Boylston. The hotel doors breathed warm air behind us. Somewhere above, a window unit rattled in a guest room. Mrs. Voss looked at me. "Did you leave anything inside?" "No, ma'am." "Did anyone else open it?" I glanced at Marcus. "Only hotel staff," Marcus said. Her eyes stayed on me. "Did you look in the back?" I hadn't. Neither had Marcus, not really. Mrs. Voss smiled then, barely. "Good." Louis had come up behind us without me noticing. He hovered near the podium, pale in the canopy light. Marcus shifted his stance, blocking Mrs. Voss from the driver's door. Polite, but not accidental. "Ma'am," he said, "we can't release a vehicle if there's a possible safety or ownership issue." For the first time, Mrs. Voss looked irritated. Not scared, not trapped. Irritated, like we had failed to follow instructions printed clearly on a page she had already handed us. "The car is mine," she said. "We still need to verify." She took one step closer to Marcus. "Then verify quickly." The choice came to us in pieces. We could hand her the keys and pretend this was a custom paint trick we didn't understand. That was the hotel way. Smooth the moment over. Protect the guest experience. Let the weird thing drive away into traffic and become someone else's problem. Or we could do what policy said and what my gut, tight and ugly under my ribs, was begging me to do. Document the discrepancy. Open the doors. Check the vehicle. Risk making a wealthy guest furious. Marcus looked at me, not at Louis, not at Alina behind the glass, me, because I had parked it, because she had asked for me, because whatever had happened between B17 and the curb had somehow put my name in the middle of it. I still had the tablet in my left hand. The photos of the white Bentley waited on the screen, bright and stupid and undeniable. Mrs. Voss held out her palm for the key. Behind her, the black paint reflected the hotel entrance so clearly that for a moment I could see all of us warped across the door. Marcus broad and still, Louis thin and hunched, me with my hand halfway raised, and Mrs. Voss standing closest to the car, her face stretched long in the shine. Then something tapped from inside the Bentley's rear compartment. Once, softly, like a fingernail against glass. Mrs. Voss's hand stayed open. Marcus heard it. Louis heard it. I know they did, because nobody breathed for 2 full seconds. The hotel lobby doors turned behind us, and warm air washed over my back. "Daniel," Mrs. Voss said, still looking only at me, "give me the key." I looked at the fob in my hand, then at the rear door. And the night, which had been ordinary enough to survive, balanced there on the curb while I decided which rule I was more afraid to break. Marcus didn't reach for the key right away. That was what saved us from doing the easy thing. He stood there under the Beaumont's awning with Mrs. Voss's palm open between us. The black Bentley idling so quietly, it sounded less like an engine and more like air moving through a vent. Behind us, the hotel breathed warm lobby air onto the sidewalk every time the revolving door turned. In front of us, traffic crawled along Boylston in glossy strips of red and white. Normal Boston night, wet pavement, cab horns, a bike courier swearing at a rideshare driver. Then the tapping came again from inside the Bentley. 2 light ticks, not loud, not theatrical, just enough to make Louis whisper, "Nope." Mrs. Voss's face tightened. That was luggage shifting. Marcus looked at me. "Pop the rear." "No," Mrs. Voss said. "Ma'am," he said, and his voice had lost the hotel polish. "If there's a person, animal, or unsecured object in that vehicle, we have to check." "There is not." "Then we'll be quick." She stepped closer to him. "You will give me my key." Marcus was good at his job because he knew when to bend and when to become a wall. He planted himself half a foot wider, shoulders square, radio crackling faintly at his chest. He didn't touch her, didn't threaten her, just became difficult to move around. I kept the fob in my fist. My thumb was slick against the buttons. Inside, Alina had left the desk and was standing near the glass doors now. She saw our faces and reached for the radio clipped at her waist. The tapping stopped. That made it worse. If it had kept going, we could have called it mechanical. A loose jack rolling in the cargo well, a trunk latch cycling, the rear wiper settling, but the sudden stop felt like someone listening. "Daniel," Mrs. Voss said. I hated how steady she sounded saying my name, like she had practiced it. "Is there a child in the car?" I asked. Her eyes moved, finally, not to me, but to the rear passenger window. The glass was factory tinted, dark enough that the canopy lights showed only our reflections. My own face looked pale and stretched in it. Louis hovered behind me, tugging at the fingers of his gloves. "No," she said. Marcus clicked his radio. "Alina, lock front valet intake. No new cars for a minute." Her voice came back through the speaker, low and controlled. "Copy." "Do you need security?" Mrs. Voss snapped. "No security." Marcus didn't look away from her. "Call Pete." There was a pause. "Copy," Alina said. Pete Harmon, 51, male, was the hotel's overnight security supervisor, an ex-Massachusetts state police trooper who had retired with a bad knee and a habit of narrating his own suspicion. He was usually somewhere near the loading dock watching camera feeds and eating sunflower seeds from a paper cup. Pete treated most guest complaints like weather and most staff panic like bad wiring. But he knew procedure better than anyone in the building, and he had no instinct for pleasing rich people unless they were bleeding. Mrs. Voss heard the radio and changed tactics. Her shoulders lowered, her voice softened. "There is a private medical matter in that vehicle," she said. "A family matter. I am asking you not to make this cruel." That hit differently. I saw Louis's expression loosen, guilt already entering before facts did. Marcus blinked once. Even I felt it, that sudden shift from danger to embarrassment. Maybe there was medication in the back. Maybe an elderly relative's supplies. Maybe some humiliating thing she had every right to keep private. But then I remembered the mitten under the brake pedal. MADDIE. "Is anyone missing from your party?" I asked. Mrs. Voss's head turned toward me inch by inch. My party. A child named Maddie. Something sharp passed behind her eyes. Not grief, not confusion, recognition. Then it was gone. "Give me the key," she said again. That was when the concrete problem arrived, as if the night had decided we weren't moving fast enough. A black Cadillac Escalade rolled up behind the Bentley and stopped crooked at the curb. Its headlights filled the underside of the awning, bouncing off the Bentley's wet-looking paint. The driver didn't wait for us. He threw it into park, climbed out, and left the engine running. The man who stepped onto the curb was in his 40s, male, broad in the shoulders, with a shaved head and a camel coat worn open over a dark suit. He moved with the impatience of someone used to people making space before he reached them. I had parked enough cars for men like him to know the type, not necessarily rich, but attached to rich people. Security, driver, fixer. Someone paid to make problems fold small. "Mrs. Voss," he said. Her expression changed before she turned. Relief again, but thinner this time. Graham Pike, 44, male, gave us a quick inspection as he came around the Escalade. He had one of those calm faces that made anger seem more dangerous because it wasn't showing yet. His eyes landed on the fob in my hand. "We're leaving," he said. Marcus angled his body between Graham and me. "Sir, you need to move your vehicle from the valet lane." Graham ignored him. "Keys." "I'm going to ask you once more," Marcus said. "Move your vehicle." The Escalade sat behind the Bentley, blocking it in. Its exhaust pumped white into the cold air. A taxi behind it honked. Then another car honked behind the taxi. The hotel entrance began to clog the way it always did when one person decided rules were decorative. Alina's voice came through the radio. "Marcus, we've got 2 arrivals circling and 1 guest calling from a town car. Pete is on his way from the dock." Marcus pressed the transmit button without lowering his gaze. "Hold intake." "Already doing that." A man in a navy overcoat near the revolving door muttered, "Unbelievable," to nobody in particular, which meant to all of us. Time started pressing from every side. The valet lane was blocked. The guest was demanding her car. Another vehicle was trapping it in. If we didn't clear the curb, traffic would back into the street. If we released the Bentley and something was wrong, the hotel would have handed over a possible crime scene. If we opened it without consent and Mrs. Voss screamed privacy violation, corporate would fold Marcus into a meeting room and pretend the policy had always meant something else. And me, I was still holding the key. That stupid little fob felt heavier by the second. Graham stepped closer. "You're Daniel." I didn't answer. He smiled without warmth. "Mrs. Voss asked for you specifically because you handled her car. That means your responsibility is simple. You return it." "She asked me to bring it back exactly as it was," I said. His eyes flicked to the black paint. "And did you?" The question slid under my ribs. Because no, I hadn't. Even if I hadn't done anything, even if the tablet photos proved the color had changed after I parked it, the car had been in my custody. My ticket, my initials, my route into B17. My mistake somehow, because that was how mistakes worked. They found the person already afraid of them. Marcus must have seen it on my face. "Dan," he said quietly, "don't engage." Graham kept his voice low too. "Do you know what a replacement wrap costs on a Bentayga?" Lewis blurted. "A wrap doesn't change in 12 minutes. Graham turned to him. "Who are you?" Lewis immediately regretted existing. "Nobody." "Then be nobody over there." "Hey," Marcus said, sharp enough that a couple near the hotel doors looked over. "Talk to staff through me." Mrs. Voss closed her eyes for half a second. Not patience, calculation. "Graham," she said. Move the Escalade. He didn't. Not until we have the keys. Alina came out through the revolving door then, coat thrown over her uniform, cheeks flushed from the warm lobby to cold curb transition. She didn't rush, which made it clear she was forcing herself not to. Alina Brooks looked at Mrs. Voss, and then at Graham, clocking the blocked lane, the running engines, the faces. Mrs. Voss, I'm happy to escort you inside while we sort this out. I am not going inside. Then I'll need you to step away from the vehicle so our team can complete a safety check. Graham laughed once. Your team? Alina held his eyes. Yes, I admired her for that. I also hated that she was now in it with us. A siren yelped somewhere down Boylston. Not for us, probably. But everyone flinched a little anyway. Pete arrived from the side entrance a moment later, limping fast, black security jacket zipped to his chin. Pete Harmon had a square face, graying mustache, and the permanent squint of a man who had spent 30 years looking into headlights. He carried a small flashlight in one hand and a radio in the other. All right, Pete said. Why are we having a curbside convention? Marcus gave him the clean version. Vehicle came in white, documented white. Retrieved black, same plate. Paint smell. Possible sound from rear compartment. Guest refuses safety check. Associate vehicle now blocking lane. Pete looked at the Bentley, then at me. Tablet photos. I held it out. He studied the screen, then the car. He didn't whistle, didn't make a joke. That told me enough. Keys stay with staff, Pete said. Graham's jaw shifted. Mrs. Voss said, This is absurd. Pete nodded. Most things are, Marcus. Move the Bentley to the inspection bay. No, she said. Pete lifted a hand. Not asking permission to inspect for safety on hotel property while the vehicle is under active valet control. Alina added, We can document the entire process and note your objection. Mrs. Voss looked from one of us to the next. For the first time, she seemed to understand that politeness had failed her. Then her phone rang. Not a normal ringtone. Just one vibration, then another, buzzing inside her coat pocket. She didn't reach for it at first. Graham did, reflexively, his hand twitching toward his own jacket, as if he expected his phone too. Mrs. Voss pulled hers out and checked the screen. Whatever she saw changed her posture. Her spine stiffened, her mouth parted slightly. Is it her? Graham asked. Mrs. Voss shot him a look so fast and vicious that he stopped speaking. Pete noticed. Of course he did. Is who? He asked. No one, she said. Her phone buzzed again. I caught only a glimpse of the screen before she turned it away. A number with no name, and a photo notification beneath it. Not a text I could read, just the little thumbnail shape, too small to identify. Mrs. Voss silenced the phone. The Bentley's rear compartment tapped again. Once. This time it came with something else. A muffled scrape. Lewis made a noise in his throat. Alina's hand moved to her radio. Pete said, Open it. Graham stepped forward. Marcus moved too, but Graham was quicker than I expected. He didn't come at Marcus. He came at me, for the key. It was clumsy and fast and stupid, the kind of move someone makes when a plan is collapsing. His hand clamped around my wrist. Pain flashed through my thumb as the fob dug into my palm. I jerked back. Marcus grabbed Graham's shoulder. Pete shouted, Hey. For one messy second, All of us were too close. Graham's coat smelled of cold wool and cigarette smoke. My elbow hit the Bentley side mirror hard enough to fold it inward with a motorized whine. Mrs. Voss hissed something I didn't catch. Lewis knocked over the valet podium trying to get around us, and the plastic ticket tray spilled across the wet sidewalk like playing cards. Then Pete did what ex-troopers do. He hooked Graham's wrist, turned his arm, and put him chest first against the Escalade's fender with a dull thump. Graham grunted. The hotel doorman, Victor, froze at the revolving door with luggage still in both hands. A woman in a red scarf gasped, "Oh my God." Marcus grabbed my shoulder. "You good?" "My wrist," I said, because it hurt, and because saying that was easier than admitting I had almost let Graham take the fob. Pete kept Graham pinned, hands visible. Graham breathed hard through his nose. "This is assault." "No," Pete said. "This is you grabbing staff." Mrs. Voss wasn't looking at Graham. She was looking at the Bentley. The engine note changed. It dipped, coughed, then steadied. A warning chime sounded from inside the cabin. Clean and polite. The kind of sound luxury cars make when they are telling you something expensive has gone wrong. On the dashboard, through the windshield, a yellow message flashed. "Key not detected." I looked down. The fob had cracked in my hand. Not shattered, but the plastic casing had split during the struggle. One edge stuck up near the metal loop. The tiny red LED blinked once, then died. "Oh no," Lewis said. The Bentley locked itself. All 4 door pins dropped in sequence. Chunk, 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 chunk. Mrs. Voss whispered, "No." Nobody moved for a beat. Then the car alarm began. Not the full screaming horn, not yet. A sharp internal chirp repeated through the cabin while the headlights pulsed against the wet street. The dashboard flashed. The engine, still running, trembled at idle. Pete released Graham just enough to look back. "Can you unlock it?" I pressed the fob. Nothing. Again. Nothing. Marcus swore under his breath. Alina said, "Daniel, the fob's dead." Graham twisted against Pete's grip. "You broke it. You grabbed me. You broke it." Mrs. Voss's calm was gone now. "Open the car," Pete snapped. "With what?" "There's an emergency blade in the fob," Marcus said. I knew that. Every valet knew that. Hidden key for doors. Usually useless on newer push-start cars if the alarm got confused, but it could open the driver's door mechanically. My fingers didn't want to work. My wrist throbbed where Graham had grabbed it, and my thumb felt hot and numb at the same time. I pried at the cracked fob casing. The little metal blade slid out halfway and jammed. The Bentley chirped again. Inside, something scraped across the rear compartment. Not tapping now, scraping, like fingernails dragging over plastic. Lewis backed away. "There is someone in there," Mrs. Voss said. "There is." But she was crying now, quietly. One tear had cut a clean line through makeup near her left eye. She didn't wipe it. That scared me more than if she had screamed. Alina moved to Pete's side. "We need to call Boston police." "No police," Mrs. Voss said. Pete ignored her and lifted his radio. "Front desk, call 911. Report possible person trapped in vehicle, valet lane obstruction, physical altercation, luxury SUV running and locked, Back Bay Hotel frontage." Alina didn't wait for the radio. She was already dialing on her cell. Graham lunged again. He drove him back into the Escalade, harder this time. "Do not." The Bentley's internal chirp became a full alarm. The horn blasted once, then again, loud enough to punch through my chest. Guests inside the lobby turned. Someone shouted from the sidewalk. The Escalade's headlights washed everything flat and white. My ears rang. "Open it," Marcus shouted. "I'm trying." The emergency blade came free. I got to the driver's door, bent close, and found the hidden key slot beneath a small cap near the handle. My hands shook so badly I scraped the paint around it. Black paint, except where the emergency key scratched. A thin white line appeared beneath the black, not metal, white. The car hadn't been repainted all the way down, or the black was something on top of the original finish. A coating, a film, a spray, something recent enough that the paint smell made sense. "Marcus," I said. "What?" "It's white underneath." He looked. The horn blasted again. No time to process it. I turned the key. The driver's door unlocked mechanically with a heavy click, but the alarm kept screaming. I yanked the handle. The door opened 2 inches, then stopped. Something held it from inside. At first, I thought the seatbelt was caught. Then, I saw the black nylon strap looped from the interior handle to the steering column, pulled tight, tied off with a knot I recognized from hauling luggage carts and securing ski bags. A trucker's hitch. Someone had tied the driver's door shut from inside. "Cut it," Pete shouted. Marcus had a utility knife on his belt for zip ties and luggage tags. He flicked it open and shoved the blade through the gap. The horn made thought almost impossible. He sawed at the strap. Once, twice. The nylon frayed, then snapped. The driver's door swung open. The smell hit us hard. Paint fumes, hot leather, perfume, and underneath that something sour and human. Sweat, panic. The air inside the car was warm and stale. I reached for the unlock button. "No," Mrs. Voss screamed. Too late. The locks popped. Marcus went for the rear driver's side door. Graham threw his shoulder into Pete. Pete lost balance on his bad knee and stumbled. Graham got free and ran not away, but to the Bentley's rear passenger door, reaching for the handle before Marcus could open the other side. Lewis, of all people, moved first. He shoved the valet podium into Graham's path, not gracefully, not heroically. He just pushed the damn thing with both hands and a panicked grunt. It clipped Graham across the shins. Graham went down on one knee, cursing. Marcus ripped open the rear driver's side door. The horn stopped. For half a second, the sudden drop in noise left only the ticking hazards and everyone breathing. The back seat was empty. No child, no person, just tan leather, a folded gray blanket, and the red mitten sitting in the center like someone had placed it there carefully. Then we heard the sound again. Behind the rear seats, the cargo area. The Bentega's rear hatch had no visible handle from where we stood. It was power operated, controlled from the fob, the dash, or the hatch release outside. "The trunk," Lewis said. "It's not a trunk," Marcus snapped, more fear than correction. I leaned into the driver's seat, trying not to inhale too deeply, and searched for the hatch release. Buttons near the lower dash. Fuel door, parking assist, rear hatch. My finger found it. Mrs. Voss said something then, not to us, to herself. "Please don't be stupid, Maddie." The name landed like a dropped glass. Alina heard it too, her face changed. "Maddie is in the car," she said. Mrs. Voss clamped her mouth shut. I pressed the hatch button. Nothing happened. The dash flashed a warning, rear latch fault. Pete had Graham pinned again, this time with Marcus's help from one side, but both of them looked toward the message. Manual release, Pete asked. Inside cargo panel, I said, maybe. Then someone has to get in. Nobody liked that. The Bentley was still running. The fumes inside were strong. The rear compartment might contain a child, or might contain nothing, or might contain a person with a weapon, because rich people's private family matters did not usually involve tied door straps, blocked valet lanes, cracked key fobs, and cars sprayed black over white in 12 minutes. Alina had the 911 dispatcher on the phone. We have reason to believe there may be a minor trapped in the cargo area. Vehicle is running. We're attempting access. Police and EMS needed. Mrs. Voss said she is not a minor. Alina turned on her. Then who is she? No answer. Graham spat. You people have no idea what you're interfering with. Pete pushed him harder against the Escalade. Then educate us. The Bentley's engine coughed again. This time it didn't steady. It shuddered, then the dashboard lit up with warnings. Battery, engine, transmission. The kind of electronic Christmas tree that made every valet's stomach drop. Then the garage radio on Lewis's belt crackled. Not our channel. The service channel backup, the one maintenance used when the main repeater hiccuped. A voice came through, distorted and low. Gates stuck open on P1. Someone just ran past the kiosk. Lewis grabbed the radio. Who is this? Static. Then the voice again, clearer. Black sedan went down. No ticket, no lights. Marcus looked at me. Alina covered the phone with one hand. A car entered the garage. Lewis swallowed. That's maintenance. Loading dock Cam must have seen it. The conflict sharpened into something colder than panic. If someone had just gone into the garage, they weren't there by accident. Not with the valet lane blocked. Not while all of us were distracted at the curb. Not while the Bentley sat half open and screaming under the awning. Mrs. Voss stared toward the garage ramp. Graham stopped struggling. That was the worst tell of all. Pete noticed it too. Who's down there? Graham said nothing. From inside the Bentley's cargo area came one hard knock. Then a voice. Muffled, hoarse, female. Don't let him take the other car. Everyone froze. The words were almost swallowed by the seatbacks and the idling engine, but they were words, human words, not luggage, not a latch, not a wrap. Alina said into the phone, "We have confirmed a person trapped in the vehicle." Mrs. Voss made a small broken sound. Marcus leaned into the rear seat, reaching for the latch access, and I grabbed his jacket before I knew I was doing it. "What?" he snapped. I pointed toward the garage ramp. Down there, beneath the Beaumont, someone had entered the secured level while our whole team stood on the curb. A black sedan. No ticket, no lights. And in the cargo area of the Bentley, a woman we couldn't see had just warned us about another car. The police were minutes away, maybe less, maybe more. The rear latch was faulted. The Bentley was filling the canopy with paint fumes and hot exhaust. A person was trapped inside. Someone was in our garage. Marcus looked at Pete. Pete looked at Alina. Then at me, because I knew where every high-value car from the last hour had been parked, and because my fear of being responsible had finally become responsibility in the most literal way possible. "Daniel," Pete said, breathing hard. "Which other car?" I thought of the black Range Rover beside B17, the navy Porsche, the white Bentley that wasn't white anymore, and the guest arrivals we had parked before Mrs. Voss came in. Then I remembered something so small I almost missed it. When I parked the Bentley, there had been a black Range Rover on its left. When I retrieved it, I hadn't looked twice, but the Range Rover had been gray. Not shadowed, not dirty, gray. I felt the choice narrow around us. Stay at the curb and cut into the Bentley while whoever had entered the garage took whatever they came for. Or split up before police arrived, risking the garage, the fumes, the unknown person in the cargo area, and whatever Mrs. Voss had dragged to our door. The trapped woman knocked again. Harder this time. "Please," she said from behind the seat. "He has Maddie's car." Mrs. Voss covered her face. Graham closed his eyes. And somewhere below us, from the open mouth of the garage ramp, tires squealed against concrete. Marcus made the first decision, because Marcus always made the first decision when everyone else started looking at each other like rules were something you could pray to. "Pete stays with Graham," he said. "Alina stays with Dispatch and the Bentley. Lewis, you're with me and Dan." Mrs. Voss lowered her hands from her face. "No, don't go down there." That was the first thing she said that sounded honest. Pete had Graham pressed against the Escalade's hood, with one hand twisted behind his back. Not quite a police hold, but close enough that Graham's face had gone shiny with sweat. The Bentley sat beside us under the canopy, black paint, reflecting the hotel lights. Driver's door hanging open, hazards ticking. The woman trapped behind the rear seats had gone quiet, except for small, strained breaths we could hear when the traffic noise dipped. Alina stood near the rear passenger door with her phone to one ear, repeating details to 911 in a calm voice that was fraying at the edges. "Yes, the vehicle is running. Yes, there may be fumes. No, we cannot access the cargo area yet. Police and EMS are en route." The hotel entrance was half chaos now. Victor, the doorman, had dragged luggage carts across the valet lane to keep arriving guests back. A town car idled beyond the Escalade. Someone inside the lobby was recording through the glass. I could see the red dot on their phone screen, and below us, at the bottom of the ramp, tires had just screamed against concrete. I didn't want to go down there. That is the cleanest way to say it. My wrist hurt from where Graham had grabbed me. My thumb had a red groove from the cracked key fob. My mouth tasted like paint fumes metal, and that stale panic you get when your body wants to run, but your job requires a vest and a polite tone. I wanted to stay under the lights, near the revolving door, near Alina and witnesses and the sound of traffic. But I had parked the Bentley in B17. I had noticed the Range Rover beside it. I was the one who knew which cars belonged where, so I nodded before I could talk myself out of it. Marcus looked at Lewis. "You good?" Lewis's eyes were too wide. "Absolutely not. Good enough." We moved fast. From the canopy, the garage entrance sat to the right of the hotel, down a sloped concrete ramp off Exeter Street. The ramp ran under the building, and opened into P1, the upper valet level. Straight ahead from the ramp was Lewis's kiosk and the gate arm. To the left were rows of through D guest vehicles packed nose in under low pipes. To the right, past a blind concrete wall and a red painted fire door, was the service corridor leading to the freight elevator and loading dock. B-17 sat 2 aisles left of the kiosk, near a support column with yellow padding and an old leak stain shaped like Florida. I knew that layout better than my apartment. Still, when we reached the top of the ramp, the garage below looked wrong. The gate arm was up, the kiosk light flickered, and the black sedan was gone. Maybe it backed out, Lewis whispered. Marcus gave him a look. You hear an engine leave? No. Then it's in there. We jogged down the ramp, shoes slapping wet concrete. Halfway down, the air changed. Street cold thinned into garage damp, thick with tire rubber, and the chemical smell already stuck in my throat from the Bentley. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, and somewhere deeper in P1, a car alarm chirped once, then stopped. I hated that sound. At the bottom, Lewis reached the kiosk first. His little space heater was still glowing under the counter, his radio still talking faintly about hockey, his thermos tipped on its side and dripping coffee into a stack of blank valet tickets. The gate sensor housing hung loose where he had kicked it earlier. One screw had popped free. There, Marcus said. Fresh tire marks curved around the gate arm, cutting close to the kiosk. Whoever had entered had done it fast, clipping the rubber curb and leaving a dark smear along the concrete. I pulled up the valet tablet, hand shaking enough that I had to brace it against my chest. We need to check B-17. Lead, Marcus said. That was our first attempt. Get to B-17, identify the other car, stop whoever had entered. It lasted about 90 seconds before it started falling apart. We moved left past row A. The garage felt too loud and too quiet at once. Fluorescent buzz above us, water ticking from pipes, our breathing, a distant engine rumble that seemed to come from everywhere because concrete loves lying about sound. Row B opened ahead. B-17 was empty. The space where the Bentley had been sat between two vehicles that should have been easy to name. On the left, where I remembered a black Range Rover, there was a gray Range Rover. On the right, the navy Porsche Panamera was still navy, but its rear plate had been smeared with something dark and oily. Marcus crouched by the empty Bentley spot and touched the floor. His fingers came away black. Paint, Lewis asked. Marcus sniffed it, then immediately regretted it. Spray coating, rubberized maybe. I checked the tablet photos from when I parked the Bentley. The Range Rover beside it in the background had been black. In the live garage, it was gray. Same Massachusetts dealer plate. Same small dent near the rear quarter. Range Rover changed too, I said. Or got coated, Marcus said. Why? He didn't answer. Lewis pointed toward the far end of row B there. A black sedan was parked near the down ramp to P2, nose facing us, lights off. It sat crooked across two spaces, engine silent. A BMW 7 Series, I thought, dark windows. No plates on the front. Marcus raised one hand to slow us. Don't crowd it. We approached from the driver's side, keeping the support columns between us and the car as much as possible. My heart was beating so hard I could feel it in my injured wrist. 10 feet away, Marcus called out. Hotel security. Step out. Nothing. He tried again. Nothing. Lewis stayed behind the yellow padded column, phone in one hand, radio in the other. Maybe they bylaid. Maybe, Marcus said. He motioned me back, then reached toward the driver's door with 2 fingers and yanked it open. Empty. The interior light came on. There was no driver, no passenger, no weapon, no masked man waiting in the back seat. Just a pile of black plastic sheeting on the rear floor, 2 half-empty aerosol cans, and a cheap battery-powered sprayer lying across the passenger seat. The smell coming from inside was the same body shop after closing stink from the Bentley. For a second, relief made me stupid. Okay, I said, it's just paint. Then Marcus leaned in and looked at the ignition. No key. MW had been hot-wired or started some other way because the start button housing was pried loose and wires dangled beneath the dash. The steering column cover sat cracked on the floor mat. Lewis made a small sound. That's stolen. From above us, faint through concrete and distance, the Bentley's horn suddenly blared again. Once, twice, then stopped. We all looked toward the ramp. Marcus clicked his radio. Elena, status, static. Elena, nothing. Lewis tried his. Front desk, you copy. Static again, thick and broken. The garage repeater had always been bad near the P2 ramp, but this felt timed. Everything felt timed now. Marcus swore. Back upstairs. That was the first partial success and first failure. We had found the black sedan. We had found coding equipment. We had learned the color changes were staged, mechanical, human. But we hadn't found the person who drove it in. And now, the radios weren't reaching the people we had left behind with a trapped woman and 2 suspects. We turned back toward the ramp. The garage lights went out, not all at once. That would have been too clean. They died in a wave from the service corridor outward, 1 row of fluorescents blinking off, then another, then the next, until P1 dropped into emergency lighting. Red exit signs glowed over the stairwell doors. Small battery lamps came on near the elevator bank, weak and yellow, making every windshield catch little slices of light. Lewis grabbed my sleeve hard enough to hurt. No, it's emergency power, Marcus said, but he sounded like he was telling himself. A metallic bang cracked through the garage. Lewis yelped. I saw movement near row D, low and fast between parked cars. A shape ducked behind a white Mercedes Sprinter van. Marcus lifted his flashlight. Hey, no answer. The shape moved again. This was the misdirection, though none of us knew it yet. In that dim red garage, with someone possibly hunting for a car connected to a missing woman and a child named Maddie, my brain built the worst version of what it saw. A man crouched low. A weapon. Someone waiting to rush us when we got close. Marcus whispered, "Stay behind me." We moved along row C, slow now. My shoes dragged instead of stepped. The emergency lights pulsed faintly from somewhere behind us, so shadows stretched the wrong way under bumpers. Every polished car reflected fragments. Marcus's flashlight, Lewis's pale face, my own hand clenched around the dead Bentley fob like it still mattered. The shape rustled behind the sprinter. Marcus pointed the flashlight low. A raccoon stared back at us from beside the rear tire, one paw in a torn catering bag, eyes shining like wet coins. Lewis sagged against Alexis. I'm going to die of embarrassment before anything else kills me. The raccoon bolted under the van and knocked a loose metal dustpan across the floor. That was the bang. It skittered in a half circle and stopped. For half a breath, we almost laughed. Then something heavy slammed on the other side of the garage. Not an animal, the service fire door. Marcus spun toward the sound. Go. Second attempt. Reach the service corridor before the intruder got out or deeper in. We ran. Past B17. Past the kiosk. Right around the concrete wall toward the red fire door marked service access staff only. It was supposed to stay locked from the garage side unless you had a staff card. It was open 3 inches. Marcus slowed and held up a fist. The corridor beyond was narrow, painted beige, with pipes along the ceiling and gray rubber floor mats that trapped dirty water. To the left, after 20 feet, was the freight elevator. Straight ahead, the hall turned toward laundry and the loading dock. To the right, a stairwell climbed back to the lobby and down to P2. Marcus pushed the door open with his foot. The corridor smelled like bleach, cardboard, and something burned. We stepped inside. A fire alarm strobe flashed silently at the far end, but the alarm itself hadn't sounded. That meant someone had pulled or tampered with a panel without triggering the whole building system, or maintenance had another problem on a night that was already full of them. Lewis pointed to the floor. Black footprints marked the rubber mat. Not mud. Same spray coating, tacky and wet, leaving heel shapes from the garage toward the freight elevator. Marcus pressed the elevator call button. Nothing. The panel was dead. He tried the stairwell door, locked from our side. That's not right, he said. Lewis's voice rose. How is it locked from this side? Because someone engaged the night latch. Can they do that? They just did. My phone buzzed in my pocket, making me jump. It was Alina. I answered so fast I almost dropped it. Where are you? Her voice came through thin and broken. Dan, are you in the garage? Yes, what's happening upstairs? We got the rear seat folded down partway. She's conscious. Her name is Claire. EMS is 3 minutes out, police maybe 5. Graham won't talk. Mrs. Voss keeps asking for Maddie. Who's Maddie? I don't know. Claire keeps saying not to let the silver car leave. I looked at the gray Range Rover in my mind. Silver or gray? What? Ask her if she means gray Range Rover. A pause. Voices muffled. Then Alina came back. She says not Range Rover. She says Audi. Dan, she says there's an Audi with taped plates and a child seat. Marcus heard enough from my expression. What? I repeated it. Lewis squeezed his eyes shut. We parked an Audi. Yes, we had. At 10:31, before Mrs. Voss arrived, a man had pulled up in a dark green Audi Q7 with New York plates, a toddler seat in the second row, and a stuffed rabbit wedged in the rear cup holder. He had worn a baseball cap low and tipped 20 in cash. I remembered because he had asked if there was an exit onto the alley instead of Boylston. I remembered because I had parked it on P2. Lower level. P2, I said. Marcus looked at the locked stairwell, then the dead freight elevator. Our second attempt had revealed the intruder's route, and the trapped woman's name, Claire, plus the other car wasn't the Range Rover. It was an Audi Q7 on the lower garage level, likely connected to Maddie. But the attempt failed because the fastest route down was blocked and the elevator was dead. The trap tightened around us in a very practical way. No lights, bad radio, locked stairwell, dead freight elevator, possible child's car below. And the person who had entered the garage was somewhere between us and it. Ramp, Marcus said. We doubled back through the service corridor to P1 and cut across toward the vehicle ramp that curled down to P2. The Beaumont garage had been retrofitted under an old building, so nothing was straight. The down ramp sat at the far rear corner past rows D and E, a tight concrete spiral with mirrors at each bend for drivers to avoid clipping each other. On busy nights, it felt like threading a needle with someone else's money. In emergency light, it looked like a throat. My wrist pulsed with each step. Louis kept breathing through his mouth, too fast. Marcus's limp had started to show. I'd never noticed it before, but now every third step landed harder than the others. At the top of the down ramp, we found the first real sign of Maddie. A pink plastic hair clip lay near the curb, broken in half. Not old, not dusty, bright pink with a little cartoon cat face on it. Louis picked it up, then seemed to wish he hadn't. Kids drop stuff, he said. Yeah, I said, they do. We heard an engine start below. The sound came up the spiral ramp, deep and muffled, bouncing off concrete. Not the BMW, not the Bentley, something smoother. Marcus ran first. Wait, Louis hissed. But waiting was how cars disappeared. We took the ramp down on foot, hugging the inner wall. Halfway down, headlights swept across the curve below us, bright enough to turn the mirror white. Marcus grabbed my jacket and pulled me back behind the concrete pillar. A vehicle climbed toward us. For one insane second, I thought it was going to be the Audi, barreling up the ramp with Maddie inside, and all we'd have to do was block it. Then the vehicle came around the bend. A silver Audi Q7. My stomach dropped. The front plate was covered with blue painter's tape. The headlights were on high. Through the windshield, I saw a figure in a dark hoodie driving, face hidden by glare. Marcus stepped out and shouted, "Stop." The Audi didn't. It accelerated. Marcus jumped back, slamming into me. The Q7 scraped the inner wall, side mirror exploding against concrete. Plastic and glass snapped across the ramp. The vehicle missed Louis by maybe a foot. He fell backward, palms skidding on the dirty floor. The Audi roared past us up toward P1. Plate, Marcus shouted. Taped, I yelled back. No rear, I turned as it climbed. The rear plate was smeared black, but one corner showed white with a blue strip. New York, maybe. Then it was gone, engine echoing toward the top level. We scrambled after it, but by the time we reached P1, the Audi was not at the main exit. The gate arm was still up. The ramp to the street was empty. For a moment, I couldn't understand. Then I saw the service corridor door swinging. He didn't go out, I said. Marcus followed my gaze. There was only one other way. Through the service lane behind the laundry rooms, out the loading dock, into the alley that ran behind the Beaumont and connected to the next street over. Most guests didn't know it existed. The man in the Audi had asked about an alley exit. He had planned this. We sprinted toward the service corridor again, but we were too late. Somewhere behind the walls, metal doors clanged open. A vehicle's tires chirped over a threshold. The sound faded into city traffic. Second failure complete. We had found the car. We had even seen it. And we had failed to stop it. Louis sat on the floor where he had fallen, one palm bleeding from a scrape, eyes wet with pain and shock. I touched it, he said. What? The passenger window. When it passed, I slapped it. He held up his right hand. Black coating smeared across his fingers. Marcus crouched beside him. You see inside, Louis swallowed. Child seat, empty, relief hit, then immediately twisted. Empty didn't mean safe. Empty meant Maddie wasn't where we could see her. My phone rang again. Alina. Dan, she said, breathless. Police just arrived at the curb. EMS is cutting into the rear from inside. Claire says the Audi driver took Maddie before they got here. She says Maddie is 8. She says the car colors are for license plate cameras. That made sense so fast it felt like a trapdoor opening under my feet. Change the color. Smear or tape the plates. Move vehicles through a hotel garage full of rich guests and blind spots. Make camera searches useless. White Bentley becomes black. Black Range Rover becomes gray. Dark green Audi becomes silver. Every witness contradicts every camera. Marcus heard me repeat it and went still. Where did the Audi go? Alina asked. Loading dock, I said. Alley exit. We missed it. She said something to someone near her, then came back. Police want you upstairs. Marcus shook his head even though he couldn't hear her. No, I covered the phone. They want us upstairs. And the driver knows the alley and the garage, Marcus said. He might still be in the building. Louis, still on the floor, looked toward the service corridor. Or he left. Then the fire door to P2 opened at the bottom of the ramp. Slowly, a small hand appeared around the edge. Not an adult's hand. Too small. Fingers dirty, nails bitten short. We froze. A girl stepped out. She was maybe 8, female, wearing purple leggings, one sneaker, and a puffy jacket zipped wrong, with the left side caught under the right. Her hair was brown and tangled, one side clipped back with the missing half of the pink cat hair clip. Her face was streaked with tears and black smudges. She clutched the stuffed rabbit I remembered from the Audi's rear cup holder. For one stunned second, nobody spoke. Louis whispered, Maddie. The girl looked at him, then at Marcus, then at me. Is my mom dead? She asked. That snapped something loose in me. No, I said quickly. No, she's upstairs, Claire. Is Claire your mom? She nodded once, tiny. Marcus lowered himself slightly, hands visible. Maddie, my name is Marcus. We work for the hotel. We're going to get you upstairs, okay? She looked behind her into P2. He said if I came out, he'd make the car burn, she said. The air seemed to thicken. What car? Marcus asked. She pointed down into P2. My mom's. A sharp electronic beep came from below. Then another. Not a car alarm, a timer. Marcus moved Maddie behind him. Dan, I know, we should have gone upstairs. That was the sensible thing. We had the child. Police were at the curb. EMS was with Claire. The Audi was gone or seemed gone. Our job should have ended there. But then a thin ribbon of smoke curled up from the P2 ramp. Not dramatic movie smoke, not flames, just a gray line, chemical and oily, sliding along the ceiling. A vehicle below was smoking, maybe burning, maybe rigged, maybe just overheating. But P2 held 30 cars, fuel tanks, cleaning chemicals, old wiring, and one narrow ramp out. If a fire took hold down there, it could climb into the building before anyone understood where it started. Maddie grabbed my jacket with one dirty hand. "My mom's phone is in there," she said. "He took pictures. He said he'd send them." Marcus looked toward the ramp. From above us, Pete's voice finally came through Lewis's radio, broken but understandable. "Police on scene. Nobody leave garage. Repeat, nobody leave." The message dissolved into static. At the bottom of the ramp, another beep sounded. Then the garage lights flickered once, emergency red jumping to white and back again. I looked at Marcus. He looked older than he had 15 minutes ago. "We get Maddie upstairs," he said. Another beep. Smoke thickened. Maddie began to cough. Then from below, a car horn blared in one long continuous note, as if someone had leaned their whole body onto it, or as if something heavy had been placed on the steering wheel. Marcus pushed Maddie toward Lewis. "Take her. Now." Lewis stood shakily, bleeding palm tucked against his chest, and put himself between Maddie and the ramp. I started to follow. Then the P2 fire door slammed shut behind us. The magnetic lock clicked. The emergency shutters at the top of the vehicle ramp began to descend. Slowly at first. A metal curtain grinding down from the ceiling, meant to contain smoke and fire between levels. It was doing exactly what it was designed to do, and it was about to seal us on the wrong side. Marcus ran for the shutter controls. I grabbed Maddie's hand. Lewis shouted for Pete into a dead radio. The metal curtain dropped lower, cutting off the path to P1, to police, to Alina, to air, to anything that looked like retreat. Down below, the horn kept screaming. The smoke thickened, and in the red emergency light, the cars around us, gray, black, silver, white, no longer looked like parked vehicles. They looked like evidence waiting to burn. The shutter came down like it had all the time in the world. That was the part I couldn't get over. Everything else was fast. Lewis shouting into dead radio static. Maddie coughing into the sleeve of her crooked jacket. The horn screaming from P2. Smoke starting to comb along the ceiling. But the fire curtain moved with calm, grinding patience. A wide metal sheet sliding lower, 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 cutting the ramp in half. Marcus hit the control box with the heel of his hand. Nothing. He hit it again. The shutter kept descending. "Key switch," he snapped. "What?" "There's a key switch. Manual override." The control panel was mounted on the P1 wall beside the ramp, under a cracked plastic cover. I had seen maintenance use it once, when a delivery truck got wedged under the shutter. There was a little cylinder lock below the buttons. Of course there was. Of course the thing that could save us needed a key nobody had. Lewis dragged Maddie toward the narrow strip of space still open beneath the shutter. Go under. Go under now." Maddie froze. She had the rabbit clutched so tightly, its ears stuck between her fingers. Her eyes were on the smoke below, not the exit above. She was 8 years old and already had the look adults get when their brain refuses to accept that one bad choice can turn into a whole night. "I can't," she said. You can, Lewis said, voice cracking. You just crawl, like under a table. No, the opening was maybe 3 feet high, then 2.5. Marcus looked at me. Dan, get her through. I knelt in front of Maddie, my bad wrist throbbing when it hit the concrete. Hey, Maddie, listen to me. Your mom is upstairs. Claire is upstairs. She needs to see you, okay? Her face moved when I said Claire. Not much, but enough. He said she was dead, she whispered. He lied. How do you know? Because if I told her I didn't know, she would never move. So I said, because Alina heard her talking. She's hurt, but she's talking. She asked for you. Maddie looked past me at the shutter. It was now low enough that even she would have to crawl flat. The horn from below stopped. The sudden quiet was worse. Then something popped on P2. A small sound. Electrical, maybe. A sharp crack followed by a hiss. Marcus said, now. I pushed Maddie gently toward Lewis. She dropped to her knees and slid under the shutter on her stomach. Lewis reached through from the P1 side, grabbed her wrists, and pulled. Her sneakers scraped the concrete. The stuffed rabbit caught under the metal lip. She cried out, not from pain, from panic. I shoved the rabbit through after her. Lewis pulled her clear. Go, Marcus shouted. Up the ramp. Lewis did not go. Of course he didn't. He stayed on the far side, crouched, bleeding hand, leaving red dots on the concrete. Eyes fixed on us through the narrowing gap. Come on. Marcus shoved me toward the opening. I got one shoulder under before the shutter dropped another few inches and kissed the back of my jacket. Metal pressed down, heavy and cold. My injured wrist buckled. Pain shot up my arm, so bright I nearly vomited. Marcus grabbed my belt and yanked me backward. Not enough, he said. The gap was now maybe 14 inches. Too small for either of us. Lewis's face disappeared behind the shutter as it met the floor with a final metallic thud. For 1 second, all we could hear was our own breathing. Then the latch engaged. Clack. P1 was gone. Police were gone. Alina was gone. Maddie was safe on the other side, or safer, and Marcus and I were trapped between the sealed ramp and whatever was smoking below. Marcus stood with both hands on his knees, head down. Okay, he said. He said it like that could make it true. The emergency lights painted him red from one side and gray from the other. Sweat shone along his temple. His limp had gotten worse, his right knee stiffening every time he put weight on it. I said, we can take the P2 stairwell. If it's not locked too, and if it is, then we break something expensive. A low scraping noise came from below. Both of us turned. The garage horn hadn't been the only sound. I could hear an engine fan ticking, something dripping onto something hot. Smoke continued to slide up the ramp in a thin layer, not filling the air yet, but moving with purpose. Marcus took the utility knife from his belt and handed it to me. What about you? I asked. He picked up a broken side mirror from the Audi, the one that had exploded against the wall when it almost hit us. Jagged plastic, a strip of mirror glass still attached. I'll improvise, he said. We went down toward P2. The spiral ramp curved left, concrete wall on one side, low barrier on the other. The smoke thickened halfway down, scratching the back of my throat. Marcus pulled his jacket collar over his mouth. I did the same. It helped almost none. At the bottom, P2 P2 opened wider than P1, but felt lower, older. Fewer lights had emergency backups down there. The red glow came mostly from exit signs and the occasional battery lamp above the elevator lobby. Cars sat packed tight in rows F through K. Some were covered in dust because long-term guests left them for weeks. Some were worth more than the whole valet staff made in a year. And near row H, under a sprinkler pipe, a dark green Audi Q7 sat with its hood up. Not silver, green. The coating had been peeled or rinsed from part of the driver's side, leaving messy silver streaks over the original paint, like a bad mask coming off. Its horn was silent now because the driver's airbag had been cut out, and a dented metal toolbox sat on the steering wheel, holding the horn pad down at an angle. It must have shifted. That was the long note we'd heard. Smoke came from under the hood. Not flames yet, but close. The smell was awful, burning plastic, hot oil, spray chemical, something sweet and toxic from overheated wiring. Marcus looked at the Audi. "That's Maddie's car," I pointed. "Child seat." The second row door was open. The child seat sat crooked, straps hanging loose. A juice box lay crushed in the footwell. There were little muddy sneaker prints on the plastic door sill. Maddie S. I saw the stuffed rabbit's missing bow on the floor mat. Then I saw the phone. It was half under the front passenger seat, screen cracked, plugged into a cable that ran toward the dashboard. Claire's phone, maybe. A photo was visible on the lock screen notification, too bright in the dark. A man's hand over a license plate. A spray can. A child's pink clip on the ground. "Phone," I said. Marcus moved toward it. A voice behind us said, "Leave it." We turned. Graham Pike stood near the P2 elevator lobby. For a stupid second, my mind rejected him because Pete had him upstairs. Police had him. Graham had been pinned against the escalade. Graham could not be here. Then I saw the split in his camel coat sleeve, the black smear across his cheek, the way he held one arm tight to his ribs. Not Graham. Same build, same shaved head. Similar coat. Younger, maybe late 30s. Close enough in bad light to become him, the driver. He held a tire iron in one hand. The human brain does strange math under pressure. Mine counted distance first, 20 feet, then exits. Stairwell behind him. Ramp behind us blocked by fire shutter. Service elevator dead unless power came back. Rows of cars between us. Smoke growing. Then weapon. Tire iron, heavy. Real. Marcus lifted the broken mirror piece like it was something. It wasn't much. "Hotel security," the man said and smiled. "You're the valets." His voice was rough, Boston adjacent, but not quite, maybe South Shore. Maybe learned from people tougher than him. Marcus said, "Police are upstairs. Then you should go upstairs." Shutters down. He glanced toward the ramp. "Yeah, shame." The Audi gave a hard electrical pop. Sparks dropped from under the hood and died on the concrete. The man's eyes flicked to it. That was fear. Not of us. Of the car. "We're going to burn it," I said. He looked at me then. "You're Daniel," my name again. It landed wrong every time. Marcus shifted. "Who are you?" The man ignored him. "You should have handed over the Bentley." "Who are you?" Marcus repeated. The tire iron swung loosely at the man's side. "Somebody who got hired to clean up a family problem." "Claire and Maddie are a family problem," His jaw tightened. The smoke made my eyes water. I blinked and saw tears spill hot down my face. Not sadness, chemicals. The man stepped toward the Audi. Marcus stepped to block him. "Don't," the man said. "You're not taking the phone." "I don't need the phone." That confused me. Then he looked past us, at the abandoned black BMW on P1. No, we were on P2, at the rows of cars, at the service corridor, at the sprinkler pipe above the Audi. He didn't need the phone because he had come back for something else. The aerosol cans, the coding, maybe evidence. Maybe Claire's original photos had already uploaded. Maybe the phone was bait. We didn't know enough, and that was how he kept winning. He knew the shape of the night. We only knew the piece in front of us. Marcus whispered, "Dan, get the phone." The man heard him. He rushed. Peak moments are never clean. They do not happen like stories make them happen, with everyone brave in the right order. Marcus moved first, but his bad knee lagged. The man's shoulder hit him hard in the chest and drove him into the Audi's open rear door. The door edge caught Marcus in the thigh. He grunted and went down on one knee. I went for the phone. The man swung the tire iron, not at my head, at my arm. I pulled back too late. The iron clipped my left forearm, not full force, but enough. Pain flared deep and nauseating. My hand opened. The utility knife clattered under the Audi. Marcus grabbed the man's coat from the side and dragged him backward. They hit the concrete together. The tire iron bounced once, skidded toward the front wheel. I crawled for the phone with my right hand. Smoke lowered another foot. My lungs burned. The Audi's dashboard lit and died, lit and died. Somewhere under the hood, a fan kept trying to start, whining and choking. The man kicked backward, heel catching Marcus in the face. Marcus fell away, blood immediately darkening his upper lip. "Dan," he shouted. I got the phone. The cable held it. I yanked once. It didn't come free. The man lunged toward me. I twisted and saw his face clearly for the first time in the red light. 38, maybe. Broken capillaries along the nose. A small crescent scar under one eye. Not a monster, not a shadow. Just a man who had decided other people could be moved around like vehicles if someone paid enough. His hand closed around my jacket. I stabbed him with the only thing in my hand, not the knife. Claire's phone. I drove the cracked edge into his cheekbone. He shouted and let go. Marcus came up behind him with the black nylon strap, the same kind that had tied the Bentley door shut. I hadn't even seen Marcus take it from his pocket. He must have grabbed it upstairs after cutting it loose, or picked up a second piece from the Audi. He looped it around the man's wrist and pulled hard, using his body weight, not strength. The tire iron hand twisted behind the man's back. The man slammed Marcus into the Audi's side. Marcus hit with a hollow metal boom and dropped. The man turned on him. That was when the sprinklers kicked on. Not all of them. Not like a movie. One head above the Audi burst with a metallic pop, then another 6 feet away. Water hammered down in dirty sheets, black at first as it washed coating and dust from the pipes. The sudden spray hit the hot engine and became steam, thick and white, rolling over the hood and into our faces. For half a second, nobody could see. I heard the man curse. He was between me and Marcus. I heard Marcus coughing. I heard the Audi hiss. I did the only valet thing I could think of. I hit the panic button on the dead Bentley fob. Nothing happened, obviously. The fob was broken. Wrong car. Useless. Then I remembered the emergency blade. Not for the Audi, for keys, for cars, for doors. The Audi's driver door was open. The key wasn't there, but the start button housing had been ripped apart. Under the dash, wires hung loose like nerves. The toolbox on the steering wheel had kept the horn down. The driver had staged the horn to draw attention. He had known enough to tamper with systems, but not enough to make it neat. I crawled into the driver's footwell. "Dan," Marcus shouted, somewhere behind steam. I grabbed the loose wires. This was not a heroic knowledge moment. I did not know how to hot wire an Audi. Modern cars are computers with wheels, but I knew valet mode. I knew emergency releases. I knew where people hid things they didn't want guests to see. I knew the underside of dashboards, from retrieving dropped wedding rings and vape pens, and one very expensive watch. There was an aftermarket tracker zip tied beneath the steering column. A cheap black box with a blinking green light, and beside it, taped up under the dash, a second key fob. The spare. He had kept it there so anyone in his crew could move the car. I ripped it free. The man saw me. He came through the steam, one hand over his bleeding cheek, the other reaching for the tire iron on the floor. I pressed the Audi fob. The horn chirped. The locks snapped. The rear hatch began to rise. Wrong button. Or maybe the right one. Because inside the open cargo area, under a loose tarp, were 3 more aerosol sprayers, 2 rolls of temporary plate covers, a stack of printed valet tickets, and a hotel access card with my name written on a sticky label. Daniel K. My legs went weak. That was how Mrs. Voss knew. That was how the driver knew. Someone had made me part of the route before I ever touched the Bentley. The man lunged for the cargo area. Marcus tackled him low. Not clean, not strong. Desperate. His shoulder hit the man's knees, and both of them went down hard in the water. Marcus cried out when his bad knee twisted under him. A real cry, sharp and involuntary. The man grabbed Marcus by the collar and slammed his head once against the concrete. I heard the dull sound. I will never forget that sound. "Stop," I shouted. He didn't. He reached for the tire iron again. I was closer to the Audi than to him. The spare fob was still in my hand. The hatch was open. The engine smoked under the hood. I saw the gear selector. I saw the concrete wheels stop in front of the Audi. I saw the car was still in neutral. Maybe from towing. Maybe from tampering. Maybe luck, though I don't believe much in luck anymore. I jumped into the driver's seat, pressed the brake with my right foot, and hit the start button. The engine didn't start. The electronics woke. Warnings exploded across the dashboard. I put the car in reverse. Nothing. I tried again. The transmission caught with a heavy thunk. The man looked up. He understood before I moved. I took my foot off the brake. The Audi rolled backward, not fast. Maybe 5 miles an hour enough. The open rear hatch slammed into a concrete column. The whole vehicle jolted. The hatch crumpled inward. The tarp and sprayers spilled out. The man flinched away from the cargo area, and Marcus used that 1 second to roll clear. I braked. Too hard. My forehead hit the steering wheel. White light burst behind my eyes. The horn blared under my chest. The man ran, not toward us, not toward the ramp, toward the P2 stairwell. Marcus tried to get up and failed. I stumbled out of the Audi after him, half blind, coughing, forearms screaming. The man reached the stairwell door and swiped a card. Green light. He had access. The door opened, and Lewis hit him from the other side with a fire extinguisher, not in the head. Lewis was not that kind of lucky. He hit the man in the shoulder and upper chest as he came through, a wild two-handed swing that knocked the man sideways into the doorframe. Maddie was behind Lewis on the stairs, crying silently, Alina above her with one hand on the girl's shoulder and the other holding her phone flashlight. Police had gotten the stairwell open from above. Not a sudden savior, not really. They had been working toward us the whole time. We just hadn't known if they would make it before the garage did its damage. The man tried to stand. Lewis sprayed him full in the face with the extinguisher. White powder erupted in the stairwell. The man gagged, slipped, and went down on both knees. 2 Boston officers came down behind Alina, weapons drawn, but angled low, shouting commands that overlapped and echoed. Hands. Don't move. Down, down now. The man dropped the tire iron. It rang on the concrete. That sound ended the fight, not the fear, not the night, just the fight. I turned back toward Marcus. He was sitting against the Audi's rear wheel, one hand pressed to his face, the other gripping his knee. Blood ran from his nose over his lips and chin. His eyes were open, but unfocused. Marcus, I said. He blinked. Did you hit the car? I laughed once, then coughed so hard I had to bend over. Water from the sprinklers ran down my neck. My arm hurt. My forehead hurt. My lungs felt scraped raw. I could taste extinguisher powder even from where I stood. Yeah, I said, a little. He nodded faintly. Corporate S gonna love that. Alina pushed past the officers as soon as they let her. She reached me first, then saw Marcus, and went to him. Her hands hovered because there was nowhere safe to touch. EMS is coming down, she said. Maddie stood halfway down the stairwell, wrapped in Lewis's valet jacket. She stared at the Audi like it might stand up and come after her. Her rabbit hung limp from one hand, soaked from sprinkler water. Mom, she asked. Alina looked back at her. Your mom's alive. They got her out. Maddie made no sound. Her face just folded, and Lewis, pale and shaking, crouched beside her without touching until she leaned into him. One officer cuffed the driver on the wet concrete. Another moved to the Audi's cargo area, photographing the sprayers, plate covers, fake tickets, access card, and the sticky label with my name on it. He lifted it carefully with gloved fingers, then looked at me. Daniel Keene, I nodded. The shame came anyway, irrational and hot. Even with the man cuffed, even with Maddie alive, even with Claire out of the Bentley. My name had been taped under the dash of a disguised car used to abduct a child and trap her mother. My fear had been right in the worst possible way. A mistake with my name on it could follow me forever, even when I hadn't made it. Marcus saw my face. Don't, he said thickly. I looked at him. He swallowed blood and grimaced. Don't do that thing where you make every bad thing your fault. I wanted to answer, but my throat closed. The sprinklers kept pounding water onto the smoking Audi, until the smoke thinned into steam. The fire never became a blaze. That almost made it worse somehow. All that fear and damage over a small, controlled burn meant to destroy evidence, trigger shutters, split us up, and buy enough time for a man to leave through a stairwell with whatever he still needed. He hadn't counted on Maddie running. He hadn't counted on Lewis staying. He hadn't counted on Marcus carrying a cut strap. He hadn't counted on me knowing there might be a spare key taped under a dash, because rich guests and criminals both hid things in the same stupid places. Upstairs, faint but clear through the open stairwell, a woman screamed Maddie's name. Maddie tore away from Lewis and climbed. Alina followed. I tried to move after them, but my legs didn't cooperate. I sat on the wet concrete beside Marcus, my back against the ruined Audi, and watched white sprinkler water turn gray as it carried the black coating across the floor in thin streams. For a while, nobody asked me to park anything. That felt like mercy. Then Pete's voice came from the stairwell, rough and breathless. "Dan, Marcus." "Here," I called. "You alive?" Marcus closed his eyes. Define alive. Pete came down 2 steps, saw the cuffed driver, the wrecked Audi, the officers, the evidence spread under the hatch, and the black water running around our shoes. His expression tightened. "Graham's talking," he said. "Mrs. Voss, too. This guy's name is Owen Pike, Graham's brother." The cuffed man on the floor turned his face away. Pete looked at him, then at the Audi, then at me. "Looks like the family problem got subcontracted." Nobody laughed. Above us, Claire sobbed so hard the sound broke apart in the stairwell, and Maddie sobbed back, both of them alive, both of them making noises that did not belong in a luxury hotel. The conflict was over because the man who had taken Maddie was on the floor in cuffs, because the Audi wasn't burning anymore, because Claire was out of the Bentley, because the color-changing cars had turned back into evidence. But the garage still smelled like hot plastic and wet paint. Marcus's blood was on his shirt. Lewis's palm was torn open. My name was on a sticky label in a police evidence bag, and under the harsh red lights of P2, with water dripping from every pipe and the ruined Audi sitting half green, half silver, I understood that we had not stumbled into a strange night. Someone had built it around us. By the time they got me upstairs, the Beaumont lobby looked like somebody had dragged the inside of the garage through a 5-star hotel. There were wet footprints across the marble, black streaks, gray puddles, little flakes of dried coating stuck to the floor like burned paper. A bell cart had been shoved against one wall, stacked with luggage nobody cared about anymore. Guests stood in clusters near the bar entrance and the front desk, wrapped in coats and robes, whispering into phones while pretending not to watch the paramedics work. The lilies still sat in their tall glass vase on the center table. That bothered me. Everything else had been cracked open, soaked, dragged, shouted through. But those white lilies were still arranged perfectly, still giving off that clean funeral smell under the lobby lights. I sat on the edge of a luggage bench with a towel around my shoulders, holding an ice pack to my left forearm. My wrist had swollen to the size of a plum. My jacket was gone. My shirt clung to me, damp from sprinkler water and sweat. Every breath carried a chemical taste from the coating fumes, like I had been chewing plastic. A paramedic named Tara Nguyen, 32, female, checked my pupils with a penlight and told me not to be charming by passing out. I wasn't planning on it, I said. Good. Most men don't plan. They just make it everyone's problem. She had a calm, dry way of talking that made me trust her more than if she'd been soft. She wrapped my forearm, asked me to wiggle my fingers, and watched my face when I did. Hospital, she said. I'm fine. You have a possible concussion, smoke exposure, and your arm may be fractured. So, fine adjacent. She didn't smile. Hospital. Across the lobby, Marcus was on a stretcher with a cervical collar around his neck, furious about it. His nose was packed. One eye had started swelling shut. His right knee was braced, and every time someone touched it, his whole face went tight and blank. He kept asking if Lewis was okay, until one of the firefighters finally pointed Lewis out for him. Lewis sat near the concierge desk with his palm bandaged, shoulders hunched under a hotel blanket. He looked younger than 22. Maddie sat beside him, close enough that their blankets touched. She had been checked by EMS and cleared for transport with her mother, but she refused to let go of the stuffed rabbit, even when a paramedic tried to clean soot off its face. Claire Maddox, 36, female, was on oxygen near the lobby fireplace, wrapped in foil, and a navy hotel robe somebody had found in housekeeping. She had a cut above one eyebrow, bruising around both wrists, and the hollow look of a person who had spent too long deciding whether to scream or save breath. When Maddie was brought to her, Claire did not make the movie version of a sound. She didn't wail or collapse. She reached for her daughter with both hands, careful because of the IV line, and pressed her face into Maddie's hair. Then she said, "You kept the rabbit." Maddie nodded into her. That was all. It was worse than screaming. Alina stood with them for a while, one hand on Maddie's shoulder, then Claire S., then nobody's, as if she kept needing to make sure all the people were still there. Her hair had come loose from its clip. Her front desk blazer was streaked with white extinguisher powder. When she finally came over to me, she didn't ask if I was okay. She knew better. "You look terrible," she said. "You always know what to say. You also smell terrible. That's fair." Her mouth trembled once, then steadied. She sat beside me on the bench and leaned forward with her elbows on her knees. For a few seconds, we just watched the lobby move around us. Police in dark jackets, firefighters in turnout pants, paramedics, hotel managers who had appeared from nowhere once the danger had moved into paperwork. Claire told them some of it, Alina said quietly. I looked over. Claire had one arm around Maddie while a detective crouched near her, speaking low. She worked for Mrs. Voss, Alina said, not hotel staff, personal assistant mostly. Travel, drivers, errands, family scheduling. Maddie stayed with her on nights Claire couldn't get childcare. Mrs. Voss knew. About Maddie, yes. About tonight. Alina looked toward the front doors, where Mrs. Voss stood between two officers, coat draped over her shoulders, no longer sharp or composed. That's where it gets uglier. Detective Aaron Price, 46, male, came to me next. He had tired eyes, a close-trimmed beard, and a notebook that looked too small for the night. He introduced himself, asked if I could answer questions, and stopped when Tara told him I needed transport. 5 minutes, he said. Tara said 3. Accepted that without argument, which made me like him. I told him what I could. The Bentley arriving white. Mrs. Voss asking for me. The tablet photos. B17. The smell. The color change. The tapping. Graham grabbing me. The garage. The black BMW. The Audi Matty Owen Pike. When I got to the access card with my name on it, my voice changed. I hated that. It went thin. Detective Price noticed, but did not pounce. "We recovered it," he said. "You're not under arrest, Daniel." That's comforting in a very specific way. We'll still need your clothes, the tablet, your phone logs, anything related to your valet shift. So I'm not under arrest, but I'm not in trouble. You're a material witness. At the moment, also a victim. At the moment, I heard that. Alina did too. Her hand found mine on the bench. She avoided my left wrist and took my right hand, careful, like I might break in an ordinary place. Detective Price glanced at our hands and kept going. The outline, as he had it then, was messy but human. Owen Pike had been using hotel garages to move stolen or disputed vehicles under temporary disguises. High-end places were good for that because staff were trained not to ask rich people too many questions. Security cameras covered entrances, but not every aisle. And valet records created confusion when keys, cars, and custody changed hands quickly. Temporary spray coatings changed body color just enough to scramble witness descriptions and license plate camera searches. Plate covers, taped dealer tags, and swapped valet tickets did the rest. Graham Pike had connections through private security work. Mrs. Voss had money, influence, and a grandson in legal trouble involving one of the cars. That part came out in fragments. Insurance fraud, unpaid loans, a car that had been used in something worse than fraud. Claire had found photos, messages, and schedules on Mrs. Voss's backup phone. She had taken pictures with her own phone as protection. Then, she had made the mistake of bringing Maddie along to return something to the Beaumont. Owen had grabbed them in the garage before Mrs. Voss arrived. Claire had been forced into the Bentley's cargo area, tied in and warned to keep quiet. Maddie had been moved into the Audi, then later hidden on P2 when things went wrong. The Bentley was meant to leave with Mrs. Voss, carrying Claire somewhere else before police ever knew she existed. The Audi was meant to carry Maddie. Insurance, leverage, threat, cleanup. The detective did not use those words all at once, but I could hear them sitting underneath. "Why use my name?" I asked. Detective Price flipped a page. "Still working that out. Guess." He studied me for a second. "You were cautious. Patterned. Same roots. Same documentation habits. That makes you predictable. Predictable people are useful in plans." I almost laughed. Predictable was the thing I had made myself after Framingham. Drive slow. Check twice. Do it right. Never be the guy who leaves a scratch and says he didn't notice. Somebody had watched that and seen a tool. Tara ended the interview by physically stepping between us and saying, "Ambulance." Detective Price gave me his card and told me someone would meet us at the hospital for a formal statement. Then he said softer, "You did not cause this." People kept telling me that. It did not land where they wanted it to. At the curb, the cold hit me through the towel. Dawn had not come yet, but the night had thinned. The streetlights looked weaker. Boylston was blocked by police vehicles, fire trucks, and a few stubborn rideshares waiting like app logic could override crime tape. The Bentley sat where we had left it, black coating streaked from the cold, and handling, doors open, rear seats cut and folded forward. Its cargo area was empty now. Seeing that empty space made my throat tighten. Mrs. Voss stood near one cruiser, speaking to an officer. She looked older under the canopy lights, her silver hair flattened on one side, one ring missing from her hand. Graham sat in another cruiser, head bent forward, no longer broad, no longer useful to anyone. As the paramedic guided me toward the ambulance, Mrs. Voss looked at me. For a second, I thought she might apologize. She didn't. Maybe she couldn't. Maybe apology was a language she had never learned because money had translated everything for her before. She only said, "I didn't know he would take the child." Tara tried to move me along. I stopped. Mrs. Voss's eyes were wet, but her face still had that old shape to it, the one that expected the world to arrange itself around her grief. "You knew there was a child," I said, her mouth tightened. That was answer enough. At Mass General, they told me my forearm wasn't broken, just badly bruised. My wrist was sprained. Mild concussion. Smoke and chemical irritation, but no serious lung damage. They gave me paperwork, a brace, instructions not to work or drive for a couple of days, and a lecture about returning if I vomited, got confused, or experienced worsening symptoms, which seemed broad considering the entire night had been a worsening symptom. Marcus had a fractured nose, a torn ligament in his knee, and 6 stitches near his hairline. He sent me a photo from his hospital bed at 5:12 a.m. Thumbs up, swollen eye, captioned, "Still handsome." Lewis texted later, "They gave me antibiotics and my mom is driving up, so I may actually be dead soon." Alina sat with me in the discharge area while morning shows played silently on a wall-mounted TV. She had refused transport at first, then finally let a paramedic check her after Claire insisted. She was fine physically, or fine adjacent, as I'd put it. Her hands shook when she held the paper coffee. "Do you want me to call your mom?" she asked. "No, Daniel, she'll panic." "She should panic a normal amount." "I'll tell her after I sleep." "You won't sleep," she was right. I didn't, not that day, not really for a while. The Beaumont put us all on paid leave, which sounds kind until you understand that paid leave is sometimes just a waiting room with direct deposit. Corporate sent emails using words like incident, cooperation, guest privacy, and brand standards. Then the news got hold of it, and the language changed. Attempted abduction. Vehicle fraud ring. Back Bay Hotel. Sources close to the investigation. Mrs. Voss's name leaked by lunch. Graham's by dinner. Owen's mugshot ran the next morning. Mine didn't, but for 2 days, every unknown number made my stomach lock. Detectives called. Hotel lawyers called. A union rep I didn't know I had called. My mother called 16 times because I had waited too long, and she saw a blurry clip online of the Beaumont canopy with my ambulance in the background. When I finally answered, she didn't yell. She just said, "You come home when they let you." So I did. For 3 nights, I slept on the pull-out couch in Worcester while my mother pretended not to check whether I was breathing every time she walked past. My father watched the news without sound and changed the channel whenever I came into the room. On the second night, I woke up because a plow scraped the street outside, and I was already halfway off the couch before I remembered it wasn't a garage shutter. A week later, Detective Price called me in to review photos. That was when I saw how much of it had been planned. Screenshots from garage cameras showed Owen entering the Beaumont twice in the month before, once as a courier, once in a maintenance jacket. He had watched the valet line, watched Lewis at the kiosk, watched me take photos of cars from the same angles every time. There were images of Graham meeting him near the loading dock, images of Mrs. Voss's Bentley arriving on prior visits, images of the black BMW entering under a stolen tag. And there was one still photo from the night it happened, taken from a camera above the P1 elevator bank. I was walking away from B17 after parking the Bentley, my back to the aisle, tablet in hand. Behind me, reflected in the Porsche's rear window, Owen stood half hidden near the service door. He had been there the whole time. I stared at the picture until Detective Price slid it away. "Daniel, I didn't see him. I know, I check mirrors. I know, I always check." He waited. That was the kindest thing he did. He didn't fill the room with reassurance. He let the awful fact sit there until I could breathe around it. Eventually, he said, "You saw enough." The case moved faster than I expected and slower than I wanted. Owen was charged first. Abduction, assault, arson-related counts, evidence tampering, vehicle theft, conspiracy. Graham followed. Mrs. Voss's charges came later and were softer at first, wrapped in lawyers and medical statements and claims that she had been coerced. Claire gave a statement that changed that. So did her phone. Claire called me once from a blocked number 2 weeks after the incident. Maddie was back in school part-time, she said, sleeping badly, hated parking garages now, loved Lewis because he had saved the rabbit. She wants to send him a drawing, Claire said. He'd like that. She asked if you still park cars. I looked out my apartment window at the street below, where a blue Honda sat under a maple tree with one missing hubcap. Not right now. Good, Claire said. Then, after a long pause, thank you for not giving her the keys. I didn't know what to do with that either, so I said, I'm glad you're both alive. That's enough, she said. But it wasn't exactly. Enough is a word people use when continuing is the only option. I went back to the Beaumont 6 weeks later to pick up my last check and clear out my locker. I told myself I had decided not to return because of the wrist, because of the commute, because the hotel had become a headline, and I didn't want to be part of its clean little rebrand. All of that was true enough. The truer thing was that I couldn't stand the thought of walking down that ramp again and hearing a tap from inside a car that should have been empty. The lobby had been polished back to perfection. New flowers, new rug near the entrance, a different doorman, the bar pianist playing something bright and forgettable. Guests rolled suitcases over marble, irritated by normal things, room keys, delayed rooms, rain. Alina met me near the front desk. She had stayed. I understood why. She was good there, better than the place deserved. But she had transferred to day shift and started applying to hospitals for admin work, which she described as same chaos, fewer Bentleys. She handed me an envelope and a small cardboard box. Locker contents, she said. Inside were my spare gloves, an old phone charger, 2 pens, a broken name badge clip, and the expired granola bar she had given me that night. I held it up. Evidence. Vintage evidence. We both smiled, but carefully. Marcus came by on crutches before I left. His face had healed into something close to normal, except for a bump in his nose that had not been there before. He told me physical therapy was humiliating, then made me promise never to repeat that. Lewis arrived 10 minutes later with his mother, who was 5 feet tall, and looked at me like I had personally endangered her son by existing near him. Then she hugged me so hard my ribs hurt. Maddie's drawing was taped inside Lewis's locker. It showed 4 stick figures beside a hotel. One had a red vest. One had a black jacket. One had a ponytail that was probably Alina. One had brown hair and a huge bandage on his arm, which I guessed was me. There was also a rabbit drawn larger than any person. In the corner, Maddie had colored a car half green and half silver. I looked at it for longer than I meant to. "Cute, right?" Lewis said. "Yeah, you okay?" "No," he nodded. "Me neither." That was the most honest conversation I had that week. Before leaving, I walked to the valet podium out front. Not down the ramp, just to the curb. The afternoon was cold and bright, the kind of Boston light that makes every window hard to look at. Cars came and went. A Lexus, a Mercedes, a rental Kia with Florida plates. The new valet took keys, printed tickets, smiled in the old trained way. The Beaumont looked normal. That was the problem. Normal had always been part of the cover. Alina stood beside me for a moment, close enough that our sleeves touched. "You sure?" she asked. "About leaving? About all of it?" I watched a black SUV roll under the awning. Its paint reflected the hotel doors, the brass luggage cart, the valet's red vest. For a second, as it passed from sunlight into shadow, the color shifted toward gray. Just light, just angle, just the kind of thing cars do. "Not sure," I said, "but I'm leaving anyway." She nodded. I took 2 steps toward Boylston, then stopped because something red had caught my eye near the curb drain. A child's mitten, small, knit, red. For a second, my body forgot how sidewalks worked. Then a little boy ran past me, maybe 4 years old, laughing as his father chased him with one hand full of shopping bags. "Eli, glove," the father called. The boy scooped it up, waved it like a flag, and kept running. I breathed again. Alina had seen my face. She didn't ask. She just touched my arm once above the brace, where it didn't hurt. I left the Beaumont that day with my last check in my pocket, and the smell of lilies following me halfway down the block. For months after, whenever I saw a car in changing light, white to blue under a gas station canopy, black to green under trees, silver to gold at sunset, I made myself look twice. Not because I believed anything impossible had happened. Nothing impossible had. That was what made it stick. Every part of it had been ordinary enough to buy online, bribe, copy, disguise or miss. Paint, access cards, a broken gate sensor, a rich woman used to being obeyed, a man with a tire iron, a kid told to stay quiet, a valet afraid of one mistake. The world does not need ghosts to make a place haunted. Sometimes it just needs people who know which door sticks, which camera is blind, which employee always parks on B17, and how long a fire shutter takes to close. A month later, Detective Price returned my phone and told me I could pick up the tablet from evidence if the hotel wanted it. They didn't. He also told me the access card with my name had never been scanned in the system. That should have helped. It meant the card was fake, a prop, something made to point blame, not something used. But when he said it, I thought of Mrs. Voss looking at me on that first night and saying, "You're Daniel, yes." No scan record explained how Owen watched me. No fake access card explained how she knew my name before I gave it. Maybe Graham told her. Maybe Owen did. Maybe my broken badge had flashed after all. Maybe there was a clean answer sitting in some deleted message or recorded call the police hadn't mentioned. Maybe I keep the detective's card in my wallet behind my license. I don't park cars for work anymore. And when I walk past hotels at night, past their brass doors and warm awnings and smiling valets, I still glance toward the garage ramps. Not every time, just enough. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you.